Hello everybody on YouTube, welcome back to my channel. I am incredibly excited to present to you my 20-hour React.js course. Yes, I said it, 20 hours, 7 of which you can watch within this video. So you can watch this video, and if you want to up your React skills, you can purchase my course for just $9.99, and I'll have the link in the description below. Now, this course is going to take you from an absolute novice to a React senior, and you're going to have all of the React skills that you're going to need in order to do incredibly well at a front-end role. And this is speaking from someone that has worked with React extensively in a professional environment for over 7 years. So what are you going to be learning in this course? Well, this course we're going to be learning by building. So we're going to be building 4 projects as well as some mini projects. And the final project is going to be a humongous project where we are going to build a Netflix clone, a production-ready Netflix clone. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have some complex state management. We're also going to have authentication, so having the user log in as well as log out. We're also going to process subscription payments, and only if you have a subscription are you able to actually view different TV shows and movies. And we're also going to introduce TypeScript, which is a superset of JavaScript within our course. So that's just some of the things that we're going to learn. Again, you're going to go from a complete novice to an absolute React professional. You're going to kill it after you watch all 20 hours of this course. So if you're interested, either continue watching this video, watch the first 7 hours, and if you like it, you can go ahead and purchase my course on Udemy. Again, the link will be in the description below. Before we get started with the course, there is just a tiny bit of setup that we need to do. There's not a lot, so I wouldn't worry all too much. So the first thing that we have to do is we need to install a JavaScript runtime within our computer. So JavaScript runtime is something that is going to allow JavaScript to, well, run within our machine. Now, the most popular JavaScript runtime out there is Node.js. However, there is another one called Bun.js that is gaining quite a lot of traction. But nonetheless, what we're going to do now is we're going to go to Node.js, and then I'm going to go over here, and you're going to install this version right here, the version that is recommended for most users. So go ahead and give that a quick installation. The process is relatively easy. All you have to do is follow a wizard, and it should install it. So now, once you have that installed, to double check, if you are on Mac, what you can do here is you can search for your terminal, and I can go ahead and open that up. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. If you are on Windows, then you would open up your command prompt. And what you would do is you would very simply say node-v in order to get the version of Node that you have. Now, if you do indeed get a version, that means you have successfully installed it, and that is the version that you have installed. However, if you get some sort of error saying Node is not found, then you did not install it and you would have to do some troubleshooting. Now, luckily, in order to work with this course, that is literally the only installation that you need. However, you also do need a text editor in order to start writing out and updating code. The most popular text editor out there, and I'm sure this is something that you guys probably already have, is VS Code. Now, feel free to use whatever text editor that you want, but this one comes with a lot of different extensions that are going to serve quite a good purpose for us within this course. So I highly suggest opening up and downloading this text editor. So just go ahead and download this. Again, very, very easy process. And once you download it, you should have VS Code like so. So I can go ahead and open this up. As you can see here, I am opening up VS Code, and I actually have all of the code for the application that we are going to be building. Specifically, this is the Netflix application. You can see that it is a very nice, intuitive way, and I can go ahead and start editing the code if need be. So that is pretty much all the setup that you need to do. Go ahead and do that, and then we can proceed to actually learning React. So this course is all about React, but what we need to do is first understand what even is React and why do we care about it. Now the best thing to do is to literally just go to Google and plop the word React and see exactly what we get. And that's exactly what I did. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom in to this definition right over here because I think it is a really good one. Based on Wikipedia, React is a free and open source front end JavaScript library for building user interfaces based on components. It is maintained by Meta and a community of individual developers and companies. React can be used to develop single page, mobile, or server side rendered applications with frameworks like Next.js. Now, this seems like quite a lot, but I really want to just focus in on this very first sentence. And within this sentence, I want to focus in on a few keywords over here. So it says React is a free and open source front-end JavaScript library. Okay, so this is interesting. What is a front-end JavaScript library? It seems as though React is exactly that. Now, it is a front-end JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Okay, so in order to really understand what React is, we need to understand what a front-end JavaScript library is. Now, before we do that, let's just take a look at JavaScript. And this is something that I expect you, of course, to be familiar with. Now, we can do a lot with JavaScript. We can, for example, build websites, which are user interfaces. We can also do server developments and build APIs with JavaScript. If we wanted to, we can develop games with JavaScript or even dive into the world of machine learning. Now, here's the thing, though. If we just did every one of these things with pure JavaScript or vanilla JavaScript, it might get a little bit difficult to do in the long run. And here's just a kind of a good analogy that I like to give out. Let's say there's a tree here, and your task is to cut down this tree. Now, of course, to do this, you're going to need tools. And let's say the tools that you were provided with is this saw. Now, this is a mechanical saw that what we would have to do is physically cut down the tree. Now, it is possible to do, but it is a lot harder. It's going to be more complicated, and it's going to take a lot more time, and it is not as efficient. And you can kind of think of that saw as JavaScript and cutting down the tree as the thing that we are eventually trying to do. So this is what ends up happening. Instead of using pure JavaScript, vanilla JS, to do these tasks, what we do is other developers have developed libraries or frameworks built on top of JavaScript to make our lives easier. So, for example, for building websites or user interfaces, what we can do is we can utilize these frameworks or libraries called Vue, Angular, or React. And for server-side development, if you want to develop APIs, instead of, again, just using pure JS, we can use Nest.js and Express. Now, all of these things are still JavaScript. They're built on top of JavaScript, but their aim is to make our development lives easier. So now, instead of using that mechanical saw, we are using an electric saw. And of course, what that's going to provide us to do is cut down this tree in a faster and much more efficient way. It's still a saw, it's still JavaScript, but it is enhanced, and it is a tool to help us develop our features a lot faster. So now, going back to the definition, we have an understanding of this. So it's a front-end JavaScript library. So it's something that's built on top of JavaScript that is aimed to make our lives easier. And specifically, it is used to build user interfaces, which are websites, things that users interact with. So hopefully that makes sense, but sometimes it's really, really hard to visualize why we even need something like a front-end library with just me talking about it. So let's go ahead and build out an application, and we're going to build it out with pure vanilla JS first, and then we're going to use React later, and we're going to compare and contrast. This is the project that we are going to be building, a very, very simple counter application. Now the counter starts at 0 and we have these two buttons right over here. Now, as you can imagine, when you click on the plus button, it is going to increment the count and update this within the user interface, as you can see. Now, if I were to click on minus, of course, it is going to decrement the count and is going to update it within the user interface as well. Now, here's the thing. If I were to try to go before 0, so minus 0, it is not going to let us. And in terms of incrementation, if I try to go past 10, it is not going to let us. So the range is going to be from 0 to 10. But otherwise, this is a very, very simple application. Now, first, we're going to go ahead and code this out with vanilla.js. And again, when I refer to vanilla.js, I mean JS in its pure form. So let's go ahead and do that. And hopefully this is something that you are already comfortable with doing already, but nonetheless, we're going to do it together. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we need to create a new folder. I went ahead and I did that. I created React projects. That is the folder. It is completely empty. There's nothing in it. Now I want to open up this folder with VS Code. So I'm going to go right about here, open up VS Code. I'm going to say open. I'm going to move into the desktop. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find that React projects. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at exactly what we see here. Well, we see absolutely nothing. This makes sense. So now what we want to do is we want to create a brand new folder. So over here, we're going to house all of our different projects that we're going to work on in this course. And we're going to begin with the counter. So I'm going to click on this icon right over here for a new folder. And then right over here, I'm going to call this folder O1 because we're going to be creating multiple different projects. And I kind of want to have them sorted in the order that we create them rather than alphabetical order. So I'm just going to say O1-counter. So that is what we are going to be working on first. And then within this directory, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to say here counter with vanilla.js. Again, JS in its pure form. So counter with vanilla.js. All right, so let's go ahead and get started on working with this. Now, in order to build out this project, what we need is 3 different files. So we first need an index.html file to specify all of the different HTML within our application. Now our application is, well, kind of pretty. You can see here that it is nice and centered. You know, there's a little bit of styling going on here. Nonetheless, what we're going to need to do is add some styling, and thus we also need a styles.css file. Now, of course, there is functionality within our application, so we need to programmatically add that functionality with JavaScript. So I'm going to go right over here. We're going to add another file. We're going to have an index.javascript. So as you can see here, we need these 3 files to complete our counter application. Okay, very, very cool. So let's begin with the index.html. So what we're going to do is we're going to define the boilerplate that we need for our index.html. And luckily, because we're using VS Code, you can just say Shift-1 to add this exclamation point. And then emit comes right off the bat. So what we can do here is we can just go ahead and click on this and we get this very nice boilerplate index.html. So in here, we can start defining all of the things that we need. So for example, I'm going to have a div here that's going to have an h4. I'm going to say the current count is, I'm going to say ... And then over here, we're going to have an h1. We're going to say 0. That's the very current count. Then we're going to have a button with a minus sign and then a button with a plus sign. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now I want to see this on my browser. How do we do that? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to this tab right here, this extensions tab. We're going to install something called Live Server. Now, I already have this installed. If you already have it installed, that's great. You should see this uninstall button. But if you don't have it installed, you should have an install button. Just go ahead and install it. It's very, very popular, as you can see here. Overall, it has 36 million downloads and is created by this person called Ritrick Day. I pretty much butchered that. That's why I don't have an English pronunciation course. I have a React course. And what's going to allow us to do is within going to our HTML file, we can go ahead and right click on this. I'm going to go ahead and just do a quick right click. You can see you have an option called Open with Live Server. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And there we go. So now you can see that we have our HTML. So the current count is 0. And then, of course, we have this plus and minus button. Now, these are, well, it's kind of ugly. You know, I kind of want it nice and centered in the middle. Maybe I want the text to be centered as well. So let's go ahead and fix that by adding the styles. So I'm going to go right about here, and we're going to go to our styles.css. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to style the body. Now, this isn't a very proper thing to do, but I'm going to go ahead and do that nonetheless. I'm just going to say the body. We're going to say the body, its width is 100 VW. So that's just going to span the size of your specific screen, or however the user's screen is. Then over here, we're going to say 100 VH. We're also going to say background color of, let's just give it Alice Blue. We're also going to give it a display flex just so we can center everything right in the middle. So we're going to say align items center. And lastly, we're going to say justify content center as well. So now if I were to go back over here, of course, nothing is changed. And that's because we need to link our CSS to our index.html. All right, so let's go over here to do that. Incredibly simple stuff. We'll just say link. And then over here, we're going to say styles.css. And there we go. So you can see now everything is, well, not necessarily nicely styled, but it is styled to a certain degree. All right. By the way, I'm really zooming in here. I'm not going to bother with like increasing the font size. Let's just, if it's too small for you, you can also zoom in or zoom out as you wish. Because this isn't a styling course. This is more so a React course. Okay, so one other styling note is I'm going to go over here. We're going to add a class of container. So we're going to go over here, class of container. Let's also style just the container a little bit. So we're going to say container. We're going to say text align. We're going to say center. And there we go. So now we have the current count is 0. We got a plus button and a minus button. Looking pretty good. The last thing that we need to do, of course, is, well, implement the functionality. The functionality for this is incredibly simple. All we have to do here is define the count. So I'm going to say let count. And we're going to say this is initially 0. Now, what I would like to do is render this value, whatever this value is, into this h1. So in order to do that, what we're going to need to do is figure out exactly how we're going to query for that h1 specifically. So let's go ahead and just give it an ID. So I'm going to say ID is equal to count. And then over here within the JS itself, we are going to find that element by the ID. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to say, we'll say count header. I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to document. Again, this is something I expect you to know. Document dot get element. So get element by ID. And what we're going to do here is we're going to provide it with the ID of count, and not in all capital, just like that. So now what we can do here is we can just say count header, and we're going to say dot inner text. We're going to say that that is going to be equal to count like so. So I hope that makes sense here. So we have this variable, and what we're doing here is we're just saying count.header. We're going ahead and grabbing it, and then we're setting its inner text. Now, of course, what we're also going to need to do is hook up this JS file to our index.html. Luckily, we can do that with scripts. So right below the body, I'm going to add a script with a source. And then I'm going to say index.js. And if I were to save that, nothing appears to change, but this 0 is actually coming from the JS rather than our hard-coded 0. And just to prove that to you, if I were to add maybe like this number over here, it is still 0. And that's because our count is 0. Now, if I were to make it 80, our count will be 80 at that point. So now we're utilizing the actual JS value, which is pretty good. And now over here, we can even just completely remove any of the inner text because we're using JS for this. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. But now what we want to do is we want to start listening to these buttons right here. So whenever we click on them, we have to go ahead and update the count as well as the inner text. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go right about here to our index.js. I'm going to say count. I'm going to say here, this is going to be the add button. I'm going to say document dot get element by ID. I'm going to say add. And over here, we're going to say subtract button. That's going to be document dot get element by ID. And we're going to say subtract like so. Now, of course, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to define these IDs right over here. So I'm going to say ID is equal to add. And over here, we're going to say ID is equal to subtract. Is that what I called it? Oh yeah, subtract. There we go. Okay, so now that we have these buttons, now what we can do is we can utilize these buttons and add event listeners to them. So I'm going to say add button is equal to button.add event listener. And over here, this is going to be a click like so. Let's go over here. Click. And we're going to have a callback function. And then what we're going to do is we're going to increment the count. So we're going to say count plus plus. Now we only want to increment the count if count is not equal to 10. So let's just do that quick check here. So if count is less than 10, then we're going to implement all this logic. So we're going to go ahead and increment the count. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change the inner text. So let's go right about here, just like we did with this. Let's just move it right here. We're just going to change the inner text again. That's all it is that we're going to do. Now let's do this exact same thing, but for the subtract button now. So we're going to say sub button. And we're going to say if it is greater than 0. Okay. Then we're going to do minus minus. And then that's pretty much it. So that should do it. So let's see exactly how this looks like. So now I can increment. Oops, I did this backwards here. So let's go back to our index.css. This actually should be subtract. Subtract, and this should be add. There we go. Okay, let's go back now. And as you can see, if I click on this button, it is incrementing all the way to 10. And I can go ahead and click on this button and it is decrementing. So congrats, we went ahead and we did this. However, it was, I would say, incredibly tedious to build even this very, very small application. So let's just talk about some of the annoyances that we faced when building this project with pure JS. These are two things that I kind of found to be pretty annoying when building this application. The first thing that I found very annoying is that, hey, we have a very, very simple application and I had to build 3 different files for that application. We had to, of course, build the index.html, index.js, as well as the styles.css. And anytime I needed to make a change, I would have to traverse across all of these different files because, of course, everything is separated out. Now, because everything is separated out, there's really no direct reference to a particular HTML element and how it is styled and what the functionality is. So for example, let's say that another person comes into this application and they take a look at this index.css file and they see over here, oh, okay, well, this dot container has this these styles over here. Now, which element has this particular style? What I would have to do is go to the index.html and then look for the element, the HTML element that has this class. Similarly over here, you can see, okay, we have an event listener where we are getting these elements by their ID. Which element exactly has this particular ID? So which element are we talking about? Well, in order to figure that out, we're going to have to go all the way to this index.html, traverse the HTML, and then find, oh, okay, this is the element that we are talking about. Now, as you can imagine, this is going to be a humongous headache as our application grows and grows and grows from maybe not 20 lines of code, but maybe thousands or 2,000, 3,000. That is very, very reasonable. It is going to be a huge headache. So these are just some of the things that I particularly didn't really enjoy with building this very, very simple app. Now let's go ahead and code out this application with React, and then you tell me which is better and a better user experience. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the exact same application, but with React, and then compare and contrast. Now, the purpose of this section is just so we can compare React with vanilla JS. So when I'm going to go through this code, I'm going to go through it relatively quickly, and I'm not going to be explaining everything. So if you feel a little bit overwhelmed, or if I'm going too fast, or I'm not explaining things, that's completely fine. That's the point of this section. Again, the point of this section is to compare and contrast React versus vanilla JS just at a quick glance and view. But in the next section, we're going to rebuild this counter app, but we're going to dissect every single line of code and step that we took, so you have a very, very deep understanding of what I did. So with that being said, let's begin. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a brand new React application. So right over here, we have this application, which is in vanilla.js. Let's create another folder in here, and this folder is going to house all of the code that we need for our React app. Now, what we could do very easily is go ahead and create another folder. We can just say something like counter with React, like so. So counter with, if I can type properly, counter with React. That's something we can very, very easily do. However, we're not going to do it this way. We're not going to go ahead and create the folder as well as all of the different files, because React requires a lot of different files and a lot of different configuration. So that's not something we are going to do. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the terminal and the CLI. So I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to completely remove this. And I'm going to do Control tilde to open up the terminal. And over here, let's go ahead and just cancel this out. Let's open up a fresh terminal right over here. This is where we are going to create our brand new project. So we're going to be using this command line interface to do that. So the first thing that I want to do is just do a quick little ls just to see the directory that we're in. So we're going to need to move into the O1 counter. And then in here, we're going to execute a command to create our React app. And what we're going to use is npm as well as vite. So you should have npm installed as well as node. That's another thing that you're going to need. So we're going to need to do node-v, node, like so, -v. And what that's going to do is it's going to go ahead and give us the node version that you are at. And then what we also need to do is you need to check npm, see if you have that at there. And as you can see here, this is the version of npm that I am using. Now, if you're using an npm version that is less than 7, I highly recommend you go ahead and update that. So make sure that you're using something above 7, because the command that we're going to execute is not going to work otherwise. All right, so what is the command that we are going to be executing? Well, very simply, what we're going to be executing is npm, And then we're going to say create, npm create. We're going to say vite at latest. And then I'm going to give my application a name. So this can be whatever it is that we want, but I'm going to call it counter with React. And then I'm going to say dash dash and then dash dash. So notice it's the name space dash dash and then another space dash dash and then template. And then over here, we're going to specify the template, which is going to be React. So now Vite allows us to create multiple different applications. We want to create a React app. So I'm going to go ahead and execute that. So right now, if I were to just directly go to our like O1 counter directory, you can see we have this counter with React folder. And then actually in here, we have so many different files and folders. And that's why I highly suggest just creating a React app with the command line so we don't have to do all of this stuff right off the bat. So you can see there's a bunch of things here, and it might be overwhelming, but we'll look into it. Now, we want to run this application. So to run this application, we're not going to be using live server. Instead, we're going to follow these steps right here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to move into that directory that we just created. We're going to do an npm install. npm install. Like so. And then this might take a few, maybe like a few seconds. It shouldn't take incredibly long. So let's just wait it out a little bit here. So we're going to do an npm install, and then we're going to do an npm run dev. So let's do an npm run dev like so. And as soon as I do that, you can see here that our application is up and running on this port right here. So this URL. So for me, it's localhost colon 5174. For you, it's highly likely that it's going to be 5173. The reason why it's 74 for me is because I'm running another process, this one right here, on localhost 5173. And that's why I see this. But nonetheless, just go ahead and copy that port, paste that in there, and there you go. So we have our Vite plus React application. And what's neat about this is just right off the bat, we actually have a counter. So let's go ahead and actually just change things up here so that we can actually build out our counter the way that we want it. Now, if we were to go back to our application here, so if we were to go back right over here, you can see that you might be a little bit overwhelmed. There's just a lot of files and folders. Like, what is it that you are supposed to be looking at? Well, you're going to be looking at just one file for our application. So let's just completely neglect everything over here. And then we're going to open up the source. And then within the source, we're very simply going to focus in on these two files right here. So the app.css and the app.jsx. So these are the only two files that we are going to touch. We're going to primarily focus in on the app.jsx. So if we were to look over here, you might see some funky behavior. I mean, we have this function, this app function, and it's returning what appears to be HTML. And we have this whatever state over here. Like, what is going on? Well, let's just go ahead and completely remove it. And we're going to go and build this out again, just from scratch, really, really quickly. You're probably not going to have an idea what's going on. That's completely fine. We'll talk about that in great detail a little bit later. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a function. So I'm going to say function app. And then this function is going to return what appears to be HTML. It's not really HTML, but it appears to be HTML. And that HTML is going to look very similar to what we had before. So I'm going to say div, I'm going to say h4, I'm going to say the current count is, we're going to say ... And then over here, let's just do an h1. For now, we'll just hard code 0. And then over here, we're going to do a button. We're going to do minus. And then we're going to do a button. We're going to do plus. Give that a quick little save. Let's see what we get here. I'm going to do a quick little refresh. Okay, that fails because what we now need to do is do an export default of the app. Again, if that doesn't make sense, completely fine. Let's do a refresh. There we go. So now we see our template. But what I would like to do is I would like to make this nice and centered.
So if I were to go to the app.css, you can see that there's just a bunch of different styles already configured. And these styles, what they end up doing is actually centering everything the way that we want it to. So what we need to do is we need to get it into this function. And to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and import app.css. There we go. This is looking pretty good to me. Now, all that is left to do is to very simply just make it functional. Now, that involves JavaScript, but luckily, if you look at this, we are pretty much in a JavaScript file. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to define the count in a little bit of a different way than we did before. So before, we defined the count like this. And then over here within the h1, we set the inner text to be equal to the count. Now, before when we set the inner text, we did .inner text. But with React, it's a little bit different. We literally just go into the HTML, and then we just set the count. But we don't set the count like this, because otherwise it's just going to think that that is a regular text. What we do here is we define curly braces, and then in these curly braces, we define the count itself. And now you can see here that it is 0. If I were to change that to 10, you can see that it is 10. Now, like I said, we're not going to define the count like this. Instead, what we're going to utilize is a hook, something known as a use state hook. Now, again, this doesn't make all too much sense. I'm going to reiterate that all too often because I'm just a little bit worried that you might think I'm going too fast here. But yeah, so we're going to use this hook to define our count. And it's going to be the use state hook. So instead here, I'm going to say this is going to be equal to use state, and I'm going to give it the initial value of 0. And then over here, I'm going to call this a const. And instead of just a count variable, this is going to be an array where the first element is going to be the count, and then the other element is going to be this weird thing called set count. Now, if I were to save this, you can see here we get the exact same behavior. And if I were to just change this up, you can see now we get 10 as well. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start defining the functions to add as well as to subtract. So I'm going to say const add to count. It's going to be a regular function here. And then over here, I'm going to say if the count is less than 10, then what we want to do is we want to increment that count. Now, to increment the count, before we did something like count is equal to count plus 1. That is not what we are going to do. Instead, we're going to be utilizing this function. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to keep the new count. I'm going to go right over here. I'm just going to wrap it around like so, and then call it within this function. That is what we are going to do. We're going to do the exact same thing for the other subtract from count, and that's going to be a minus. And that's it. So now we have these two different functions. But now what we need to do is we need to link them to this button. So before, what we had to do is we had to define an ID and then add an event listener to that ID. But luckily, it's a little bit easier with React. So with React, we're just going to go and do a space, and then we're going to say on. And as soon as we say on, you can see here that we get prompted with a bunch of different events that a user can do. Now, specifically, what we want to do is we want to look into this on click. So on click, what I want to do is I want to call this function. So I'm going to go right about here, or sorry, on click with the minus, I'm going to call this function. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say subtract from count. And then over here, I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to say add to count. All right, so add to count. So now we're done. We're completely done our application. If I were to click on this, you can see it is increasing. If I were to click on this, it is not decreasing. That is not what I expected. So add to count, on click, subtract from count. Oh, yes, of course. That's because we need to change this if statement. So over here, instead, it's going to be if it's less than 0. There we go. Bingo. So now we have it working the exact same way. All right. So again, if this doesn't make all too much sense, completely fine. But what I would like to do now is to kind of compare and contrast this code with the code that we wrote, within this application with vanilla.js. So first thing I would like to look at is just the number of lines of code that we needed to complete our application. And this is just a very, very simple, small application. So we need to keep that in mind. Over here, it took us really to finish all of our code. It took us 30 lines of code. That's all it is that we needed. Now, if we were to look also at the app.css, there's some styling here, but let's actually neglect the styles in the vanilla.js. Let's just take a look at the HTML as well as the JS. So over here, you can see that the index.html, we had 20 lines of code. And then over here, we also had another 20 lines of code that are, spanned within 2 different files. So you can see that already things are a little bit neater here. It took us less lines of code to complete everything it is that we wanted within just one file rather than having to traverse 2 different files. Okay, so that's one thing that I really like about React. And you can imagine as our applications get bigger and bigger and bigger, that these things are going to get really, really complicated, and we need to kind of maintain things in a very organized way, as well as maintain less lines of code as possible. Now, let's also think about these buttons here. These buttons, as well as this H1 right over here that is kind of rendering the count. So how am I going to know, if I were to just look at this HTML file right away, how would I know what this button does? Well, what I would have to do is I would have to say, okay, well, this button has an ID of subtract. Maybe we're using that as an event listener. I have no idea. Well, in order to figure that out, I'm going to go over here to this index.js. I'm going to have to traverse this whole file. I mean, this isn't a very big file, but you can imagine that it could be pretty big. And I have to see, oh, okay, well, what we're doing is right over here where we're getting that element with that particular ID. And then I would have to traverse that file again. And then I would say, oh, okay, so what we're doing here is we have an event listener where we're changing this state. All right, that makes sense. But you can see here that we're kind of decoupling the actual element itself from the logic. They're completely separated into 2 separate files. Not the case with React. React is significantly cleaner. You can see here that, well, we have this button, and right away, right on this button, we have this thing called onClick. So it seems as though whenever we click on this button, well, we do this subtract from count. And then the subtract from count actually lives in the exact same file. So we can go over here and we can try to understand exactly what's going on. And it's the same case with the H1. Right over here, if I were to look at this, we have this just random H1 with nothing in that. And we were not able to truly understand what is going on here. So what we would have to do, again, is go to our index.js and be like, okay, so over here we have got it. And then, oh, okay, so what we're doing is we're setting the inner text to this variable here. And I guess over here we're also updating it as well. So you can see that this is getting a little bit cumbersome. Whereas with React, you can see the H1, oh, within it, we just have this count variable. That makes sense to me. And then I can go over here and be like, oh, okay, so the count is just, a piece of state that is 0, and over here we are updating it. So you can see that even in this very, very small, simple application, things are a lot simpler to do with React. And that's the whole purpose of React. Everything you can accomplish with vanilla.js can be accomplished with React, and vice versa. Anything that can be accomplished with React can be accomplished with vanilla.js. There's nothing special about it. However, it is going to make your life significantly easier. And that is the whole point of it. If I were building a feature with React and somebody else was building the exact same feature with vanilla.js, and we had the similar amount of skill sets, I'm going to finish that feature significantly faster, and it's going to be more maintainable and easier to read. So at the end of the day, you have to just understand React is a tool, a JavaScript library that is used to make building user interfaces a lot simpler and easier. That, in a nutshell, is the purpose of React.js. Now, with that being said, let's actually start moving into actually understanding what is going on with React. So we're going to rebuild this project, but this time we're going to dissect everything line by line. So let's go ahead and do that in the next section.
Let us now recreate this project, but this time go through every single step in tremendous detail. And the very first thing that we're going to need to do is create a brand new React application. So let's quickly remind ourselves what we had to do in order to get that up and running. Well, what we had to do is open up our terminal, and within our terminal, we wrote a bunch of different commands. And these are the commands that we wrote. The first one was npm create vite at latest. We gave our React application a name. Then it was dash 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 template React. So it seemed like a very cumbersome command here, but what that did was it created a new directory with our React application. And then what we did was we moved into that React application. We ran an npm install and then an npm run dev. So let's go ahead and go through this step. The very first thing I want to execute is the npm create vite at latest. But instead of me just going ahead and doing it right away, let's go and open up vite itself. I'm going to go open it up like so, and let's go back to presentation mode, and let's just see how they want us to do it. So I'm going to go to Google, and I'm just going to search vite like so. And let me just zoom in here a little bit. So when I go to Google and I go to vite, I'm going to go right about here, and you can see that vite is a local development server written by Evan You. If you're not familiar with Evan You, he's very famous within the web dev community because he's the one that wrote Vue.js, which I also have a course on, and used by default Vue and React projects. So it is a tool that we can use for local development. And what it does is it allows us to not only create React or Vue applications, but run them very, very fast and efficiently. So I'm going to go over here to vite itself, and you can just take a look at exactly, why you want to use vite or what it is that vite comes with. But if you go to the get started, what you can do here is you can actually scroll all the way down. You can see all of the different projects that vite can create. So vite can create a vanilla JS project as well as the vanilla TypeScript project. And we'll talk about TypeScript a little bit later. It can create a Vue project, a React project, React TypeScript project, a Svelte project, Solid project, so a bunch of different projects that it can create. And if I were to scroll down here, you can see that the command in order to create that particular project is npm create vite at latest. Then we give our application a name. In this case, it's a Vue application that they're creating. So my Vue app, and then space dash dash, and then template. And then over here, this is where we specify what project we want to create. And this is where this table comes into place. If you want to create the Svelte project, we put Svelte. If you want React, we put React. If you want React with TypeScript, then we say React-T. And that's exactly what we had to do there. And this is why I wanted you guys to have npm version 7 or more, because this is the command that we are going to execute. Now, if you don't have version 7, you have version 6, then you could execute this command. But I highly suggest just keep along with me and execute this command right here. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this. And I am going to move into, so make sure you're in the counter directory. So if you do an ls, you should see this as well as this. And we're going to just paste in that command, and we're just going to modify it a little bit. So the first thing is, I'm not going to call it my Vue app. I'm going to call it my counter, something like that. And then over here, I'm going to create a React project. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little execution. You can see incredibly fast, it has created a brand new React application. Okay, this is tremendous. So now what's the next step? Well, the next step is to move into that directory. So cd that particular directory. I think that's very self-explanatory. I hope you understand what that means. So we're going to move into that directory. So cd my counter. Now we're in the my counter project. And then in there, we have to run an npm install. Okay. So what does that mean? What is going on with the npm install? Well, I'm going to go right about, let's go right over here to my counter. I'm just going to close this off a little bit. I'm going to open up two files here. I'm going to open up this file as well as this file. So you can see in this file, there's just a lot of things that are going on, and a lot of things probably don't make all too much sense to you. You know, this doesn't look like JavaScript at all. It kind of looks like JavaScript, but there's just a lot of funky behavior here. Well, a lot of this funky behavior is coming from these imports. We're kind of importing in different things. So you can see here, we're importing this useState hook that we talked about previously, or maybe we didn't really talk about it, we just looked at it. But we're importing it for something called React. And if I were to hover over it, you can see here that it is actually a JavaScript file that this React is coming from. Okay, so you can see that this is just a JavaScript file, and we're importing this thing from that JavaScript file. And over here, similarly, we're importing React DOM from this JavaScript file. So you can see here, if I were to hover over it, this is where that JavaScript file lives. So right off the bat, we actually don't have a lot of this code, or we don't have this code inside of our project, because what these are libraries that somebody else has built and they hosted in some sort of package manager. And what we need to do is we need to get that code in our application in order to go ahead and start using all of these different things that we want to use. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at React, for example. So React is just a package that is a bunch of JavaScript code that we want injected within our application. So if I were to go over here, and if I were to go to npm, this is a node package manager. This is where all of the JavaScript packages that other people have wrote, they can just put them in this registry. And what I can do here is I can just search for a different package. So for example, I can search for React. And this is a package that exists in npm. And what ends up happening is you download that package into your local project. So you download it in there so you can have the code and you can go ahead and utilize it. Similarly, the same exact thing is with the React DOM. So React DOM is another package that we need. And well, people go ahead and download that into their project. You can see it has 17 million weekly downloads. And there's a bunch of other packages out there that can help us accomplish different things. For example, let's say you want, animation library for, just JS in general. You can see here we have this anime.js. So maybe you're kind of interested in this library. This is, JavaScript code that somebody else has wrote that will make our lives easier when dealing with animations. And if I want to go ahead and download that, you can see here that we have they have a GitHub repo. And if I were to search it up, you can see that we have anime.js in npm. And so if I wanted it, I can go ahead and just do an npm install anime.js, and then I'll have that code within my application, and then I can just import that code like this within whatever file that I want, and I can go ahead and start working in it. So I hope that this makes sense. So the npm install is in order for us to get all of the code that we need to run our React application into our React application, because currently it is not there. Now you might be asking, if I do an npm install, how is it going to know what packages that I need within my React application? Well, that's a very, very good question. And that is all listed inside of the package.json file. So the package.json file is going to be a list of all of the dependencies, or the dependencies are packages that we need within our application because we're dependent on them. You can see here that there's a list of all of these different dependencies that we need. So we need React, we need React DOM. And as you can see here, these are the two things that we have imported. So we need React as well as React DOM. And these are some of the dependencies, but we also have some dev dependencies. So these are development packages that we're going to utilize just to make our development lives easier, but they're not really needed in production. So you can see here, React types, ESLint, if you're familiar with that, that's just to ensure the quality of our code, but that's not something we need in a production environment when we go ahead and host it, as well as Vite. So Vite allows us to create our application as well as run our application locally, but we're not going to be using Vite in order to run our application in production, and that's why it's under the dev dependencies. So I hope this makes sense. Whenever I go ahead and I execute npm install, it's going to take a look at this package.json and install all of these packages from npm, the node package manager. All right, so that's pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and do a very quick npm install. I'm going to execute it. And it might take some time, actually. Not going to be very quick, because what we're doing here is we're installing all of these dependencies and we're making like internet network requests, because that's exactly where it lives. So you can't really execute npm install without having an internet connection. But now, with that being said, what is the next step? Well, the next step is to run npm run dev. So what does npm run dev do? Well, I don't want to go all too deep into how React kind of serves the content to our application just yet, because it's just a little bit too early, I think. But what we need, in just a very quick glance, we need some sort of server to serve the content to our browser. And npm run dev, what that does is it creates a local server on our machine, and it serves the traffic to a specific port. Now, usually it's port 5173, but if that's taken, it tries 5174, and if that's taken, then it just keeps incrementing and incrementing. So I believe for me, I'm utilizing 5173 as well as 5174. So what that's going to do, if I were to go ahead and do npm run dev, it's just going to create a mini server and start serving that content to localhost 5175. So now if I were to go to my application there, and as you can see, everything changes, or everything is there. And what's really nice about Vite is that we get hot reloading right off the bat. So let me just go ahead and just clear that out. So what I mean by hot reloading is if I were to go to my app.jsx, where all of my code lives, and then I were to say Vite plus React plus whatever, I don't have to rerun my application. I just have to go back to it, and you can see right away, we can see all of the different changes. So this is some of the perks that you get with running your application locally. You get this hot reloading. So with that being said, hopefully you understand the steps that were taken in order to create a React application. Let us now move on to building out all of these different features. Now that we have created our React application, what I would like to quickly do is start dissecting some of the different files and folders that we have here. So if we open up the My Counter application, you can see that we have a bunch of files and folders. So let's go ahead and begin with this one right over here, the node underscore modules. So what is the node modules? Well, this is something that we didn't have before, and we had to execute a command in order to get it here. And that command was npm install. So what we did was when we did an npm install, the Vite application went ahead, took a look at all of the dependencies and started installing them, and plopped all of the code for these dependencies inside of this node modules. So in here, what I can do is I can actually find the React and React DOM dependencies if I scroll enough here. If I go all the way down to the R section, where's it? R, where are we here? Let's try to find R. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, right here. You can see here we have React as well as React DOM. But you might be wondering, what in the world is going on here? Why do we have so many other things? We haven't specified any of these things within our package.json. Well, here's the thing though. Dependencies also have dependencies, and those dependencies might also have dependencies. So we need to go ahead and install every single dependency that our dependencies are dependent on into our application. And that's why we have all of this other stuff over here. But that's not something you typically have to worry about all too much. Vite and npm do that right off the bat. Okay. So now let's take a look at this public directory. So this public directory is where we can start storing all of our different assets, like images or other different files. As you can see here, that there's an SVG file within this public directory. We're not going to be working on it all too much because we're going to be primarily focusing on the source directory. So the source directory is where the magic is happening. So the assets is also another place where we can store all of our different assets like images or files. But over here, as you can see, this is where our primary focus and our primary working on, I guess, what is going to be. So let's move into the app.jsx. So within the app.jsx, you can see here that we have this this what appears to be JavaScript embedded with HTML. So let's just quickly dissect what we have here. So we have this function. So this is just a regular function, a function that we called app. And then within this function, let's just ignore what we have here. In this function, we're returning what appears to be HTML. However, this is not HTML. This is instead something known as JSX. It appears to be HTML, it looks like HTML, and that's the exact purpose. However, in reality, this is JavaScript code. This is not HTML. So just to kind of prove that to you, let's just take a look at what's going on here. You can see within the button, we have this on click, and we're passing in a function. So can we do that with the regular HTML? No, we can't. In fact, we can do a bunch of things here that we cannot do with regular HTML. So for example, if I went here and I added a curly brace, and then I said 5 plus 5, which is a JavaScript expression, and if I were to go ahead and save that, you can see we have 10 over here. So this in reality is JavaScript, and thus it is not HTML, it is called JSX. Hence the extension app.jsx. And the reason why we utilize JSX is because we can now inject JavaScript into, again, what appears to be HTML. Now, once this goes into our browser, it becomes HTML. So there's a bunch of work that is going to be done behind the scenes with Webpack and Babel and Vite that is going to transpile and transform this code from JSX to regular HTML. So if I were to go back to my browser here and inspect this, and let's just say I want to inspect this, you can see that this is an H1. And of course, within the browser, this is actually HTML. So you can treat this as though all of these different tags or all of these different elements are going to be HTML tags, but now you can start injecting JavaScript code, which is going to make our lives significantly easier. So that's pretty much all it is that this is doing. It's just a function that is returning this JSX. And then what we're doing at the very bottom here is we're exporting this function. So what we need to do is we need to export this function because inside of the main.jsx, we need to import it in. And if I didn't export it, then we're going to start getting an error here. It's going to just give me this error. I'm going to go ahead and just inspect this for now, just to show you exactly what the error says. It says, hey, we can't find the app.jsx, and that's because it was not exported. So we export it from this file, and then we import it into this file right over here, the main.jsx. Now, there is some work that we might end up doing in the main.jsx, but there's not a lot. Typically, it's just left as is. So what's going on here? Well, what we're doing is we're importing this app right over here. So this app function. And then we are doing something like react dom.createRoot. And then this is very similar to what we've done before. So document.getElementByRoot. And then we're rendering in the app itself. So what we're doing here by doing this like so, like it's kind of an HTML element, is we're rendering all of the content within it into the element that has the ID of root. And if I were to go right over here, you can see that there's an index.html. And this index.html is very boilerplate, except it has this div right over here with an ID of root. So what we're doing here is we're just grabbing this div, and then we are
injecting all of this different JSX that we're transforming to HTML into it. And we do that right over here within the main.jsx directory. So I hope this is making sense here. So really, we're just going to we're not going to have to worry about all of this stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just delete that. We're just going to be making changes, but behind the scenes is going to be injecting it into some HTML file. Now, one last thing that you might be thinking that's a little bit weird is what in the world is this? Like, what is that? That's not, what is this? So here's the thing. There's a general rule that we have to follow when it comes to JSX within a function. And that is we can only have one root JSX element, okay? So if I were to remove this right over here, you can see that we're going to start getting errors, like a bunch of different errors. And why is that? Well, if I were to click on this, you can see here that we have, this is a parent, and this is like one root, and this is another root, and this is another root. And then over here we have another root. So we don't have one kind of uniform root that is housing all of these different elements. And that is the problem that we are having. So you can see here, JSX expression must have one parent element. Now, sometimes we don't want to create like another div element, you know. We could very well go ahead and just create another div element, but sometimes we don't want this to be present within our application. Because if I were to go ahead and save this, and I'm just gonna give it an ID of root, for example, just to go ahead and really, I actually can't give it an ID of root because the other HTML element has an ID of root. If I were to go ahead and save that, and I were to go ID here, and I were just to click on this, you can see here that now we have a root 2. And sometimes we don't want to have this, you know, parent element that is going to house everything. So React is, you know, is very gracious. What it does is it says, okay, well, you need to have a parent, but you could just have this kind of empty parent right over here without specifying an HTML tag. And this is known as a fragment. And what this is going to allow us to do is completely remove that element within our HTML structure, as you can see here. Now that does not exist whatsoever. So that is just the general rule. You need to have one parent. You can't have multiple parents. I can't, again, do something like this now because it's going to start yelling at me. All right. Now, with that being said, now that we kind of have a basic understanding of the files and folder structure, let us go ahead and start building something out. Let's get our hands dirty and start coding out. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to remove all of this different JSX that is inside of this return statement and instead specify my own JSX. So I'm going to have one parent that is going to be a div. I'm going to have an h4 that's going to say the current count is. I'm going to say ... and then I'm going to say h1, and then I'm going to say 0 for now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button. Let's add a button right about here. So button that's going to have a minus as well as the button that's going to have a plus. All right, so that's the JSX. And if I were to go to the application over here on localhost 5175 for me at least, you can see that it has hot reloaded. Now what I would like to do is I would like to make this nice and functional. And we actually use the exact same setup here with the use state, but I never really explained why we need to utilize the use state. So let me just go ahead and remove the use state, as well as remove these other imports that we're not utilizing. And let's just go the conventional way of doing things. So I'm going to just say let count. And I'm going to say count is equal to 0 initially. And what I want to do is I want to make this h1, its inner text be whatever this the value is for this variable. Now, before, of course, we did inner text, but now what we're going to need to do is instead, within the h1 itself, we're just going to remove this value. We're going to use curly braces, and we're going to inject the variable in there. And now if I were to save this, we still get the exact same result, okay? And of course, we can do this because this is JSX and not HTML. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create those functions that we created before. So I'm going to say const, and I'll say add to count. And then I'm going to say
Let's go right about here. We're going to say add to count, and I'm going to say count is equal to, or actually let's just do the quick little check here. So we're going to say if count is less than 10, then let's go ahead and we're going to say count is equal to count plus 1. Or we could do just count plus plus. Now let's do the exact same thing, but this time with subtract. So I'm just going to copy this function. And I'm going to go right over here, and I'm going to say subtract. So I'm going to say subtract from count. And over here, we're just going to say count minus minus. Okay? So, and then over here, let's also double check that it is greater than 0. So now we have created these functions that we want to be called whenever we click on these buttons. So before, what we had to do is we had to add an ID to this button, and then we had to add an event listener, and the event listener was a click listener. Just as a quick little reminder here, this is what we had to do. So we had to go over here, we had to say button, add event listener, and there was a click event that we were listening to, and then whenever we had that click event, we ran basically the exact same code except for the inner text. Now, here's the thing though. With this, of course, we do not have to do that because it is really, really simplifying it. We don't have to specify an ID. We don't have to add an event listener. What we have to do is we have to just add a handler. So over here, you can see here, on click, that's going to be our event listener in effect. And then over here, we're just going to say subtract from count. So this right here, in effect, is exactly the same as doing this and then this. So you can see that it is drastically simplified, and we know exactly what button we are utilizing. So over here, we're just going to add another handler, an on-click handler. I'm going to say add to count. All right. So this is looking good to me. Now let me go ahead and refresh this just to double check that it has hot reloaded. And I'm going to click on this plus and minus button. So let's click on the plus, and we expect this to change to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And it doesn't. Okay, so what's going on here? Is this not updating? Is the count not updating at all? Well, it actually is updating. If I were to go over here, I can console.log the count. And I'm going to say count like so. And let's just inspect this just to really see what's going on here. I'm going to zoom in. If I were to go ahead and click on this, you can see that it is indeed updating. So the count is updating. However, well, it's just not updating in the UI itself. And the reason behind that is React is incredibly efficient. So what ends up happening when we want to update something in the UI? Well, what happens is that React, it re-renders the whole HTML or JSX that we have specified. So it completely removes if I were to go over here, it completely removes all of the elements over here. So it removes all of these elements, and then it re-renders them, but this time with the updated state. So again, I'm going to try to really illustrate this. So it removes it all together. Let me see if I can just delete it. So it removes it all together. And then what it does is it re-renders kind of brand new HTML, but this time it has the new state, which is 5 or 1 or whatever it is. However, this is kind of an inefficient process if we do it continuously whenever we change anything within our React application. So I can have some sort of variable here that maybe doesn't cause any particular changes within our application. You can see here that if there's a variable that doesn't cause any UI changes within our application, we don't want to cause this continuous re-render. However, if there are changes that do cause, well, changes to the UI, for example, the count, that should, whenever we change this, it should change the UI itself, then it is going to trigger that re-render. Now, what we need to do is we need to tell React that this is going to be a variable that is going to trigger a re-render because, of course, it is going to change the UI. And we do that with the use state hook. So over here, I'm going to say import, and I'm going to say use state. And I'm going to say from React, the package that we just installed.
And if I were to go ahead now and define this with the use state hook. So the way the use state hook is we just say use state and we give it an initial value in here. And then inside of this array, we get two values. The first one is the count, which is just going to be the value itself. And the second one is going to be a function, and typically it's called set count or whatever it is that we called it here. And this is a function that we're going to utilize in order to update our state. So now, whenever we change this, instead of doing count is equal to count plus 1, what we do in order to update our state is just say set count, and then we provide it with the value. And in this case, it's going to be just count plus 1. Similarly over here, we're just going to say count minus 1, like so. And now what ends up happening is if we start updating this, is going to actually re-render and update our UI. So there we go. Now you can kind of think of this as, well, currently what is the state of our application? Well, the state of our application is that the count is equal to 2. And if I were to click on this, I expect the state of the application to be where the count is equal to 3. So anything that changes the state of our application, we need to utilize this use state hook and update that value with this function, the set count function, or set whatever. We can call this whatever it is that we want, but typically it's called set and then whatever we called this variable over here. So I hope that is making sense to you. This is kind of the basic boilerplate application. It's just a little bit different ways of doing things that we have done before. Hello everybody, and welcome to a brand new section as well as a brand new project. And this is going to be a project that I guarantee you are going to be proud of, because it is going to be very, very useful, and you might even end up using it within your day-to-day life. So what are we going to be building? Well, we're going to be building a shopping list application. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I go to the grocery store, I always tend to forget one or two items that I intended to buy. So what I started to do is write down everything in a list and then scratch them off whenever I go to the grocery store and I put them in my cart. But that is annoying. I have to write things down in a piece of paper and then scratch them off. It's just not that fun. Well, what if I built out an application, a website to do that for me? Well, that is what we are going to be doing in this video. In this video, or in this section rather, we're going to be building a shopping list application. And that is the application that you see on screen. So let me go ahead and do a quick little demo here. So we have our header saying shopping list. We have this cool little icon, and I'll show you how to add. And then over here we have this input, and this is where the magic happens. This is where we add all of the different items that we want. So if I want a banana, I just say banana and then enter, and you can see here that a new record is added. And now if I want something else like milk, for example, I can just say milk, enter, and you can see now another record is added. So you probably get the point. If I want to get cereal, let's just say cereal, like so. There we go. Now we have cereal added. Now let's say we made a mistake and we don't want cereal. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. And as you can see now, it is completely gone, but the other two are untouched. And one thing that's really cool about this application is it's very, very smart. If you go ahead and you type in banana again, even though you already have a banana record, it's going to know that, and it's going to only just increment the quantity to 2, like so. So it's just a very, very smart application. Okay. And now what we can do is we can write down all of the items, and when we go to the grocery store, we can just start checking them off. So I can say, oh, I got milk. And then when I check off all of the items, in this case, I only have 2 items, we get this really cool header right over here saying, hey, you're done. You did it. You got everything it is that you wanted. But if you uncheck something, as you can see now, it's gone. So we have this nice little conditional logic that is going on. Okay, so with that being said, I hope this gets you excited because it's a real practical application that you can probably end up using, and it's going to teach us quite a bit about React. Let's go ahead and get started with it in the next video. Now, I don't know about you, but I already forgot that humongous command that we have to execute. So let's just go ahead and search it up together. We're going to go to Vite, we're going to go to Get Started,
and we're going to go all the way down here, and this is the command. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Now, of course, we're going to have to change it a little bit, but that's okay. So I'm going to go back to VS Code. I'm going to say Control tilde to open up my terminal. And what I'm going to do is inside of the React projects directory, not inside of the O1 counter, I'm going to paste in that command. And then we're going to change some things. So of course, we don't want a Vue application. We want a React application. And then over here, I'm going to call this React application O2 grocery list. That's what this application is called. All right, so let's go ahead and execute that. And as I do that, we have this new React application. Let's follow these instructions to, install it as well as run it locally on our machine. So let's do an npm install here. And then after that's done, should take a few more seconds. Tick tock, come on, let's go. Wait a million years. There we go. Now let's do npm run dev. And that is going to run our application. For me, it's running it on localhost 5175. All right, so let's go ahead and just paste that in there, and there we go. We have the application. Now this is what I would like to do in this very first section. I'm going to go ahead and do some cleanup, and we're also going to write just a little bit of boilerplate code. Just the code, just the HTML, or in our case JSX, to just have the application look like the final application, which is this one here, but it's not going to be functional just yet. All right, so let's go over here. We're going to go to the app.jsx. We are going to, let me just have a little bit more real estate here. I'm just going to go ahead and remove everything completely. So I'm going to say everything here. We're going to remove that. And over here, we're just going to add a div like so. So we're going to have just an empty div here. We're also going to remove this. We're going to remove everything over here. And if I were to save this, we should have just a function that has app and is returning an empty div. And thus we have this empty, empty canvas right over here. Okay, so that is looking pretty good to me. So now what it is that we need to do is go ahead and start building out the feature. Now for this, I want to, of course, add some styles as well as some HTML. Now for these styles, we're going to be working inside of the app.css. So right off the bat, you can see we get some default styles. I'm going to go ahead and remove every single one of them. And then over here, I'm just going to say app. And I'm going to say, so I'm going to style a class name called app. I'm going to say that this is going to be height of 100 VH. We're also going to give it a width of 100 VW. So 100 VW. And then I'm going to say display of flex. And then justify content of center. And lastly, align items of center. Now, I do expect you to know what these styles are doing. This is a React course, not a CSS course. If you're interested in learning exactly what these do, just go ahead and search them up on MDM. But that's just a quick little explanation. What this does is it sets the height of whatever element that is using this class to be 100% of that person's screen. And then over here, this is 100% of that person's width. And then over here, display of flex, what it does is it kind of just centers everything right in the middle. So I hope that makes sense. And over here now what we can do is within this div, I'm going to go ahead and give this class, or this div rather, the class of app. So I'm going to say class is equal to, and then I'm going to say app, or app like this. And if I were to just add some content here, maybe like an H1, like so, H1, just saying hello, and I'm going to go over here, you can see that, okay, nice, it's kind of working. I'm going to go over here, just maybe add a background color, just to really see if it worked or not. And yeah, you can see that it has indeed worked. The styling is working indeed. And of course, if I were to remove this, well, you can see now it is not working. So it's not fully styled. And the reason why that we're able to write the CSS styles here and actually have them apply within our
app.jsx files because we are importing it, which was already done for us. Now, this isn't the best way of doing things. Actually, this is a very, very bad practice. Let me tell you why. If I were to go ahead and inspect what's going on here, you can see that I'm going to get this error right here saying invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? So what's going on here? Well, this right here is an invalid DOM property, which might make kind of no sense because, well, whenever we work with HTML and we want to give something a class, we just say class and then that name right here. Well, that's not how it works with JSX. This right here is not HTML. It is JSX. And JSX is JavaScript. I can, again, do these kind of random expressions here, 56 plus 4, for example, and that is going to compute as if it's JavaScript and then render onto our screen. Now, what's the issue with utilizing class within JSX? Well, class is a keyword, is a JavaScript keyword that I can utilize. So I can create class of animal, and then I can go ahead and define a constructor and whatever it is that I need to do. And what ends up happening is sometimes, or what ends up happening is it gets confused as to, hey, is this a class that we want to utilize within our actual HTML, or is this a JavaScript class? So to kind of alleviate this confusion, well, what we do is instead of saying class is equal to app, we say class name is equal to app. And now, if I were to save this again, you can see we get the exact same results. But if I were to refresh, now we don't have an issue in the console. Now, what's nice about this is this class name gets, well, transpiled and then gets converted into a class when it's rendered onto the HTML or onto our actual browser. As you can see here, now it's called class app. So that's just a very important point. Whenever we want to style something and give it a class, we don't use the word class because that is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. Instead, we utilize the word class name. Now that we know exactly how to style our elements, let's go ahead and build out the overall structure of our application so that it looks like this. Now here's the thing though, when we write our JSX elements, we're going to need to apply some styles to them in order for it to look like this. Now those styles are going to be pretty time consuming and they're going to take the focus away from React. So instead, this is what we're going to do. Attached to this lecture, I'm going to have a link to a GitHub project, and I'm going to specifically link it to a CSS file. And what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and copy all of those styles in here, and then I'm just going to paste them inside of the app.css. So it should look exactly like this. Now this would be relatively time consuming to write, but I already did it before you. We're just going to utilize them within the JSX elements that we wrote. Now also inside of the app.css, there are some modifications we need to do. So everything below the body, we're going to have to remove. So these are some other styles. And then I'm going to add one very important style. So to every single element, so that's why I'm using star, I want to say margin 0, padding 0, and then box sizing border box. So to every single element within our React application, we're going to have 0 margin, 0 padding, as well as box sizing of border box. Okay, with that being said, we should be all set for our styling portion. Let's go to the JSX and let's start building out our application. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to build out this header right over here. And let's actually begin with the "you're done" text. So right over here, I'm actually going to change this to a main tag. Why not? Just to be more semantically correct here. So we'll say main tag. And then within this, we're going to have a div. And then over here, I'm going to have an h1. And then I'm going to give this h1 a class of success. And then over here, I'm going to say, "you're done," like so. So you are done. So give that a quick little save. Let's go back to our application here. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. Now your application might be black, and that's probably because over here in the body, let's go ahead and just give it a background color of white. There we go. Give that a quick little save. Now it's looking pretty good. All right, so let's go back to the app.jsx. So now we have this nice "you're done" text. Now over here, I'm going to right below it, I'm going to create another div. I'm going to give this a class of header. And then in here, I'm going to add the h1. That's just going to say shopping list. That's looking good. Then we're going to add that image. So remember, the final version has this image right over here. And that's also going to be attached to this lecture. Go ahead and download it. And once you download it, what we're going to do is we're going to add it inside of this right over here. So our assets directory. We should have something called grocery-cart.png. Okay, so once you have that there, now what we're going to do is we are going to, we need to somehow import this into our file. And we import this image into our file with an import statement. So I'm going to say import, and then we can give this whatever name that we want. I'm just going to call it grocery cart image. I'm going to say from, we're going to move into the assets directory, and then specifically I want the grocery cart.png. And now what we can do is we can utilize this variable inside of the image. Now this right here is a JavaScript variable, so I can't just kind of plop it in like that because that is a string. Instead, what we're going to need to do is utilize curly braces to add JavaScript. So at the end of the day, this is going to be a JavaScript variable that will resolve to a string, but because it's a JavaScript variable, we add it like so, and there we go. So now we have "you're done." Then over here, we have the shopping list, which is in nice white color. Let's go ahead and let's remove this portion right here, the root, just so we can, as well as this right here. So that's what's bothering us. There we go. Looking much, much better now. Okay, so now let's go right about to our JSX and let's continue things off. So now what we need is an input element. So I'm going to say input. We're going to give this a input of text. Let's also give it a placeholder. So we're going to say placeholder, and we're going to say add an item. Give that a quick little save. There we go. So now we got our little input. That's looking good. So now the last thing that we need to do is we need to start adding just the actual list items. So let's just add the structure for that. We're going to go ahead and hard code it in for now. So right below this div, I'm just going to say UL for unordered list. And then over here, I'm going to have an LI, which is going to be the actual element itself. And within that, we're going to have a div. We're going to give this a class name of container. And then over here, we're going to have an input element that is going to be a checkbox. So this is going to tell us, whether we got the item or not. This is what we're going to click on, whether it's in our cart or not. Right below it, we're going to have a p tag. We're going to say carrots for now. So this is going to be the p tag that contains, the actual element itself, like the thing that we're trying to get. And then right below the div, let's create another div. And then over here, we're going to have a button. We're going to give this class of remove button. So I'm going to say remove button. And then over here, this is just going to be a simple X. So if I were to save this, it is looking a little bit wonky. I'm not going to lie here. That's not what I want it to look like. So what we want to do here is over about... Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go right about here. We're going to take everything out from here. We're going to wrap it inside of a div. Let's wrap it inside of a div like so, and just paste that in there. And there we go. Now it's looking significantly better. Okay, so now what is it that we can do is, well, we're pretty much done. Now the styling is a little bit off, but that's kind of fine for me. We still have this. We still got that. You can also add some styling here if you wanted to, just to make it look a little bit better. But I think that this is okay. So now that we got that out of the way, let's start making it nice and functional. The styling was really bothering me, so to fix up the styling, what I ended up doing was right over here within the input, I gave it the class of item input, which is something that I missed. And then over here within the index, the app.css, I also added just a little bit of margin between the paragraph as well as the checkbox. So that's just going to give us a little bit of a margin, which adds a little bit of spacing. Now, this is not something that you have to worry about because I am going to make sure that all of the CSS over here is written correctly. All you would have to do now is just add this class to this input. Built out the JSX structure of our application, but now we need to make it functional. Now, there's a lot of little things that we would need to implement in order to make our application functional as a whole. And this can be very, very overwhelming to beginners, and it might confuse them and overwhelm them, and they have probably no idea where to start. Well, here is what I suggest. All of those little things that we need to work on, I highly suggest just list them out and then start tackling them one by one. And I actually went ahead and I did that. So these are a list of all of the different things that need to get done, all the pieces of functionality to make our application work. The first thing is we need to have the ability to type into the input element. So let's go to the final version here. I'm going to go ahead and just click refresh. If I were to go to this input element, I need the ability to type into it. So I can write whatever it is that I want, like banana. The other piece of functionality is I need the ability to press enter, and then once I press enter, it adds that new item. So over here, if I say banana and then enter, it adds that item here. And it also needs to handle the case where there are duplicates. So for example, if banana already exists and I say banana again, it should just increase the quantity rather than add another record. So that's just another piece of functionality that we need to add. The next thing that we need to focus in on is deleting an item. So deleting an item, so if I were to put carrots or maybe cake here, and then I changed my mind, I don't want cakes anymore, well, I can go over here and I can just click on this X, and there we go. Now it's completely gone. So that's another piece of functionality that we need to work on. The other piece of functionality is marking an item as done. So let's go ahead and just add cake again. And let's say I want cake. Well, I need the ability to mark it as done and then maybe even toggle it back and forth like so. So that's another piece of functionality that we need to work on. And then lastly, we need to conditionally show a success message if all items are done. So now if this item as well as this item are done, we need to show this "you're done" message. And by breaking them down into these little tasks over here, they seem less overwhelming. So now what we can do is we can just start focusing in on one task at a time rather than trying to make our application functional as a whole. So the first thing that we're going to work on, and we're going to begin in the next video, is typing into the input element. So let's go ahead and do that. Let us begin with the very first task that we need to complete, and that is typing into the input element. Now, which input element am I talking about? I'm talking about this one right over here. Now, you might be thinking, well, I can type into this. I can type whatever it is that I want. So I guess we are completely done. There's no work to be done here. However, that is not the case. In React, when it comes to input elements, we need to do something called two-way binding. Let me go ahead and quickly describe exactly what that is. So there's two things that we need to do whenever we type anything within our input element. And that is we need to store that value somewhere, because somewhere else in our React application, we're going to need to access that value because we are going to utilize it in some way. And then we also need the ability to control that value. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is, well, I need to have the ability to control whatever this is. And for example, if you were to go to this final application here, if I were to write banana, for example, and then press enter, you can notice that the value of that input actually disappears. It's back to just an empty string. And that's what I mean about controlling that value. So how are we going to do this? Well, let's just look at an input element over here. So an input element, and let's say somebody goes ahead and types in banana. Now, the value of that input element is going to be banana. And you might be thinking, okay, well, it's stored right in the input element. However, the value within the input element is only accessible by that input element itself. So what we need to do instead is we need to store this value in a piece of state.
So using that useState hook, we need to store that value. And it makes sense because, well, our application state is changing. Our application state is changing from a point where our input element was completely empty to a point where now our input has a value of B, and then A, and then N, and then A, and then N, and then A. So we need to store this within our application state. And whenever anything changes within our input element, so let's say he's not done typing, he wants to type banana bread, that's also going to change our state. So as he types, that's also going to change that state. So that is one-way binding. We're binding the value of the input to the value of the state. So anytime that this changes, this is going to change as well. But now what we need to do is, again, we need to programmatically be able to change the state of our input whenever it is that we want to. And that's where, well, we move into the other way binding. So now what we need to do is if I were to completely remove this state here, just empty it out using that set input element hook or function to just an empty string, then that's also going to completely wipe out the value of the input element. And that right there is two-way binding. It allows us to have really, really good control of all of the different values within our application. So I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead and implement it right now. All right, so I'm going to go right about here. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to define a new piece of state. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to say this is going to be equal to useState. Now we're going to, of course, need to import useState. Import that. Import useState. We're going to import that from React. And then over here, we're going to say useState. And initially, this is going to be an empty string. That's going to be the initial value, which makes sense. Then over here, we're just going to say input. We'll just call it input. And then we'll say set input. And actually, let's just call it set input value. And then over here, input value. And now what we're going to do is whenever we change the value of this input right here, I want to change the value of this state. Now, you might be wondering, how in the world are we going to access the value of this input? Well, actually, it's going to be relatively easy. What we're going to need to do is we're going to need to add an event handler to this. And what's the event handler going to be? Well, the event handler is a change handler. That's the one that we are listening to. So we're making changes to the value of the input. This isn't a click event. This is a change event. So we're going to listen to any changes that we make to this input element. And over here, we're just going to say on. And if I were to scroll down, you can see here that we have this on change. Now before, what we did was we defined a function over here called handle change, but we can also define an arrow function within the on change handler itself. So over here, I can just say arrow function. And then what I can do within this arrow function is I can access something known as the event within the parameter. So this on change handler is going to inject an event. And if I were to console.log this event, I'm going to go over here. Let's go to the console. We can actually see it happen as we continuously change. So I'm going to say banana. And you can see here that we have, a bunch of different things, a bunch of different values, but I want to focus in on the target. So the target is the actual input element itself, and then its value is B. And if I were to change this again to banana like so, every single time it's going to go ahead and do that. And now you can see here that if I were to go to the target, oops, what happened there? Let's go back to the console. If I were to go to the target and look at the value, you can see now it is banana. So that's how we are going to access the value of the input element. Now we can also define this in a function here. So we can just say something like const handle change input value. That's typically a convention of, event handlers. We have this function here called handle change input value. And then over here, this can also take in the event itself. And over here, instead of just using a function, we can just pass in the handle change input value. And then over here, we can just console.log, for example, the e.target.value. Go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And if I were to scroll all the way down, I can continuously write here. And as you can see, I can just say banana bread. There we go. Okay, so this is looking really, really good. Now what we can do is we can utilize this value here in order to update this input value state. So to do that, of course, we're going to be utilizing the set input value function here. And instead of just console.logging it, let's just go ahead and just paste that in. So now if I continuously type, it seems as though nothing is happening. However, if I were to render this input value, like maybe right here, for example, you can see here that it is indeed changing. Let me just go ahead and just do a quick little refresh. You can see as I type this in, you can see that it is changing. Okay, so this is very, very good. We have binded it one way. Whenever I change the value here, it is changing the value here. But now what I want to get to a point where if I change the value here, it should also change the value here. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a button. And this button is going to be a very simple button that is going to clear the input. We're going to remove this later. We're going to add a click handler to this right over here. We're going to have a callback function right in there, or an arrow function right in there, not a callback function. And what this is going to do is very simply, it's going to set input value to an empty string. It's going to completely clear it. Okay. So let's just refresh here. So we still have that one-way binding. If I change the value here, I'm changing the value in the state. However, if I change the value of the state, you can see that it is not changing the value of the input. And that's what we want. We want to have that two-way binding. We don't want to have, kind of that mismatch. It's just not useful to us. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do that really, really easily by going to the input element and specifically saying what the value is. So the value of this input element is always going to be this input value right here. Okay? So I hope this is making sense now. So now let's just type in here. So as I type, that's going to change the state, which means that the value is going to be equal to the state. And now if I were to change the state, well, now we get that two-way binding because now the input element value is always linked to the state. So we got that two-way binding going on. If I make changes on the input element, that's going to make changes to the state. If I make changes to the state, that's going to make changes to the input element. So I hope that is nice and clear, and that's going to give us tremendous control of our application. So that is the very first thing. Let's go ahead and move on to the next. Let us now move on to the next thing that we need to accomplish. So now that we've got typing out of the way, whenever we press the enter button, we should add that item into our item list. So let's just, as a quick little reminder here, let's go to the final version, and I'm just going to type in, let's just type in bread. And if I were to press enter, as you can see, our application adds that right over here at the very bottom to this list. Now, what's going on here? Hopefully at this point, you realize that we are changing the state of our application. The UI is changing when we perform some action, and thus we need to store these values in some piece of state. Now, the state that we're going to be storing is going to be a little bit different because this is a list of values. So instead of storing a string or a number or a boolean, we're going to be storing an array within our state. So let's go back to our code here, and I'm just going to go and define our state. So I'm going to go right about here, and I'm just going to say const, and then I'm going to say grocery items. I'm going to say set grocery items. And then over here, I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to use state. And then the initial value is an empty array. And if we have an empty array, that means we have nothing within our grocery items. And this is how it should look like initially. Actually, over here, we have hard-coded something. But if I were to refresh, you can see initially we have nothing in there. And if I were to add banana, then now we should have inside of our array a record that has banana. So you might be thinking it will look eventually something like this. Banana, and then, steak, something like that. So this is very, very close. However, we need to store a little bit more information for each record than just the name itself. So let's just quickly take a look at exactly all the information that we need to store. So as you can see here, we also have this checkbox that is going to tell us whether we have completed this item or not. We have actually added it into our cart or we haven't. So we need to store that value in there as well as the quantity. So the quantity is something we also need to store because for each record, it might have a different quantity depending on how many times the user has added that in. So instead of storing just a regular string, what we're going to do is we're going to have an object, and this object is going to have a name, which is banana, like so, and then we're going to have, let's say, a quantity, which is going to be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it is that it could be. And that's going to be a number. And lastly, we're going to have a completed status here. And that is going to be either true or false. And that's going to determine what the value of the checkbox is. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut this out for now. And I'm going to turn this back into an empty array. But now what I want to do is I want to paste this over here. And I'm just going to comment it out just so we can have a good understanding of how our data structure is going to look like. Okay, there we go. So now we have this over here that is changing our input value. But whenever I press enter on this, what I would like to do is I would like to add a new record into this set grocery items. All right, so that is making sense to me. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, how are we going to do that? That's a very good question. Well, what we want to do here is we want to add another event handler. So right here, we're listening to any change events, and we're calling this function whenever a change event happens. But now what we want to do is whenever we have an event where we press some sort of enter button, then what I would like to do is I would like to go ahead and call another function. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to create another function. I'm going to call this handle add grocery item. And then over here, what we're going to do is I'm just going to console.log that it was called, just so we can see that it was called. So I'm going to say called like so. All right. And then over here, let's add another event handler, another listener that we want to look at. So we can add multiple here. I know we have the on change, but we can add other ones as well. Now, specifically the one that we want to look for, and this is probably something that you would just go ahead and research yourself, but specifically the one that we want to look for is on key down. Now, how do I know that? Well, I researched it. That's literally the only answer I have. So I'm just going to say React press enter. So React press enter on input. I'm just going to say handler right here. And we're just going to go ahead and maybe look at a Stack Overflow. And we're going to see like what they say. So we're going to go over here, and I went ahead, and oh, there we go. So there's like a handle key down, and there we go. So you can see that this is what they're recommending we use, on key down. And then over here, within our event handler, I'm going to go right about here, you can see here that we can grab the event, and we can check if the key was enter. And if it was enter, then we're going to console.log it. So a lot of the time, you're not going to know exactly what thing you want to do or how to do something. And it's just highly, highly important that you kind of develop that skill of researching. So now we know that there's a handler here called onKeyDown. And then within the function, we can kind of just validate that it was the enter key that was called. And then over here, we say console.log, do whatever it is that we want. Okay,
So now that we have that out of the way, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say handle add grocery item. And then here we're going to grab the event and I'm going to say only if the event.key is equal to enter, then what we're going to do is we're going to console.log this. And I'm just going to say enter was pressed. All right. So let's go over here now. And I'm going to say enter, enter, enter. So that was pressed. But now if I press anything else, that doesn't get logged. However, enter does indeed get logged. Okay, so this is amazing. This is incredible. So now in here, we can just add all of our different logic. So what we want to do now is we want to just get this input value and kind of append it into this grocery item. Now you might be thinking, very easily what I can do here is just say grocery items dot push, and I can push in an object, and then over here I can just say quantity of 1, and then I can say the name is whatever the input value was, and then over here we can also say completed initially, the completed value, we're going to set that to false initially, like so. But that's not how it works, because remember, whenever we want to update this value here, we don't mutate it directly, but instead we utilize this function, the set grocery item function. So this is not how we do things in React. Again, if you want to change the value of this, we never mutate it directly. Instead, we always use this value, this function here. So this is what we're going to do instead. I'm going to go ahead and grab this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just call set grocery items. And then I'm going to go ahead and call that. I'm going to make this an array. And then I'm going to destructure out all of the content that already exists inside of the grocery item. So if there's nothing in there, then this is just going to be an empty array. However, if there are already elements in there and a bunch of objects, they're going to be destructured onto this array over here. And then what I can do is I can add a new record, a new object at the very end. And that should do it. That is going to go ahead and actually add that element in. And let's go ahead and visualize this. So I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to go, let's go here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say JSON, because I want to convert this into a string. Otherwise, we won't really be able to see it. I'll say JSON.stringify and grocery items. Now you can see we have this empty array. And if I were to add banana and then enter, now you can see we have quantity 1, name banana, and completed false. And if I were to add now carrots, well, now we have another element within our array, quantity 1, name carrots, and then completed is false. Okay, so this is looking pretty good to me. I am significantly happy about this. However, there are some improvements that we need to look at. So one improvement, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of remove this altogether, and let me get rid of that, and let me maybe zoom out a little bit. So one improvement that I want to do is, first of all, right now, what I could do very, very easily is I can just press enter with no input element. And what that's going to do is it's going to create a record over here, and that the name is going to be completely empty. Obviously, that's not something that we want. We want to have some sort of validation step here. So let's go ahead and add that in there. So I'm just going to say, well, if there is nothing, so if there's nothing in the input value, so if I'm going to say here, if there's nothing in this input value, meaning it's an empty string, then, or actually, let's check if there's something in it. So if there's something in the input value, then we go ahead and we perform this action. Else we don't. So let's go ahead and do a little refresh here. And now if I were to do an enter, you can see we're not adding it. However, if I were to say banana, there we go. Now we have added it. So there's another thing that I would like to improve on. And that is whenever I press enter, what I would like to happen is this input value clears. And luckily we can do that incredibly easily because of our two-way binding. Now what we can do is we can just set this input value to be an empty string, and that's going to clear the value of the input as well. So let's go over here. I'm going to say set, and I'll say set input value. set that to be an empty string. Let's do ahead and just a little refresh here. Let's just write banana in here, enter. Now you can see that this value is cleared, and now I can start typing a new thing. Okay, so this is looking incredibly good. But now what we need to do is we need to actually utilize this array and traverse it and start rendering this list out within our UI. Let's go ahead and do that in the next video. What we now need to do is utilize this array in order to render these elements right here. So what is it that we need to do? Well, for each element within our array, we want to render this list item. And then over here in this p tag, we want to get that particular item's name and render it over there. So how are we going to do that? Well, luckily, because JSX is JavaScript, we can utilize the built-in methods in order to iterate over an array. So the method that we're going to be utilizing is the .map method. And hopefully this is something that you are familiar with. What we can do here is we can grab the grocery items like so, and we can map over them. So we can map over them like that. And then for each item, what we can do is we can return some JSX. And we can actually handle this inside of a function itself. So I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to say const, I'm going to say render, and I'm going to say grocery list. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to iterate through this array. So I'm going to say return. So I'll say return, and I'll say grocery items dot map. And then for each item, what we want to do is we want to return some JSX. We can specify that we want to return some JSX by adding these parentheses over here, and the JSX is going to be this element right here. And what's neat about this is now what we can do is we can remove this p tag, and I can just say item dot and then dot name like so. So now we can give that a quick little save. And then over here, what we can do is within the UL, I'm just going to go ahead and call this. So we're going to use JavaScript syntax here. So we're going to have to use curly braces. I'm going to go ahead and just call this function like that. So this function, ultimately, what it's going to do is it's going to return an array of JSX elements. And those array of JSX elements are going to be rendered right over here, right under or within the UL. So if I were to give that a quick little save here, I'm going to go ahead and just do a refresh. And I'm also just go ahead and remove that JSON.stringify because it's kind of annoying at this point. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. And now if I were to say banana, ta-da, you can see now this actually adds right over here. And now we got ourselves a banana. If I were to say cake, you can see here that it adds, and now we got ourselves a cake. So again, what's going on here? What we're doing is we're iterating over our array, and for each element, this is what the map method does, is it kind of transforms it for each element depending on what we want to return. What we're doing here is we're returning these JSX elements, but we're conditionally adding the name depending on what the item name is here. So I hope that is making sense. Now you might be wondering, why in the world did we call render grocery list and invoke it rather than just, do it the way that we have been doing it thus far, like this, for example. Now, if I were to do that, that's not going to work. I'm going to go ahead and just prove that to you. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say banana, and if I were to press enter, nothing happens. So what's going on here? Why is it in some cases we need to invoke the function, and then in other cases we don't? Well, anytime that we're using a handler, we don't need to invoke the function. In fact, if we invoke the function, that is not good, because what ends up happening is we don't want to call this function right away. So that's not something that we want to do. We want to only call this function when some sort of event happens, and specifically the event that we have specified to the left of it. And that's why we don't do it like this, because if we were to do it like this, and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of console.log, for example, I was called. If we were to do it like this, it gets called right away. And actually, if you were to look at it, it kind of crashes our application. You can see. If I were to go here, you can see that it crashes our application because now what we're doing is we're calling the function as soon as it's rendered and not when there's a change. So that's the issue here. So that's why we don't kind of call it like that. So we just specify a function that we want to call whenever it is that we make these changes. Now I'm going to go ahead and do a quick little refresh, and you can see our application is not crashed anymore. But over here, well, we're not really listening to anything. What we want to do is we want to call this function and just get its return value, which is an array of JSX, and just render them within the UL. And that's why we have this call right over here. So I hope that is making sense to you. We are not quite done yet. There is one thing that I would like to talk about when it comes to listing out our JSX elements. And that is going to be highlighted if we were to look at our console. So I'm going to right click inspect here. I'm going to take a look at the console. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new item here. I'm going to say cake and then enter. And that is going to trigger a warning, a nice red warning over here. And it says that each child in a list should contain a unique key prop. So what does this mean? Well, if we were to look at our structure here, we have this UL, and then over here we have this LI. And this right here is the child that it is talking about. And now if I were to add another element, we're going to add another LI within this list. And again, this is another child to this UL. Now it's saying that each child, each LI element should have a unique key prop. And what it means here is that it wants some sort of unique identifier for each element within the LI. Now, why does it need that? Well, it's all because of performance. So remember when I told you whenever we update our state, it is going to cause a re-render of the HTML. So if we were to change the state over here, it's going to remove all of these elements. So from the main tag all the way here, it's going to remove them and then re-render them with the new value. That is all fine and dandy, but it can get really inefficient, especially when we're just constantly changing the values of list items. So later on, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to update list items so that now, one list item is completed, but the others are not completed, or we want to delete them. And what it would have to do if it doesn't know exactly which item it is that we updated or deleted, it would have to just completely re-render the whole application. Remove this main tag and then re-render it with the changes that we have made. But instead, if we added a unique identifier to each LI item, and then we made a change specifically to that identifier or that child, then React is going to know, oh, okay, I don't have to re-render everything here. Instead, I just have to go ahead and just make a change to this LI element, for example. So I either need to update its status or I need to maybe remove it completely. And that is going to make things significantly more performant. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, and it is very, very easy to implement. So over here, where we're rendering our LI elements right here in the list, right in the parent, what we're going to do is we're just going to say key, and then that is going to be equal to some unique identifier. Now, what is going to be unique within our application? Well, the item name is always going to be unique because you can't add, two objects that have the exact same name. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to increment the quantity. So that's what we're going to utilize. We're going to utilize the item name because it is going to be nice and unique. Now, if I were to save this and inspect, I'm going to go ahead and just refresh here. Let's just say cake. Now we don't get that error anymore. And now if I were to say juice, as you can see here, we don't get that error at all. And now if I were to say cake again, because we haven't implemented the logic for the quantity, it's actually going to trigger an error here. So I'm going to say cake, and now there we go. You can see here now 2 children with the same key cake.
these keys should be unique. So in the next video, let's go ahead and make this unique by incrementing the quantity rather than adding a new record if we already have that record name in there. So let's implement that in the next video. In this video, what we're going to do is tackle the quantity. And a lot of this logic is going to be just very simple JavaScript, nothing really Reacty. So let's just go ahead and get right into it. So the first thing that we want to do is we just don't want to append any item into our array. We want to conditionally add it depending if it already exists or not. So let's just go ahead and just remove this logic for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a brand new variable. And this variable is going to be the updated grocery list. So updated grocery list. And that is going to be equal to a brand new instance of a brand new array that's going to contain all of the elements within the grocery item. Now, if we did something like this, then what ends up happening is when we update this, we're also updating this value over here. So we want to have a brand new array entirely. So we're going to say brand new array, but destructure all of the content that is already in the grocery item into this array. So it's kind of a 1-for-1 match. All right. So that's the very first thing that we want to do. Now in here, we either want to update the quantity or we want to push an item. So let's go ahead and figure out that logic. So right over here, what we're going to do is we have the input value. We have to check, does this already exist within the grocery items and thus within the updated grocery list? And if so, we need to find that element and then we need to update its quantity by 1. So I think a very, very good array method to do this is find index. So over here, we're just going to say, well, const, let's say const, and we're going to say item index. And I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to the updated grocery list dot find index. And then over here, we're just going to have the item. And if you're unfamiliar with find index, what it does is whenever it meets a certain condition that we have specified, is going to return the index of that element. So over here, what we can just say is item dot name is equal to the input name. So the input or the input value right here. And what that's going to do is give us the index of that element, or if it can't find it, it's going to give us -1. So what we now need to do is we need to check. So we need to check, okay, if the item index is equal to -1, that means that that particular grocery item that they're trying to add does not exist within our list already. So what we want to do is we want to update this. So I'm going to say grocery list dot push. And this time we can push into it because, again, we're not mutating our state. So I'm going to say push, and then I'm going to go ahead and just copy this. Let's just uncomment it for now, copy it, and comment it back out. And I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to paste that in there. And then right here, I'm just going to say input value. So that's the if clause. But the else clause, that means if it does actually exist, then what we want to do is we want to just update the quantity. So I'm going to say updated grocery list, and then I'm going to say of that particular index, so item index, and then I'm going to say quantity, and then say plus to increment it. All right, now that's pretty much all it is that we need to do. So now at the very bottom, we can set the grocery items to the updated grocery list. So let's go over here, and I'm just going to say set grocery items to the updated grocery list. All right, so now let's just see what happens here. So if I were to write cake, that's awesome. If I were to write juice, it adds. If I were to write cake again, you can see that it doesn't appear, nothing happens. But what's nice about it is it doesn't add a record. But what it ends up doing is it increments the quantity. And we can see this if we were to log this out. So I'm going to go right over here, and I'm going to say console.log,
and I'm just going to say the grocery items. Let's just go ahead and give that a quick little save. Let's go to inspect console. If I were to go here, you can see the quantity is 2. And the completed status is also true. That's not how it should be. This should be false initially. There we go. Fix that. But now you can see the quantity is 2. But what I would like to do, if the quantity is more than 1, I want to actually show it on the list item itself. So let's go ahead and figure out how to do that in the next video. In this video, what I would like to show is the quantity of the item, but I only want to show the quantity if the quantity is more than 1. So let's just go back to this final version right over here. And if I were to type in banana and then I were to type in juice, for example, you can see here that there's no mention of quantity. Only when I type in banana again do we have the quantity right over here. So it says times 2 like so. So that is how I would like to handle it. Only if the quantity is greater than 1 do we want to show this portion right here. And this is interesting because we get to the point of conditionally rendering different elements depending on our application state. Okay, so for one, let's just go ahead and just build out this element right over here so that it appears on every single list item, and then we'll figure out the conditional rendering part later. So let's go all the way over here, and it's gonna be within our, actually let's remove this log for one. Remove this log, let's also remove this log, and let's remove this. We don't need that. Let's do a little bit of cleanup here. And over here, this is where we're going to add that quantity. And that's going to be within the p tag. So over here, I'm going to say space. And then I'm just going to add a span within this p tag. So span like so. And then I'm going to say times. And then over here, I'm just going to say item dot quantity. Just like that. So now if I were to save this, there's already some predefined styling that kind of makes it a little bit nicer, a little bit bolded, and a little bit smaller. But nonetheless, you can see here that now we have times 1 as well as times 2. All right, this is looking pretty good to me. But now what I would like to do is I want to conditionally render this. I want to only render this if the quantity is greater than 1. And this is incredibly easy to do. How do we do it? Well, again, we are now in a JSX. This right here is JSX, and thus it is JavaScript. So we can do just some very simple JavaScript to accomplish this. So I'm going to go ahead and cut out this span. I'm going to add another set of curly braces. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a check. So I'm going to say if item dot quantity is greater than, so greater than 1, then we want to render that span element. And what we can do here is we can do a ternary operator. So we can say if it is greater than 1, then we want to render this. Else, then we want to render nothing. So at the very end, we can have this like so. And this is a ternary operator expression. So if you're unfamiliar with this, I hope you are. It's just simple JavaScript. But what we do is we look at this condition. And if it is true, then we render the thing that's after the question mark, which is this. Else, then we render this thing, which is nothing. And that is one way we can do this conditional rendering. So if I were to go back to the application, you can see now juice is completely gone. However, cake is 2. Now, another way that we can do this, if we don't want to render anything at the very end, we can just very simply not use a ternary operator, and we can just use an and sign. So we can just say and. So we can say if this is true, then just go ahead and render this. However, if this is false, then we're just not going to render anything whatsoever. So that's just another way of doing it. And there we go. We get the exact same thing. And now if I were to go over here, I can say cake. And if I were to say now juice, you can see juice gets 2 now. And if I were to say milk, now we get milk with nothing. So I hope this is making sense. And that was just a very simple way of adding some conditional rendering. I know it took us a while, but we are finally done this step over here. And now it is time to move on to this step, which is going to delete an item. So let's go ahead and talk about exactly how we want to accomplish this.
So whenever I click on this button right over here, I expect this list item to be removed. And thus, in order to accomplish this, what we're going to need to do is update our state. So if our state looks like this, and I'm going to simplify it by just adding the name rather than the whole object. Let's say juice, and then milk, and then let's say, I don't know, let's add another thing, carrots, for example. And I decide to click on the X button for this milk item. All it is that I would need to do is remove this item from the array, and then React is going to handle the re-rendering, and thus it's going to give us the deletion of this list item. All right, so I hope that is making sense. But now, how are we going to do that? Well, let's go over here to our where we actually render our list. And what I would like to do here is just add a handler that is going to be triggered whenever we click on this button. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to say const handle delete item. And I'm over here. I'm just going to go ahead and call that like so. And then over here, what we can do now is we can just say on click, and we can say handle delete, or handle, maybe we can call this remove rather than delete, because that's what we're doing here. We're really removing something. So we'll just say handle remove item. Let's give that a quick little save here. And now whenever I were to click on any one of this, I'm going to say handle remove item called. All right. So I'm going to go over here. Let's go to the inspect. And now what we're going to need to do is we're going to go ahead and click on this. And as you can see here, handle remove item is called. Now here's the thing though. The handle remove item, it needs to have information about the item that we clicked on. And luckily we can give it that information. So we have over here the item itself. So what we can do is we can just pass that that information into this function right here. Now you might be thinking we can maybe pass the name, or we can pass the index. So we can just do something like item.name like so. But remember, that's not how this works, because what that ends up doing is actually calling the function as soon as this application is rendered, and not when the button is clicked. And that of course is going to just kind of cause just a bunch of chaos. So now when I add an item, you can see here now it goes ahead and calls it right away, and that's not what we want. Instead, what we want is we only want to call this function when we click on this X button, but we also want to pass it in just some sort of unique identifier. So right over here, what we're going to do is instead we're going to use a callback, or just an arrow function. I keep calling it a callback, but it's just an arrow function that is going to call this function. So now whenever we click on this, we're going to call this function as a whole, and this function is going to call the handle remove item and pass it into it the item.name. So over here now what we can do is we can just extract the name, and we can just say console.log name. So I'm going to go here now. If I were to click on this, now we get the name, which is this weird ASDS whatever. Okay, so now that we have that information, we can go ahead and update our state. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove this for now. So we're going to do something incredibly similar to what we have done here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new variable called updated state, and then we're going to find the index of that element. So I'm going to go right about here. Let's just go ahead and just copy that. So we're going to, first of all, again, create this new variable. We're going to find the index of that element, and that element should 100% exist, so we do not need to check for -1. But once we find the index of that element, we want to remove it from that element. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a very simple filter. We could do a filter, or we can just kind of splice it out. Actually, let's go ahead and do a filter just right away. So I'm just going to say over here, grocery items, we're going to go ahead and just filter out all of the items that are not equal to. So I'm going to say item.name is not equal to the name itself. So what we're doing here
is we have this updated items, and we're just filtering out all of the items that have this particular name in them. And that should just be one item. And now what we can do is we can just say set grocery items to this updated grocery list. And that's all it is that we need to do. So now over here, I'm going to say cake, banana, and then I'll say pie. And then now if I were to delete banana, bingo, it's gone, completely gone. And we can even really shorten this if we want to. We can just go over here and not kind of put this in a brand new variable. I can just do it like this right away. And I can remove this variable altogether like that. So go ahead and give that a quick little save here. Let's go back to our application, and that should work the exact same way. So if I were to say cake, banana, pie, and I were to delete here, bingo. Now it is completely gone. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. We are done this piece of functionality. The next piece of functionality that we need to work on is marking an item as done, as completed. We went ahead and we put it into our cart. Or even marking it as not done, not completed. Maybe we didn't finish it. We completely forgot about it or something like that. Now, if we were to go back to our application here, you can see that we can indeed do that already. So we can check this box and we can uncheck this box. We can check this box and we can uncheck this box. But hopefully at this point, you understand that there is some logic that we need to add. And that is that two-way binding. So let's go over here and let's go ahead and implement that, because we need to change that value within our state. Remember, we have to change it in this state right over here. We have to toggle back and forth the completed status to either true or false, depending on whether we clicked it or not. So let's go over here, and I'm just going to create a brand new function. And I'm going to call this function handle update complete status. And this function is going to take in two things. It's going to take in the status that we're currently on. So whether that's going to be a Boolean, true or false. And then what we're going to do is we're going to also take in the index of the item that we want to update. So let's go ahead and just update this right away. So I'm going to just copy this. So we have to get this updated grocery list. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say updated grocery list of item, or of index rather. So if that specific index, what we're going to do is we're going to get its completed status, and we're going to change it to the status that we have right here. And now what we're going to do very simply is just set that grocery item to that updated completed or updated grocery list. So that's very simple. So now we have the logic for this. I hope this logic makes sense. Again, what we're doing here is we're just creating a brand new array with all of the grocery items. We are going to that specific index, and then we're going to the completed status, and then we're updating it to the status that we have passed in, which is either going to be true or false, and then we're setting our state. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, now we need to call this function and pass it in the values that it needs. Now, we need to call this function where? Well, we're going to call it right over here. So whenever we check this input right here. So what handler are we going to use for this? Well, what we're doing here is we're changing the value of this input. It's either going to be checked or it's going to be not checked. So the handler that we're going to use is an onChange handler. And if this is something that you don't know right away, you can of course go ahead and research it. So we're going to go over here, we're going to call a handler, and we're not going to just call this function right away because this function requires parameters in it. So instead we're going to have an arrow function that's going to take in the event, and it is going to call this function, this handle update completed. Now it's going to call it with the status, and for now we'll figure out how we can get the status later, but we can give it the index for sure. That's something that we can give it. And we can give it the index by going to this map method. And you can see this map method, we have the item itself that we're iterating over, but as a second parameter, we can also grab the index like so. So I can just say index like that. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. But now, how are we going to know whether this item has been checked or not checked? Because if it has been checked, we want to return true. If it's not checked, then we want to return false. Well, luckily, we can actually extract that value from the event. So we can say event.target and then .checked to see if it was checked or not. And that is going to be a true or false value. So I'm going to go right over here. Let's just inspect this. I'm going to say checked, and then you can see here it's either true or false. So that's what we are going to utilize in the first parameter right here. All right, this is looking pretty good to me. But now what we need to do is we need to add that two-way binding. And of course, to add that two-way binding, we're just going to say value is equal to, and then we're going to say very simply item.completed. And similarly over here, we can also add another property called checked, and that's going to be item.completed. All right, so let's go right about here now. So right here, and I'm going to console.log the grocery items. Let's go right here now. Let's do a little refresh just to refresh everything. So right now it's 0. I'm going to add this thing in here. And as you can see, now it's nice and added. And if I were to click on this, now you can see that it is completed true. And if I were to click out of this, as you can see now, the completed is false. And now if I were to, because of the two-way binding, if I were to, have just some random button here, let's just add a button that's going to uncheck everything. Maybe clear all checks or whatever. Maybe that's like a piece of functionality that I wanted. What I can do here is I can have an on-click handler. I just want to here again show you the powers of that two-way binding. Let's make this an actual function here. I can just go ahead and grab this grocery list, for example, and I can just kind of map through it like so. So I'll just say .map, and I'll just say item, and what I want to do is I want to return everything inside of the item itself, except I want to change the completed status to be false, right? And now what I can do is I can just, let me just quickly save this. And now over here I can just grab this this updated item, and then here I can just say set grocery item, and I can go ahead and update that grocery list. I'm going to remove this for now, but I just want to kind of show you the powers of why we had to do this, because we want that two-way binding. So now if I were to add a bunch of different elements here, and then I were to check maybe 3 of these off, but then I'm like, you know what, someone stole my cart, so I have to restart. Now I can go over here, click on this button, and because we can update our state and we have that two-way binding, this has completely updated. That was just another demonstration. I really kind of want to highlight why it's important to add that two-way binding, but I'm going to go ahead and remove that for now. Okay, cool. So that pretty much does that. We're done this portion. Now all that's left to do is to conditionally render this, and I think that's going to be a relatively easy thing to do. So let's go ahead and accomplish that in the next video. The last thing that we need to do is conditionally render this if we are completely done. So this, of course, is going to be a piece of state in our application. Our application is either going to be in a state where we are completely done, and thus we're rendering this, or we're not completely done, and we're not rendering this right over here. So I think the easiest thing to do right now is to go ahead and define a new piece of state. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say const. I'm going to say is completed. And we'll also say set is completed. And that is going to be equal to use state. And then initially we're just going to set this to false. And let's just go ahead and do that conditional rendering right away. So I'm going to go all the way over here, and let's just remove this. We don't need that anymore. Let's go right about here. So right here, we're going to do that conditional rendering. Now, do you remember how to do that conditional rendering? Well, again, there's 2 ways that we can do this. We can just say is completed. We can do a ternary operator. So if we are completed, render this or null. But because we are rendering nothing at the very end and maybe not another div element, then what we can do instead is just say and, like so. So if we are completed, then render this. So if I were to save that now, it's completely gone. So what we now need to do is we need to, well, determine the completed status. So let's just create a function for this to determine the completed status and then update the state accordingly. So I'm going to say here const, and I'll say determine completed status. And that's just going to be a function that's going to take in nothing, because all we're going to do is we're going to rely on this right over here. And what we're going to do is the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to check, okay, is this grocery list empty? Because if it's empty, that means we don't want to set this to true, right? We don't want to have, oh, you're done, because you don't have any grocery list items in here. So we only want to set it if we actually have grocery items and we have checked them all off. So that's just a very important piece of functionality that we need to add. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say if grocery items dot length. So I'm checking if it's 0, because 0 is going to return a falsy value here. Then what we want to do is we want to return early. We don't want to continue. And I'm going to say set is completed. And we're going to set that to be false. All right. That's the very first piece of functionality that we're going to do. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and define a variable. And I'm going to say is all completed. And initially I'm going to set that to true. And then I'm going to iterate over every element. So I'm going to say for grocery items. I'm going to say for each, because I don't want to kind of mutate it and return a value. So I'll just use for each. And then for each item, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little check here. So I'm going to say if the item is not completed, so item is not completed, then I'm going to say is all completed equal to false, like so. All right, so that's looking pretty good. And then at the very end, now what we're going to do is we're going to say set is completed to is all completed. So what's going to happen here is we initially set this to true, and then we're going to iterate over every item. And if one item is not completed, then we're just going to set it to false right there. So this is now going to be false once it reaches this statement, and thus this will be false. However, if all of the items are completed, we're never going to hit this if statement, and thus this is going to stay true, and thus this will be true over here. All right, so this is looking pretty good, but now we need to call this function. And when do we want to call this function? Well, we really want to call this function anytime our grocery items have been updated. And they can be updated in two different ways. We can add an element in it. So I can add banana, and that's when I want to call this function to make sure that, hey, you know, maybe I completed this, and then over here I added another item. Well, now we are not completed. So now we want to remove that sign there. So we want to call this function whenever something has been added. We also want to call a function whenever something has been updated. Because now if I were to kind of update this, now we want to show it. And if I were to remove it, then I don't want to show it anymore. And also whenever I delete something, because now let's say I'm in an incompleted state, but I delete this, now I am in a completed state. And if I were to delete this again, now I don't want to show the complete sign because you literally have no items in there. So what I'm trying to say is whenever we update our grocery items, we want to call this function. All right. So that seems simple enough. What we can do here now is, okay, well, we're updating it in this handler. So at the very end, let's just go ahead and give it a quick little call. And we're also updating it here. So at the very end, let's give it a quick little call. And then we're also updating it here. So at the very end, let's give it a call. And now if I were to add an item and then, mark it as done, you can see we get this cool "you're done" syntax. And if I were to add another item now, you can see now we still have the "you're done." So why is that happening? Well, the reason why that is happening is because we have updated the state, but it is not in sync right away.
So what's happening is we're updating the state, but as soon as it reaches this over here, this right here is an asynchronous call because it needs some time to update our state. So once it reaches this function right over here, the state has not been updated yet. And that kind of causes this problem, this problem that has just arisen here. So instead, what we're going to need to do is not do it this way, but instead what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to listen. So we're going to need to specifically listen to changes to the grocery items. And we can do that pretty easily with a new hook called the use effect hook. So this is a very, very interesting hook. I'm going to go ahead and define it right about here. I'm going to say use effect. And we're going to go ahead and invoke it. And it's a hook that's not going to take in like any variables like so. It's just going to be a hook that we're going to call right away. And for the parameters, the very first parameter, that's going to be a function that's going to be called. And then the second parameter is going to be a dependency list. And then in here, we add any items that we want to listen to. So if I were to go over here and just paste in the grocery items, and then within this use effect, I'm just going to say called like so, and let's just see what happens. So I'm going to go over here and let's do a refresh. So you can see we get called, and then when I add an item, it gets called. When I add another item, it gets called again. When I update an item, it gets called. When I re-update an item, it gets called. When I remove an item, it gets called. So what we're doing here with this use effect is we're specifying what items we want to listen to. So I want you to listen to this. And anytime that this changes in any way, whether we're adding an element, removing an element, updating it, I want you to call whatever logic is in this function. And that is the purpose of the use effect hook. And the use effect hook is something that you're going to be utilizing consistently throughout your journey. So over here, now what we can do is we can just call that function. So we can call that determine, let's go here, determine completed status function. So anytime that this is updated, we're going to call this logic right over here, which is going to update this state. Now you might be wondering, how in the world are we calling it if we have defined it right over here? Well, React does some magic so that it kind of it appends all of the functions at the very top when it's compiling things, and then it goes ahead and it calls it within the use effect. So we don't really have to worry about the order all too much. Okay, nonetheless, let's go ahead and give this a quick little refresh here. Now I'm going to say banana. All right, so not completed. Now I'm going to go ahead and complete this. There we go. I have done now. This is pretty good. Now if I were to add, let's say, milk, now we are not completed, as you can see here. Go ahead and now complete it. Not complete it. I can delete this, and that's going to go ahead and complete it. And there you go. Now we are completely done with this logic, and we have that conditional rendering. So hopefully that use effect makes sense. These two hooks are going to be the primary hooks that you're going to see throughout this course and throughout your React journey. So hopefully they're making sense. If the use effect is a little bit funky to you, do not worry. We are going to go over it many times, but there are some other hooks that we are also going to utilize, but these are the primary two. Now, with that being said, that concludes this project. Hopefully you guys are proud and you have learned a lot, and maybe this is something that you can actually utilize within your day-to-day life. Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new section and thus a brand new project. Now this is going to be another very practical project that you can even utilize in your day-to-day. Okay, so let me go ahead and quickly demo this project to you. Over here, we are going to be building an income and expense tracker. So let's say that I just got paid from my job today. So over here, I can just put salary. I got a salary. Let's say the amount was $5,000. And then over here, I can select whether this was an income or an expense. Well, in my case, it is an income. I can click on this plus button. And as you can see, we get this nice little card. I can say plus $5,000 on July 11th, 2023. You can see here now we have plus $5,000. Now, let's say I went out to celebrate. I just got $5,000. I'm just gonna go ahead and spend most of my money. So I went out and I celebrated. Maybe I had like a dinner or something, and over here maybe I had a nice steak dinner and I spent $150. Okay, you know, very irresponsible in my opinion. I don't think making $5,000 justifies you having a steak dinner, but you know what, whatever. So over here I can say expense, and now when I click on add, you can see we get another card, as you can see here, but this time it's minus 150. We have it in red, and you can see in total now I have an addition of 4,850, and that's because I spent 1,000 or $150 on dinner. Now let's just go ahead and try to make it. I went really out lavish. I spent a lot of money. Let's say I bought a car or something. So I bought a new car, and bought it for $10,000, and now over here, if I were to look at the expenses, now for that particular time period, I'm actually down, 5,150. So this is just a good practical application that we can utilize in order to track our expenses over a period of time. So I hope this is making sense. Now here's the thing about this project. Even though it is different than the other project, you have the skill sets to build it yourself. There's nothing different about this project. All it is you're just changing the way that you code up your React application. But really, at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of states. It's a bunch of event handlers and a bunch of listeners with use effect. So instead of me just building out this project for you, you're gonna do it yourself. So you're going to kind of try it on your own. And just so you can, get out of tutorial hell. And if you're unfamiliar with tutorial hell, it's just when you're trying to learn a new technology and you watch somebody, teach it through either a course or a YouTube video or whatever, just like you're doing right now. And all you do is you kind of follow along, but you never really go ahead and implement it yourself. So this is what I want you to get out of. I want you to try to implement it yourself so you can learn exactly how you can code things out in React. But with that being said, I'm going to be implementing it out with you. So you're going to do it first, and then I'm going to do it second instead of, the opposite order. But I'll be there tagging along with you, so do not worry. So the first thing that I would like you to do, and I want you to do this, I want you to pause this video and try to do this quickly, or not quickly, take your time, is to go ahead and list out all of the features that you have to code out, and try to list them out in the order that you would go ahead and build them. So take maybe, try to pause this video, take a few minutes or even an hour, doesn't really matter. Take your time and list out all of the requirements that you need to do in order to build out this application. So go ahead and pause the video, and in around 5 seconds, I'm going to show you my list. All right, so let's go ahead. I hope you gave that a try. This is my list here. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create the React app. So this makes complete sense to me. In order to work on a React app, we have to create a React app. All right. The second thing that we have to do is define the JSX elements. So over here, we have a bunch of different JSX elements. We're going to have to define those inside of our app.js file. Okay, and as well as the styling. Now, when it comes to the styling, I'm going to provide you with the CSS file, so we don't have to worry about that too much. But okay, so that's what we got here. And then once we have that, this is when we start really working on the React portion of things. So I think the first thing is we need to have the two-way binding of the input elements so that we can have those variables stored somewhere. So over here, we should have some sort of two-way binding here. We should have some two-way binding here as well. Okay? And then the next thing that we have to do is we have to do input validation. So for example, if a user has not put in anything here or anything here, and then they just click on plus, we shouldn't just add a brand new record. We should have some input validation. And actually we do here. So if I were to click on the plus, you can see that this becomes red, indicating that, hey, you don't have anything in here and you have to put it in there. So we have some input validation. And then once we have validated everything, then what we're going to do is we need to, store the report statement. So I'm going to call an expense as well as an income as statements. That's what I'm going to call them. Maybe it's not the proper word, but I'm going to kind of just group them into that one word. So you have to you have to store these statements somewhere, and we're going to store that in an array state. Okay? Now, once we store it, then the next step would be to render out the cards for each report statement. So now over here, we have an array of 3 statements. Thus, we have to render out 3 different cards, okay? And conditionally add the logic in there. And then lastly, we have to computing the sum. So to compute the sum of all of the reports as well as all of the all of the expenses as well as all of the incomes in order to generate this value over here and then render this value. Okay, so we're going to be doing this together, but you're going to be doing it first, except for the first 2. So we're going to, I highly suggest for the first 2, which is creating a React app and defining the JSX element, you do them the way that I do them, just because I don't want to have a lot of differences between the JSX elements between you and I, because there's a lot of different ways that you can structure this application to make it look like this. So let's just do these 2 together, and then for the next steps, you're going to do them first, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do them in future videos. So let's go ahead and, well, let's get about it. In this video, let's go ahead and tackle these very first 2 things: creating a brand new React application and then defining the JSX elements. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we need to do is create a brand new application. And again, I completely forgot the command. Luckily, it is stored on the internet, so you do not have to, well, remember it. So let's go back to Vite over here, and as you can see, this is the command in order to create a brand new React application with Vite. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this command. We're going to go to our terminal, and let's move this right about here, just so we don't have to flip back and forth. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I am going to, and actually this is the wrong, that's the wrong project. Let's remove that, and let's go here. This is the right one. Yes, there we go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, open this up now. Let's do a command tilde. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste in that command. We're going to say we want a React app. And we're going to call this application. So where it says my view app, let's just remove all that. Let's just say O3. And then I'm going to say expense. And then we're going to say income, like so. All right, let's go ahead and create this brand new React application. There we go, nice and created. So let's follow these steps that we have a good understanding of at these points. So we know that we have to install dependencies. Let's just wait a few years here for this to be done. You know, it takes quite a while. You know, gotta wait a little bit. And there we go, we're done. So npm run dev. And now we are running our brand new React application. So let's just close everything over here. And what we're gonna do is we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup right off the bat. So the first thing I like to do, even before writing out any JSX elements, is I like to go ahead and just completely remove all of the elements here and just start off with a div. And then here, let's remove this Vite logo. Let's remove that. We're not using state at this point, so we will later. But for now, let's just go ahead and remove it. We don't even need this import anymore. And there we go. So we have ourselves a very empty file here. Okay, so now let's go about here and let's go to the amp.css and let us remove everything here. And instead, what we're going to do is attach to this video, I'm going to give you a link to this specific GitHub file. And we're just going to go ahead and copy all of these styles. Again, this is not a CSS course, so I'm just not going to dwell on this. Honestly, I made a video where I wrote all of these styles out, and it was just 15 minutes worth of styling. Do you guys want to do that? No, you guys do not want to do that. That's just, I feel like it's just kind of a waste of time. So let's go ahead and save that in there. We also have to add a bit of styling for the the index.css. Mainly, we have to add this portion right over here. So let's just go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go over here to the index.css. We're going to actually just copy everything. Let's copy everything here. I'll link this as well. And we're going to go ahead and paste that in there. Okay, there we go. So that is looking pretty good to me. Now, let's go ahead and just very simply build out our HTML structure. Because at this point, well, our application is running on localhost 5175. You can see here we have this empty little screen here. So now let's go ahead and build things out. So the first thing I like to do is I like to change this up to a main tag. All right, so we got this main tag in here. And then let's add a div. And then within this div, we're going to add another div, but this time with the class name of input container. Now, I just want to quickly show you, this is not really a React thing, but it's just something that can probably speed things up for you when you're writing JSX elements with classes, and that is emit. So if I wanted to create a brand new div with the class name of input container, I could go with div and then create a div and then go into the first element here and then just say class name and then just say input container. Or what I can do is I can just specify div and then I can say dot and then input dash container. And what that does, so emit, which comes right off the bat with VS Code, is going to understand that this is a div element that has a class name of input container. And if I were to press tab here, ta-da, you can see here that we get this kind of nice, neat shortcut. So really nice. I'm probably going to be utilizing this throughout the application just so we can make things a little bit faster. All right, let's go over here. Let's add an input element in here. And let's just give this a placeholder of income or expense. So that's going to be the very first placeholder. Let's add another input element. This one's going to be a number, though, type of a number. Let's get rid of the name and the ID. We do not need those for now. And I think that's fine with me. So let's just go ahead and remove that. And then lastly, instead of an input element, we're going to be using a select for the drop down. So let's go back over here. As you can see, this is a select with a bunch of different options. So over here, we're going to say select. Now, even though it's a select, it's going to work extremely similarly, if not the same, as the input elements when it comes to handling it in React. So we're going to have a select here. And then within this, we're going to have options. So we're going to say an option. And we're going to give this value of income. And it's going to have the text of income. And then over here, we're going to give this value of expense. And it's going to have the text of expense. And lastly, at the very bottom, we're going to add a button. That's just going to have the plus sign. So let's go over here. All right, so this is looking pretty okay to me, in my opinion. Doesn't look too bad, doesn't look too great. But let's just continue on. Let's just go ahead and now build out the card. So right about here, maybe below the input container, we're going to go and we're going to create another div. And this div is going to house all of the different cards. So I'm going to create a div with a class of card. And then within this, I'm going to create another div. And by the way, if you're utilizing a div, you don't actually have to specify the element. That's how I just did dot card. So if I don't specify the element, by default, it's div. But if, for example, if I wanted a button with a class of card, I would have to specify button and then card, like so. Just a little emit trick here. So I'm going to say dot info. So dot card, I'm going to create a div with a class of dot info. So let's go ahead and I'll just zoom over here for you guys. And then within here, we're going to have an H4. This is going to contain the statement name. So whether it was like, salary or pizza or whatever. So I'm going to say here. And then I'm going to say the statement date. For now, I'm just going to say something like new date. So let's just use you know what? We'll just say July 27th. I don't know, 2024, something like that. Okay. So now we got that out of the way. So over here, So right about below here, then what we're going to do is we're going to render a p tag. And this is just going to be the amount. So let's just say this is salary. So I'm going to say plus $, $5,000. And then we're going to give this a class name of amount text. And then we're going to conditionally give it either danger class or success class. So success is going to make it nice and green, and then danger is going to make it red. And that's it. So if I were to go back to our application here, you can see that we have the overall HTML structure. Now all that is missing from our application is just that big 0 at the very top. So let's go ahead and add that in. So I'm going to go right below this div. I'm just going to add a H2, or it's an H1. Let's make it because it's very visible. And we're going to give this a class name of total-text. And let's just take a look at that. And there we go. So we have 0. And if we wanted to make it green, then we would just say success. But because it's 0, we'll just say initially it looks like this. All right, so we have built out the overall structure. Now everything, again, should look exactly the same as what I have here. And what I'll do is I'll actually just link these resources for you guys. But now what we can start doing is making our application functional with pretty much everything it is that we learned. So let's go ahead and do that in the next video. So we created the React application as well as defined the JSX elements, but we did that together. Now it's time for you to venture off on your own and try to do things by yourself. So the first thing that I would like you to do is two-way binding of the inputs as well as the select element. So what that means is that the values of the select as well as the inputs should be associated to some state. So if I change the value of the input over here, so I start typing in I'll just type in groceries, for example, then that should be linked to some state. And if I were to change the value here, that should change the value of the state. And if I were to change the value of the state, that should change the value here. That is two-way binding. So go ahead and implement it, confirm it, do whatever it is that you need to do. Just go ahead and just try it out on your own. So I'll give you 5 seconds, pause this video. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video, not 5 seconds to actually implement the feature. Don't worry. So I'll give you 5 seconds to pause this video and go ahead and try it out on your own. Then I'm going to go and, code it out with you. All right, so I hope you gave that a go. I really, really do. That's just the best way to learn, is to just try to do things on your own. Now let's go ahead and build it out together so we can compare and contrast. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to quickly do a quick little save here. I'm not sure why the file isn't really formatting. Actually, no, that's fine. No, it's formatted pretty well. That's okay. That's because this was hidden here, as you can see. All right, nonetheless, let's go ahead and do the two-way binding. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to define the states here. So let's go and import use state. So I'm going to import from React use state right here. And I'm going to go and I'm just going to say const. And the very first thing is the actual statement itself. So, the groceries or whatever it is. So I'm just going to call this statement. Again, it may not be the proper name, but I'm just going to call it that. So I'm going to say set statement. And that's going to be equal to use state. And that's going to be equal to a string. Nice. And over here, we're going to have another statement or another piece of state. This one's going to be called amount. We're going to say set amount like so, and that will be equal to also an empty string. So I know this is going to be a number, but the user is going to give it to us as a string that's a number. And then lastly, we're going to have the type. Let's just call this the statement type. We'll say set statement type. And we're going to say, initially, we're going to give this the value of statement, like so.
or sorry, not statement. We're going to give it the value of income. So by default, we're always going to have income first. All right. So we have defined the state, but now whenever it is that we change the values of these inputs as well as the select, we want to change this piece of state here. All right. So let's go ahead and just do a quick little save here. Let's begin with this very first input. So I'm going to add an onChange handler, and instead of adding a function right over here at the very top, I'm just going to have an arrow function defined right inside of this. We're going to grab the event, and very simply, all it is that we're going to do is we're just going to say set statement to e.target.value. Okay? Give that a quick little save there, and bingo. We are completely done with at least one-way binding. So if I were to go ahead and just render out this statement here, let's go back over here, and we're to start typing. As you can see, we have that one-way binding. But for example, now if I have a button that kind of clears everything and have a click handler, and this button very simply just clears the statement, so set statement to an empty string, then it's, well, let me just refresh, type again. You can see here that this isn't clearing, which is obviously what we want as well. Now luckily we can do that incredibly easily with just specifying the value of the input to always be equal to the state. All right, now if I were to go here, there we go. And hopefully you tried, these two exercises to make sure that everything is nice and two-way binded. You added this kind of temporary button to do that. Okay, so that's the very first input element. Now, luckily, everything else is pretty similar. So I'm going to go ahead, just copy this, paste that in there. We're just going to change this to amount. And over here, we're going to also change this to amount. Give that a quick little save here. Let's also do the exact same thing here. Let's just test it out real quick. We'll say amount. Give that a quick little save. Start typing. Now, as I type in here, you can see that there is something going wrong. Let's see what that is. So we have inputs, type, number, We don't have a placeholder, so let's add a placeholder here. And we're going to say $5,000 or whatever. Okay. But the reason why I couldn't type is because I was typing in not numbers, because over here we give this a type of number. But as you can see here, I can put in $6,000 and I can clear it. Nice. So that's pretty much done. The last thing that we need to do is we need to work on the select. Now you might be thinking, oh, the select, this is a brand new element. We've never worked with this. And hopefully, maybe you gave it a quick little Google search and you figured out that, well, the select also has an onChange handler. So the select, we can change it, and the value ends up being whatever the value of the option that we have selected to be. So over here, what we can say is we can say onChange, and I'm going to go over here. We'll also have the E event. And then what we can do here is we can just say the set statement, and the statement is also going to be equal to, and we'll just say the e.target.value. So if we select this option, then the e.target.value is going to be income. Otherwise, it's going to be expense. All right, let's give that a quick little save here. Now to add that two-way binding, we can just say value is equal to, and then over here, I'm going to say the statement type. There we go. Give that a quick little save. Let's do another little test here. So I'm going to say statement type. I'm going to say set statement type. All right, so we're going to set the statement type. Let's just set it to expense, for example. So if I were to, and then over here, so over here we have income. And of course, I can change this to expense. And if I were to programmatically change it to expense, you can see it changes here as well. So now we have that wonderful two-way binding. And this is looking pretty good to me. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next video. But before we do that, let's just do a little bit of cleanup. There we go. Let's remove that. So let's remove this button. Quick little save. Okay, we're done. Before we move on to the very next step, there is one thing that I would like to change just from a code perspective. As you can see, if you were to look at both of these inputs as well as this select, and were to specifically look at the onChange handlers, we're defining a brand new arrow function for each one, and this arrow function pretty much is doing the exact same thing across all three of these elements. You can see here that this arrow function just takes the event, and then what it does is it sets some state to the event.target.value. So again, it's doing the exact same thing, it's just updating different state. So I think it would be nice if somehow we can kind of encapsulate all of this logic into just one function. So instead we do something like handle, maybe handle update input, something like that, handle update input, and we can just go ahead and call that throughout all of these handlers right here, just like that. I think that would be a lot cleaner, and it will keep our code nice and dry. And luckily, well, because I'm making this video, we can do that. So let's go over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say, let's just go ahead and just define that function that I just created. I'm going to say const, I'll say const handle update input. I'm going to take in the event. And then over here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to restructure the way that we have made our state. Now, over here, as you can see, we have three different pieces of state, but they're really all associated to one another. So instead of having three different pieces of state, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say input, I'm going to say const input, and then I'm going to say set input. And that's going to be equal to use state. And then over here, instead of defining a string or a number or whatever, I'm going to define an object. And then in here, we're going to have statement. And that's going to be equal to an empty string initially. So it's going to have the same initial values. Amount. Similarly, empty string. And then the statement type, that too will be an empty string. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this. This is going to be our state. So our state now is this over here, and it's an object that contains all of these values. And it's a way nicer way of doing things, because these values are really related to one another, and thus they should be encapsulated in one piece of state. All right? So we got the statement, we got the amount, we got the statement type. That's looking pretty good. Now, what we can do here is let's just go ahead and utilize that instead. So for here, for the value, I'm just going to say input dot statement, and then here input dot amount. And then lastly here, we're going to say input dot statement type. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. Now, if I were to start typing into this, you can see it's not going to work because we don't have that two-way binding, as you can see. So let's go over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to console.log the event. So I'm going to go ahead and console.log that. But before I console.log that, what I'm going to do is for each element, I'm going to give it a name property. So I'm going to say name, and that's going to be equal to whatever it is that, whatever it is that it is associated with in this object. So this input is associated with this statement. So I'm going to call it name equal to statement, and it has to be equal to exactly what you defined in this object. So we're going to say name is equal to statement. This one is going to be name is equal to amount. And then over here, we're going to say name is equal to, or we're going to say statement type, like so. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now what we can do is within the event, we're going to have information about that input. And thus, we're also going to have information about the name that we gave it. So if I were to go here and I were to say e.target, and let me just go ahead and inspect this. So I'm going to start typing in here. So I'm going to say type
you can see here we get this element. Now, if I were to get the name specifically, you can see here we get statement. So now what we can do is we can utilize this e.target.name to figure out exactly what it is that we want to update. So we want to update, because we're typing in here, we want to update the statement, and we can update that with the e.target.value. Now, similarly, if I were to go to the amount and start typing, now we get amount. And if I were to go to the expense and start typing, we get the statement type. So now, just very simply, without any conditional logic, this is what we can do. We could just say set input, and then over here, I'm just going to say, hey, destructure out everything that's already in the input. All right, so destructure out everything that's already in the input, but what I want you to do is whatever the e.target.name is, just replace that value with the e.target.value. All right, so give that a quick little save. So this, what it'll do is if the e.target.name, for example, is amount, then what that's going to do is it's going to say amount is equal to e.target.value. And thus is going to override the amount that we destructured over here, and thus is going to change that piece of state. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. And look at that. Now our on-change handlers are so simple, and we're not continuously repeating our logic. So go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now I can actually type into this. So if I can type into this and the value is equal to the input.statement, you know right away you have that two-way binding. So you can see here, you can start typing into things, and everything is working just as expected. So everything works the exact same way, except now we have, well, this one function that is just cleanly doing everything. You can see how much cleaner our JSX looks right away. So I hope that was a nice little, I was about to say tangent, but it's not really. Hopefully I wasn't, you know, I didn't give off the appearance of a tangent, but this is a nice little aside of how we can start handling a lot of these input elements as well as their states in a nice, clean way. Now that you, notice I said the word you, completed the two-way binding of the inputs as well as the select, what I would like you to work on is the input validation. So what I want is basically this. So if a user decides to click this button, but without putting in a statement or an amount, then what I want is the border of this input to change color. So if there is no statement, that is going to take priority. So if I were to click over here, you can see here that, well, you have to put in some sort of statement. And then if I were to now put in a statement, let's just say, I don't know, groceries or whatever, groceries. Now I have a statement in here, but I don't have an amount. So what ends up happening is now the color, the background, or not the border color, turns gray over here, and then it turns red over here. So now you can see here we have that validation, and we're obviously not adding the card in. So go ahead and give this a try. It's going to take, you know, just a quick little hint. We're going to have to store another piece of state, and then we're also going to have conditional logic in order to change the colors of this border. So go ahead, pause this video, give this a try, and we're going to do it in the next few seconds together. Hopefully you gave that a go. Let's go ahead and tackle this problem. So I'm going to go right over here, and just right away, you can see that, well, we are going to be changing the state of our application. We're changing how our UI looks depending on, you know, how a variable is going to be stored and the value of that variable. So we're going to need to store some piece of state. And I think a good piece of state that we're going to store is something called errors. So I'm going to say const errors. I'll say set errors, like so. I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to use state, and this is going to be an object. And initially, I'm going to say over here, statement. Initially, we're just going to give this a Boolean value of false, meaning that there is no error. And then over here, we're going to call this amount, and also we're going to say false. Maybe instead of errors, we're just going to say show errors, something like that. I think that'll be a little bit more descriptive. So it'll be show error, maybe. Show error dot statement, and initially that will be false. And then if it's true, then show error dot statement, that's going to be, that's actually going to go ahead and show it. So that's the very first thing that we need to do. So now that we define the state, let's go ahead and change it depending on, well, the values of our input. So right over here, I'm going to create a click handler. And over here, within this click handler, I'm going to call a function called handle add new statements. And let's go ahead and define this function. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little copy here. And we're going to say const handle add new statement. And that's going to be equal to an arrow function. And in here, we're going to do the validation first. And then only once we are completely validated are we going to go ahead and, well, update our new state that we haven't really created yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and just grab the values here. So the only thing that we really need to validate from the input state is the statement as well as the amount. All right. So let's go ahead and validate the statement first. So I'm going to say if there is no statement, because if it's an empty string, what this will resolve to is a false value. If we have no statement, then this is what we're going to do. We're just going to say set, we're going to say set or return, and then set show error. Go ahead and call that. And we're going to say statement is true. And then we'll also just say that the amount is false, like so. So we'll just say false because we only want to show one at a time. We don't want to overwhelm the user with a bunch of errors. So we're going to say statement is true and then amount is false. Okay. And then we're going to have an else if clause. So else if the amount is not defined, we're going to do the exact same thing here, but this time we're going to set this to false and then this to true. Give that a quick little save there. And then lastly, let's have the else clause. So the else clause is where we're actually going to go ahead and add the statement itself. So this is where we're going to add logic to add statements. But we're also going to clear any potential errors that we've had. So I'm just going to say statement is equal to false as well as amount is equal to false, like so. All right, so that handles that validation step. Now what we can do is we can utilize that in order to, well, conditionally display different styles. So let's go all the way to the inputs right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to conditionally add a style here. So I'm going to say style. And we're going to be utilizing, we could, if we wanted to say a string and just add a style in here. But because we're going to be utilizing some conditional logic, I'm going to be encapsulating everything in this curly brace because I want to use JavaScript within this JSX. So over here, I'll begin with this one, sure. So I'm going to say show, so show, or not set show error. I'm going to say show error, and then I'm going to say dot amount. So if this is true, then what I would like to do is I would like to show a border color, and this border color, we're going to give it a nice red color. So I'm just going to say RGB, and we'll say 206 76 76, and then else we're going to say null. Now another approach we can take is just say and like this, and that's what we'll do. So go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And there we go. So now you can see, let's actually go back to our version. And our version is failing. Let's just see why here. Okay. So it's something to do with the styles. So with styles, we have to provide null. We can't just say and. With the JSX, we can, but with this one, we have to provide it with null. And there we go. So now it works. Okay. So now if we didn't provide an amount, it should be red. But let's go ahead and do the exact same logic here as well. So we'll say style, but this time we'll say statement. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. So now let's just see. So now if I click on this, this should be nice and red. And it is. So now if I were to type in here, this should not be red anymore, but this should be red. Nice. If I were to type in here now none of them should be red. There we go. Look at that. That is pretty incredible to me. So now we have completed, or you have completed this step. So now let's move on to the next one. The next thing that I would like you to do is once we are done and we have validated the inputs, I want to get those values and store it into some sort of statements array. So eventually what we want is we want an array that looks maybe something like this. Let me go ahead and just kind of quickly demo it to you before you get started. So I want to have an array, and then in here it has all of the information I need to render this card right here. So it has the actual statement name, for example. So maybe it's salary. And then also it has, well, what else do we need? Well, we have the amount. So that's what we have here. So let's just say 5,000. And then over here, we also have the type. Let's just call it type, like so. And that's either going to be income or expense. And then we also have one additional piece of information, and that is the current date that we created this on. So, you know, just some sort of date value that I can add in here. And you can probably just use new date. So I want an array that looks eventually something like this, but of course I want it in a piece of state. So this maybe could be groceries, like so. And then over here, maybe this is an expense. And then this maybe, you know, $50 or something like that. So this is how I eventually would like it to look. And once you do this, what I would also like you to do in this very first video is, or in this video, is to iterate over this array and then render, let me just remove this here, render this elements, this card right over here for each one of those elements. And what I would like you to also do is to conditionally define whatever the text should be as well as the styles in this p tag. So if it is an income, it should be success. However, if it is a expense, then this should be danger. And also if it's an income, it should be plus, and if it's an expense, it should be a minus. So quite a lot in this video. Let's go ahead and pause it, tackle it on your own, and then we will do it together, well, in the next few seconds. So I'll give you 5 seconds to go ahead and pause. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully you guys gave that a quick little go. Let's go right about here, and let's add the logic to, add a brand new statement. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to kind of completely remove all this. I don't want this anymore. And what I would like to do now is I would like to define a brand new piece of state. So over here, I'm going to say const statements. And then over here, we'll say set statements. Let's encapsulate that in an array. And then over here, we're going to say use state and just as an empty array. So now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to update that brand new array. So we're going to want to update all of that. So what we can do here at the very least is just say set statements. Oops, let's remove that. Shouldn't be called that. Set statements like that. So I'm going to say set statements, and then I'm going to say is going to be equal to everything that is already in the statements. So we're going to destructure out the statements here, and then we're going to add a brand new record. So this record is going to have a name, which is going to come from this value right over here that we confirmed exists because we have the validation step. So we're going to say statement here, and then we're also going to have an amount. So the amount, let's also make sure that it is a float value. So we're going to say float dot amount, and then let's make it just 2 decimals, turn it back into a string, like so. All right. So then let's also extract from here the statement type. So statement type. And then over here, we're going to say type. And we're going to say just type like so. Or that's going to be the statement type. And lastly, we're also going to need the date. So we're going to say date. We'll say this is right now. So new date. Let's go ahead and call that. And then just so we can have it nice and formatted well, I'm going to say toDate string, like so. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. And that's all it is that we have to do. So now we're setting the statements to a brand new array, but we're destructuring out all of the elements in that array, that all of the elements that are in the statements array currently. We're going to destructure them out in this new array, and we're going to add this very new record at the very end of the array. Okay? I hope that makes sense. So let's just visualize that this works. So I'm going to go over here. What I like to do is you can either log it, or sometimes I get lazy and I don't want to inspect. So I can just say json.stringify, and I'll just say statements. And then as you can see, we have an empty array here. If I were to click on plus, we still have an empty array. And if I were to say now salary, and then 5,000, and click on plus, now we have, I guess I misspelled salary, but you can see here we have salary, we have the amount, which is 5,000, we have the type. So interestingly, look at that. This is why it's very important to debug. The type is nothing initially. So that's not good. We have to fix that. We have to debug that. And we also have the date. All right. So let's just see exactly why the type is not giving us anything here. So we initially set, okay, so that's why. So we have to give the type an initial value of not an empty string, but of income. That's going to be the initial value of the type. So let's try that again. So we're going to say here, salary, spell salary right this time. Let's just say 5,000. And then now, there we go. So now we have income. Now let's just try something else here. Let's just try groceries. We'll say I spent 5,000 on groceries. And we'll say expense. And now we have expense. Okay, so this is looking pretty decent to me. All right, so now we got that out of the way. We got basically this step out of the way. But before we move on to the actual rendering of the cards, what I would like to do is a little bit of cleanup and utilize that two-way binding. So as soon as I click plus, I would like to clear these 2 inputs and maybe put this back to an income. So let's just do that right now. So this should be relatively easily. We should do that right about here. At the very bottom, I can just say set input, and I can say statement, empty string, and we'll just say amount, empty string, as well as the statement type, which will be the income. So now that is going to nicely clean things up for us. So if I were to put in some just gibberish real quick, you can see that now it's nice and clear. All right. So now the hard part is done. So now all we have to do is just utilize this state to start rendering these cards. So let's go all the way over here. I'm just going to cut this out for now. And because we're using JavaScript within our JSX, we're going to say curly brace. And what we want to do is we want to get the statements and we want to map over them. Remember, this is just a regular JavaScript function. And then over here, we're going to say for each statement, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and then in these parentheses, we want to render a card. So now if I were to, let's just do a little refresh here. So you can see now we have nothing initially. Just add some gibberish. Income, ta-da, you can see now we have a card. And then let's add another thing, this time an expense. Ta-da, now we have a card. Now, of course, the card is hard-coded. That's because we didn't change anything here. So let's go ahead and just quickly change these values. So I'm going to say statement dot, and then this one's going to be name. And maybe even a better way of doing things here is to go ahead and destructure out the elements. So we have name, we have, what was it called? The type, We also have the amount, I believe. We also have the date. All right, that looks pretty good to me. So let's go over here, and we're going to say name here. And then over here, let's just say amount, like so. We use curly braces because it's going to be JavaScript. So we'll say amount. And over here, we'll just say date. Date. Now over here, we want to conditionally have a different class depending on whether the type is income or expense. So what we can do here is we can just wrap this in curly brace because we can say, hey, I want to have a JavaScript expression. And then what I can do is instead of just defining this as, double quotes, I'm just going to say template literals. So again, this is a JavaScript thing right over here. This isn't anything special to React, template literals. So if you're not familiar with them, highly suggest research them. But I think after I explain what I'm about to do, maybe it'll make sense. So what template literals allow us to do is to inject JavaScript within a string. So over here, now what we can do is I can cut this out. I can say $. So $, if I can find the $, curly brace, and that allows me to have JavaScript within this string itself. So over here, I can just say if the type is equal to, and I'm going to say amount like so, or income, then what I want is I want to render the success string, else I'm going to say expense. Done. Look at that. That looks pretty good. So now, or sorry, this should be danger, not expense, rather. Sorry. Let's do danger. There we go. So now as you can see, it's red and it's green. The last thing that we want to do is we want to change the plus sign. So if it's an income, then we want it to be plus. If it's an expense, then we want it to be minus. Luckily, the logic is incredibly similar. So I'm just going to go ahead and just copy the logic, in fact. Let's go here. Let's copy that. And now over here in the JSX, let's just add curly braces. And then over here, if it's equal to this, let's say plus, else, minus. There we go. Look at that. We are completely done. This is looking really, really good to me. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this for now. We do not need that. Give that a quick little save. And ta-da! Wow, that looks pretty incredible. I mean, we're really getting somewhere with this. So now if I can start typing something in, another expense, you can see now that gets added in. Now, here's the thing though. We missed something. We missed something very, very important. It seems as though it works, right? Everything is fine. There's no bugs in our application. But let's just look at this here. So let's look at our console. And as you can see, our console is complaining. It's saying that, hey, each child in a list should have a unique key. All right, so this is a problem, right? So let's go ahead and tackle this in the next video because it's not as easy as you may think in this scenario. The reason why I say handling the keys is going to be a little bit more complicated in this project than the previous project is because any one of these values could be exactly the same. So for example, if we wanted to decide to use the name as the key, let's just go ahead and just do that right now. We'll just say the key is equal to name. I'm going to go ahead and inspect just so we can see what's going on in the console here. And if I were to write, groceries, and I'll say $50, and I'll just say an expense, I can go ahead and click on this. Well, you can see now it doesn't complain, but I can very, very easily, go grocery shopping again. And I can add another record here. Just say groceries, maybe this time $100, and then I can say an expense, and then groceries like that. And you can see now we're getting an error saying that, hey, we have duplicate keys here, and this is not good. We don't want that. And of course, we can have, records with the same amount. We can have records that are either income, we can have multiple income records or multiple expense records. And if you want it to be clever and maybe kind of combine everything together, we can, maybe have something like, $, name, and then amount, like this, type, and then dash, uh, you know, amount. You want to be very, very clever and just kind of combine everything together. Now, the odds that, something is going to be exactly the same across all three of these is maybe low, but I wouldn't say it's infrequent. Like, I can very easily, add groceries. Again, I can go spend $50 on groceries, and then, that's an expense here, and then do the exact same thing. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I missed something, and it's also $50. So I can just say here, groceries again, groceries, and I can say $50, and that's an expense, and there we go. Now we have the exact same issue. This is not an uncommon thing, at least within our application. So you can see here that this is the exact same key. Okay, so we need a better alternative. What can we do here? Well, maybe we can use the index. The index is always going to be unique, right? So let's just go over here, and let's just take the index. And the index, you just go ahead and plop that in there. Go ahead and give it a quick little save. So now what I can do is I can just start adding things in here. And you can see it's not complaining anymore. Okay, awesome. All right, this is pretty good. But here's the thing though, utilizing the index is defeating the purpose of having a key. So remember, the key is used for performance, for figuring out exactly what input element got updated, what input element got deleted, so that we can, re-render in an efficient way rather than re-rendering our whole application. Now let's just imagine that we, in the future, add the ability to delete an element. Well, that's going to change the indexes of all of the other elements, and that could cause potential performance, real performance downsides, even compared to not having an index at all, or a key at all. So an index is not something that we want to utilize. And if you want to, research a little bit more, just say React, we'll say key. I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to say index. You can see that this is a huge anti-pattern, and you can see that this is not something that we were supposed to do. So using index as key in a list, and over here, you can see here that we do not recommend using indexes for keys. Let me just zoom in here. This is like from the React documentation. We do not recommend using indexes for keys if the order of the item may change. So the order of the item, I guess in our case, it wouldn't change because we're not deleting it. We're just really rendering it. But if we were to render it and delete it later on, obviously index is not good. This can negatively impact performance and may cause issues with component state, as you can see. So it's just not a good practice to utilize the index, even though it might be very, very tempting. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the index here. Let's go ahead and remove that. And instead what we're going to do is we have to find some sort of unique identifier. And unfortunately, from our application, we don't have that right now. So this is what we're going to do instead. What we're going to do is we're going to install a library that is going to give us a unique identifier. All right. So this is the whole point of this lecture is I want to show you how we can start installing libraries within our application. So we know that we already have installed libraries, and we've installed these libraries, which are dependencies. But now maybe we want another dependency for our app. So the dependency that I want is UUID. So the UUID. And I'm going to get it from the Node Package Manager. So over here, if I were to click on this, you can see here that this is incredibly popular, almost 100 million weekly downloads. And what it does is it generates this kind of random string. So it gives us, we can just go ahead, once we install it, we can import in this function, and then we can invoke it, and it gives us this random string that's pretty much absolutely guaranteed that it's going to be unique. So this is what I want to have within my application. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. So what are the steps that we have to take? Well, we have to do an npm install of UUID. So let's go over here. Open up our terminal. Let's make sure that we're inside of the income expense project. I'm going to go ahead and give this a quick little clear here. And now I'm going to do an npm install UUID. As soon as I install this, you can see now it is added to our dependency list, and it was also added to our node modules. So now we have that installed. So let's go over here now, and we're going to do an import. So we're going to do a very similar import to what is done here. So we're just going to say import v4 as UUID v4. And then over when we add a new property, let's add a new ID, a new property called ID. I'm going to invoke this like so. So that should be a string. All right. So now over here, we can grab the ID, and that can also be our key, like that. And that's it. So hopefully that makes sense. We can install libraries into our application to help us out with, different things that we need. In this case, it was handling the key. So now, again, if I were to add something in here, voila, it doesn't complain. As long as it doesn't complain, I'm incredibly happy. All right, so that should do it for this video. The last thing that you have to work on is computing the sum. Now, what I mean by that is, let's go to the final version here, just add some gibberish. So if I were to add $5,000 as an income, over here we should get a plus 5,000. And then if I were to, maybe add a very, very large expense, then if we are in the negative, now it should be minus 2,000. And if we are even, so I'm just going to say something like this, then we'll just say like that, we should have 0. So you can see that this, of course, is a piece of state that we're going to need to handle, but we're also going to need to compute this state anytime our statements array changes. So hopefully that triggers the hook that you have to use, maybe other than use state. And over here, we have a lot of conditional logic. Now, typically when we use ternary operators with conditional logic, it's when we have, one thing versus another. So 2 different states, but this time we have 3 different states. So we have the, the success or the income state where we're positive and in the green. We have the 0 state where it's all black. And we also have the expense state where we're negative and it's red. So this might be a little bit more complicated, and I highly suggest maybe computing out the JSX structure using a function. So with that being said, go ahead, pause this video and give it a try, and we will go ahead and do this together right now. So let's go over here and let's define a new piece of state. So I'm going to say over here, and I'm going to say total, and I'm going to say total, we'll say set total, and this is going to be equal to, and we're going to say initially a value of 0. Now I want to change this value, this state, anytime we add a record into our array. Okay, so anytime that this changes, I want to recompute this. So what we can do here is we can recompute it right about here, because that's when we change it. But remember, this is an asynchronous operation, so we might not have the whole statements list. And also, it's just not nice to kind of stick dependencies onto this. So instead, what we're going to utilize is the use effect hook. So right about here, I'm going to say use effect. We're going to have define a function. And then within here, we're going to define a dependencies array. And we're going to say we're going to listen to the statements. So anytime we make a change to these statements, we're going to call this function here. Okay, and what is this function going to do? Well, let's go ahead and just define the new total. And what we're going to do here is we're going to iterate over the statements, and we're going to use the JavaScript function the JavaScript array method known as reduce. So what this does is it reduces an array to anything else that we want to define. In our case, we want it to reduce it into a number. So if this is something you're not familiar with in terms of the reduce itself, because it's just JavaScript, I highly suggest just pause the video, research on it, and then come back here. All right. So we're going to define our function here. We're going to give it an initial value of 0. And then over here, I'm just going to say the sum. And then here, I'm going to say the actual statement. So the sum is going to be this value initially, and then we're going to increment on it. And the statement is going to be the element that we're iterating over. And then here, I'm just going to say if, and you know what? We're only using the type here as well as the amount. So we'll just say type and amount. We'll just destructure those out. So we'll say if the type is equal to, we'll say expense. So if it's equal to expense, then what we want to do is we want to return the sum minus, and remember this is the amount is going to be a string, so we have to parse float the amount like so. All right, and then else is going to be an income. So we'll just say return sum. And then here we'll just add a plus like so. All right, and then that should give us the total, and we'll just say the set total, and that's going to be equal to the new total like so. And that should do it. Give that a quick little save here, and that's it. So now what we need to do is we need to, depending on whether this is a negative or a positive value, then what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to conditionally render some sort of h1 with different logic here. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to define a new function. I'm going to say here call render total. And then what we're going to do, and let me scroll down here, I'm going to check if the total is greater than 0, then what we're going to do is we're going to return, let's make an h1 here, a nice big h1, and then we're going to say plus, we're going to say math.absolute, so math.absolute, so if it's a negative value, we remove that negative sign because we're going to add it manually. So math.absolute total, and we're going to give it some classes here. So we're going to say class name. We're going to use JavaScript because we're going to conditionally add some things here. So we're going to say total text, and then we're going to say, actually we're not going to use JavaScript because we already know that this is going to be positive. So we're going to say total text as well as success. All right. Else if total is less than 0, so it's in the negative, let's do the exact same thing here, except this one's danger. Give that a quick little save, and then else we'll do the exact same thing, except it's not going to be danger or success. It's going to be nice and black, and we can just say total like that. Remove the plus sign. This one's going to be negative. And then right about here, we can remove this and just say render total. Okay, so now let's do a little refresh, see if that works. There we go. Look at that. Let's add another amount, expense. Now we're in the negative, and then now we're back to 0. So it completely works, and hopefully you guys built this out on your own and you really improved your React skills. Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new course section and thus a brand new course project. As you can see, this is the project that we are going to be working on, not only in this section, but across multiple different sections. Because this project is going to be much larger than the 3 other projects that we have built thus far, and is going to introduce a lot of brand new but important React concepts. But without further ado, let's just go ahead and introduce the project. So this is just going to be a very simple recipe application. So you can see here, this is our homepage. We got this nice little header here. And then over here, we have a bunch of different cards that are showing you different meals that you can potentially cook for yourself, as you can see here. Now, let's say you're not interested in any one of these meals, not a problem. What you can do is you can go ahead and you can try to find a recipe by a keyword. So let's just say I'm really interested in making something that involves chocolate. So I would just say here, anything. I would just say chocolate like so. I would search for this. And then now we have a bunch of recipes that involve chocolate. And what's really interesting about this is our application is going to understand that we want chocolate. And if I were to refresh this, you can see here, you know, after it loads for a few seconds, let's just wait here.
the loading state sometimes takes a bit longer. Let's just refresh again. There we go. As you can see here, now we still have all of the recipes that involve chocolate. And what's nice about this is, again, I can search for anything it is that I want. There's absolutely no restrictions. Maybe I want something that involves shrimp. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go do a quick little search. And now, as you can see, we are getting all of these wonderful recipes that involve shrimp. All right. So that is just this page over here. This is going to contain multiple pages. So now let's say I'm super interested in this garlic shrimp bacon Alfredo. Super interested in it. You know, as you can see here, it has this nice tag. It's a romantic dinner. Maybe I want to cook something for my significant other, and that's exactly what I want. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this card. So once I click on this card, I get redirected to a brand new page. We have this nice little loading state. Now the loading state is taking a little bit long, so I'm just going to do a little refresh here, and there we go. So now you can see here that we have this brand new page, and it gives us significantly more information about, well, this recipe. So as you can see here, we have, we have some nutritional information about it. So we have, okay, this is going to be around 1,100 calories. We got a little bit of, 100 carbs. Obviously, we're eating pasta here. Oh, apologies for that. I'm going to go ahead and close that off. We're eating pasta here. So as you can see, that's why we have so many carbs. And then over here, we got 63 grams of fat, and we got quite a bit of protein, and, just a little bit of sugar there. And so now, if we're not interested in that based on the nutritional information, we can go back. But if we are interested in it, we can just take a look at the instructions. So over here, you have these nice little instructions. So in a large pot, cooked bacon over, medium heat, blah, blah, blah. So these are the instructions. But maybe we also want not only the instructions, but maybe we want the ingredients. So what we can do here is we can click on these ingredients. And then over here, you can see here, we have all of the ingredients. So we have onions, parsley, whatever it is that we want. Okay, so this is the application that we are going to be building. Now, let's talk about this application, comparing that to the applications that we have built and how it is different. So the first thing that is kind of glaring to me is that it contains multiple different pages. So as you can see, it contains this home page and also contains an about page that I didn't really show you, and there's nothing really in the about page. But we have this home page, we have an about page, and then we also have the page for the actual recipe itself. So we have the recipe page. And over here, we can also go to the ingredients. And then if I were to go to the ingredients and refresh, you can see that this is also a page as well because it persists. So we have multiple different pages, which means that we have to somehow handle that within our React application. So far, when we were building our applications, we just had one page. So this is something that we have to consider. The other thing that we have to consider is that this is interacting with an API. Now, you might not be familiar with APIs, especially if you're a beginner just trying to dive into, front-end development. But not a problem. I'm going to explain exactly what an API is. But as you can see here, all of this data, it doesn't come from thin air, right? So it comes from somewhere. And what our application is doing is it's making a network request to a server that is hosted somewhere, and that server is connected to a database that has all of this information. So we're making network requests to an API in order to get this data, and that's why we can literally type anything in here and we can get the data back. If I wanted, for example, I'm interested in French toast, I could just say French toast, and that's something I can just go ahead and type, make a new network request, and now just get all of the data that involves French toast, as you can see here. Okay, so that's something that we have to learn. Now, maybe you're only interested in front-end development. You don't care about back-end development, but still, front-end developments have to interact with the API to grab the data. So this is something that's very important to understand. And the last thing that it's a much larger project, all right? That's the last thing that we have to learn. And thus,
can we realistically just put everything inside of our app.jsx file? No, I don't think so. I think this is a much larger project that we have to kind of start thinking about how we can design it a little bit better. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and start building this thing. To start off this project, the first thing that we are going to be doing is just building out this landing page. And we're going to build it out inside of the app.jsx like we have done throughout all of the other projects that we have worked on. So let's go ahead and do that in this video. We're just going to build out the layout in this video, meaning that just the JSX structure as well as the CSS, nothing is going to be functional. Now, as you know, I do not like writing CSS in React courses, so we're just going to be doing some copying and pasting. So go ahead, attached to this lecture, I'm going to have a link, and it's going to take you to this GitHub repository, specifically this page over here. And we're just going to go ahead and just copy all of this. Just copy all of these styles. Let's go here, and we're going to go back over here. And now we have to create a React application. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to move out of this. And I'm going to create a brand new React app. And of course, I already forgot what the command should look like. So the command is npm create vite. So let's go ahead and just write this out together. npm create vite. And then we're going to say at latest. And then it's going to be 04. We're going to call this recipe app, or just call it recipe, like so. And then over here, we'll say dash, 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 template, React. Let's go ahead and give that a nice little creation here. Let's move into it. Let's do an npm install. And while we're doing an npm install, let's move into the app.css file. We're going to go ahead, remove everything here, and paste this in. And also, let's go back to that exact same repository. Let's go to the source. And then let's go to the index.css. Let's just copy this as well. And let's go right about here, index.css. And let's get rid of all these styles. Just paste this in. All right, so now we got ourselves an application. So now let's just do a very simple npm run dev. And there we go. So now we got our application running on localhost 5175. At least for me. For you, it might be a little bit different. And you can see it's a very, very hideous application because we removed a lot of the styles and we added our own. Not a problem. Now let's go back to our JSX here, and as per usual, I'm just going to remove everything, and we're going to start off with a nice little div. So let's go ahead and paste that in there. I'm going to go ahead and remove this, remove that, and I think that should do it. That should be about it. Okay, so now what we can start doing is working on just building out the overall structure of our application. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to work on, if we were to go to the final version, let's just neglect the nav bar for now. I want to work on this right over here, this beautiful looking header, you know, that just like stands out right away. So I want to work on that. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go right over here, and I'm going to create a header component, or a header JSX element. I'm going to give it the class of main underscore header. And then over here, we're going to give this a div with a class of text-container. And then over here, we're going to give this an h1. And this h1 is going to have a class of header title. And these are all styles that I defined in that app.css file that you have copied. Over here, I'm just going to say look for, and then I'm going to define a span. So I'm going to say span like so. And then over here, I'm going to say banger, and then food.
All right, let's give that a quick save. Just see how that looks. Let's go to our app. Bingo. Look at that. That looks pretty beautiful to me. Now, obviously, it's not right in the middle, but we can fix that a little bit later. Okay, so now let's move on to this portion right over here. I'm just going to, I guess you guys don't have the text itself, so we'll just go ahead and type it out ourselves. So I'm going to say header dash description. So p tag with the class of header description, and we're going to say, you can say honestly whatever it is that you want. I don't want to type anything. So one trick that you can do if you want like some text is just say lorem and then how many words you want. And then you just get a bunch of like gibberish text that kind of looks like text. So over here you can see here that we get this. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so that is the header. So we got the H1, we got the header. Now we got to move on to the input. So let's create a div with a class of header dash input dash container. And then over here, we're going to have an input. And this input is going to have a placeholder of, so we're going to call this find a recipe dot. So let's give that a quick little save, see what we got here. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Lastly, we need the button. So let's go button over here. We're just going to say search. And now if we were to go back to our application, there we go. So now what we're going to need to do, of course, is kind of center things right in the middle. So if you were to go to our app.css file and we were to go all the way here, you can see that we got this app class that we need to utilize in order to accomplish this. Okay, so let's go over here. And what we're going to do is we are going to, let's just grab the app here. I'm going to just cut everything out. So I'm just going to cut the header out for now. So let's just cut. So Control X to cut things out. In here, this div, we're going to give it a class of app. And then over here, we're going to give a main tag. And the main tag is going to have a main underscore container. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and just save everything. And there we go. So that's looking pretty decent to me. Looking actually really well. We're missing, in terms of the header, we're missing the image itself. So let's go ahead and quickly handle that as well. So let's go right about here. So still inside of the header, we're going to say, so we got this header, we got this div here. So this div that's encapsulating everything, right after it, let's also create another div. And this div is going to contain an image. And we're going to give this image the class of main underscore image. All right, let's give that a quick little save here. Now, you can pick whatever image that you want. Just go ahead and just research for an image. I'm just going to go ahead and use this one. I'm just going to go ahead and just copy the image address. But again, you can pick whatever image that you want. I'm going to go ahead and save that now. So now if I were to take a look at this, there we go. I think that's looking pretty banger to me. So we have this overall structure for the header, which I think looks good. Now let's build out just at least one card, just one. And so if you build that one card, that means that, we're in a good spot. Let's go back over here now. So we're done with the header, as you can see. So I'm going to exaggerate the different sections here. So let's just say this right here is the header. And then over here, we have a section. So I'm going to call this a section. We're going to give it a class name of cards. And then in here, this is where we're going to house all of our different cards. So I'm just going to create the JSX structure just for one card for now. So I'm going to say div card with a class of card. And then we're going to give it an image. Now the image, we're going to go ahead and just Google it together. Let's just think of something here. Let's say, what's a really good food? Let's do poke bowls. I called this poke bowls once, and
Somebody got very offended. So Pokeballs is how you pronounce it. And let's just try to find, oh, this one's a nice one. I'm going to just go ahead, right click on it, and copy the image address, wherever that is. Copy image address. There we go. Let's go ahead and paste it. There we go. Looking pretty good. So now we got ourselves an image here. We don't have to give this one a class. That's fine. However, we have to create a card-content. And then over here, we're going to have an H3 that is going to have a name. I'll just say Pokeballs or Pokeball, like so. And over here, let's go. We'll just say card-info. And then over here, this is where, we can display different tags. So I'm just going to say div of tag. And then we're going to have a name, and we'll say romantic dinner or whatever. I don't know how romantic it really is, but that's what I'll say for now. And then what we'll do is right below this, we'll also add how much time it potentially took. So I'm going to give it a p tag of time dash text. And then here we're going to say, I don't know, how long it will take to build. Let's just say 60 minutes. Give that a quick little save. Let's go back to our application, and there we go. So it's looking a little bit funky. I'm not gonna lie. This portion looks good. This portion looks good. This portion right over here is looking a little bit funky. So let's just see exactly what we missed here. So we have a div that's going to have the card info. Then we got the tag over here. Then we got the p tag. It looks pretty good to me. Is there a class here called card info? That card dash info. So we got display flex. I don't know why it's looking this funky, to be quite honest. Let's go ahead over here. Maybe add some padding manually. So let's just go right about here. And so we got the card here. Let's see how the card looks like. So let's go to the app.css. Let's go to the card. So the card, maybe we should add some. So we got the card here. We got the card content. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. So this should be, I believe, inside of the card content. Now if I were to take a look at that, okay, that looks way, way better. There we go. Okay, so that pretty much sums it up. We built out the overall JSX structure for our application, and now we just need to make it functional. So let's start that. Let's just kind of work the way that we've been working, and kind of assume that this is just a single page application that just wants to be functional. So let's go ahead and do that. Now that we have built out the overall JSX structure of our home page, I want to introduce a brand new React concept, and that is the concept of components. So in order to understand components, let's just take a look at our code. Right now in this project, as well as all of the other projects, we've always worked inside of the app.jsx file. And that was okay when we were working on smaller projects. But as you can see, this project is going to be humongous, or significantly larger, and is going to contain significantly more code. And putting all that in one file is kind of chaotic, messy, and hard to maintain. So instead, React has this concept known as components, where what we can do is we can take related JSX structures and put them in another file and then reference them in other JSX files when we need them. So let me go ahead and show you exactly what I mean here. So over here you can see that we have this header. So I would say this header as a whole should probably live in a separate file, and then somehow we should reference it within the app.jsx. So how are we going to do that? Well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over here and we're going to go to the source directory, and I like to organize all of my different components within a components folder. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to say
components like so. Let's spell that correctly. There we go. So now we have a components folder. And then in this components folder, I'm going to create another JSX file. And I'm going to call this header. So I'm going to say header.jsx, just like that. All right. And then in here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to define a function, just a regular JavaScript function, just like we did with the app.jsx. So we're going to define this function. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and do an export default of that function so we can go ahead and utilize it elsewhere in other files. Now, just like the app function right here, what we can do is we can return JSX in this function. So I'm going to go and just completely get rid of this. I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm just going to cut it out. So cut out this header. And I'm going to Control X to cut it out. And then I'm going to go right here. And then I'm going to say return parentheses. And then all of this different JSX. So let's go ahead and give that a save. We get this nice formatting here. And that's pretty much it. That's all it is that we have to do. We have just defined another component that we can utilize within our app.jsx. Now, if I were to save this right away, you can see now we don't have a header. So obviously that's not good. We want that header. So now because we have exported it, so as you can see here, we've exported this function. I'm going to go right about here, and I'm just going to say import header from, and then I'm going to specify the path. So I'm going to say dot slash, and it's in the components, and then the header like so. So now what we can do is we can give that a quick little save here. And then what I can do is I can plop this component inside of the JSX, just like it's an HTML element. So where was it before? It was right here before. This is where it lived. So just as a quick little reminder, it lived right here. This is where all of this code previously was. But what I can do now, in order to get that in there, I can just say header like so. And this has to be, or it doesn't have to be, but this is going to be most likely a self-closing tag. And as you can see, it starts with a capital. Now, this is what is known as a function-based component. And as you can see here, it is a different color because React knows that this is a component, and it just gives us a little nice syntax highlighting. So now if I were to save this, if I were to go back to our application, ta-da, you can see now we have all of the JSX elements within the app.js. But you can see that our application is just getting significantly cleaner. Rather than having all of this code in here, we just define this one header. So I hope this is making sense, and you can see why this is important. For one, it makes things very, very clean and reusable. I can reuse this component across multiple different pages. Maybe I want to have this component in multiple areas. So what I can do here is very easily, instead of defining the JSX elements again and again, I can just, maybe I want at the very bottom as well. So I can go right here. I can define another header. Now you can see we have this really funky behavior. So it makes things extremely reusable. And also it encapsulates all of the logic in one file. So we don't have multiple logic we don't have logic regarding to the header inside of an app.jsx file. It kind of encapsulates everything. All of the logic that pertains to a header is going to live in this file. And if there's ever a bug in this component, we can go there quickly and try to debug. Okay, so hopefully you understand the powers of components. It's very, very important. Now let's go ahead and maybe add a little bit more components. So it's a really good exercise to maybe try to look at our current application right now and think about maybe what else we can put into component files. Because again, we want to encapsulate everything into one file so we can make it nice and reusable. Well, here's what I think. I think the whole card list, so over here, as you can see, this section should be inside of a component, maybe called card list. And then the card itself should also be inside of a component. So let's go ahead and do this right now. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to create a card list dot JSX. And let's also define a card dot JSX. And then I'm going to go ahead and close this off. And we're going to do an export default of the function card list. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut this out. Let's cut this out here. And I'm going to go ahead and just return this in. And then the section itself, I'm going to go ahead and cut the actual card from that section. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save. And also, this is another way of defining it. Rather than defining the function and then at the very bottom doing an export default, we can just kind of skip that step and do it at the very top. So in effect, that's the same thing. All right, so with that being said, I don't have the card JSX elements anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and cut that out again. Over here, let's do an export default of the function card. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to return this card. And now what I want to do is I want to render this component inside of the card list component. So that's actually pretty easy now. So all we have to do now is just import card from card. And then here, we're just going to say card like so. Give that a quick little save. And then here, let's do another import. We'll say import card list from, and I'll say from components / card list. And then here, I'm going to say card list like so. And there we go. Our application looks exactly the same. But that's awesome. You can see here now, we went from, I don't know, maybe 150 lines of code to 16 lines of code. You can see how much simpler things are getting with components. Now, one last thing that I want to quickly talk about when it comes to components is how they're defined. So I'm pretty much going to guarantee you 95% of the time, maybe even 99% of the time, that you see a component, it's going to be defined with a function. So this is the new way of doing things. This is the recommended way of doing things and the best practice. And this is known as a function-based component. However, there are going to be some very odd times where you're going to see a component defined with a class. This is absolutely legacy. You should not really be seeing it anymore, but I do want to warn you. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say class-based components in React. I just want to give you a quick little kind of overview of how this looks like. So it would look something like this. Just like that. So it would look like this. So class car extends React component. And then over here inside of this render method, it renders out the component itself. Now, again, this is the legacy way of doing things. However, you might run into it every now and then. So I just say be warned. Now, for this course, we're not going to be worrying about that all too much. We're not going to be working with class components at all. We're just going to be working with function-based components because that is the best practice and the industry standard. What I would like to do in this video is just render a few more cards. So what I want to do is I'm going to hard code a list that I'm going to create, and we're going to iterate over that list. And for each list, we're going to render a card component. So let's go over here and I'm going to say, I'll just say recipes. We're going to say that that is equal to an empty array. And then each array is going to have an object in it. We're going to say ID of 1. We're going to give it a name of Pokeballs. So we're going to call this Pokeballs. We'll also give it an image. And let me just go ahead and just copy this image here. We'll say control and then copy image address. And what else do we need? We also need the amount of time as well as the tag. So I'm going to say here, we're going to say tag. We're going to say romantic dinner. And then lastly, we're going to have number of
minutes, and we'll say 50, like so. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this a few more times. Let's have 4 different records in here. And I'm going to change up the data a little bit. So obviously the IDs, I'm going to increment them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then in terms of the name, let's just say chocolate banana cake. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm just like making things up at this point. And let's go ahead and just find an image that is a chocolate banana cake. Let's go here. Look at that. I knew that was a thing. Let's pick this image here because it's nice and horizontal. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the image address. Obviously, you can pick whatever it is that you want. Copy this image address. Let's paste that here. And then over here, I'm gonna say sweet tooth. Maybe that'll be a nice tag. Let's say it takes this one. I mean, baking takes quite a while, so I'm gonna say 150 minutes. Let's go ahead and pick something else now. Let's just say shawarma. Shawarma. Let's just find a picture of shawarma. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Go ahead, copy that image. And let's go about here. Let's paste that in there. And we're going to say, I don't know, chicken. If that's like a tag or something, I don't care. And lastly, let's worry about one more. What should we research here? Let's do, I don't know if anybody knows what this is. Not Kafka, knafe. This is like a Middle Eastern dessert. And if made right, it is probably the most delicious thing in the world. It is really great. So I'm going to go over here. Let's go ahead and just copy this one. It's like this, I don't know, there's like little pastry flakes with cheese. And it's just, so you guys should try it. But if it's made, it's really hit or miss depending on how it's made. It's called knafe. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to say knafe. And I'll just say 50 minutes as well. Actually, you know what? Let's change it to 30 minutes. If anybody is a cook and actually knows how long these things take, I'm just guessing here. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, so what I want to do is I want to iterate over this recipes. And for each recipe, I want to render this JSX over here. So just for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these JSX elements. And I'm going to replace the component with those JSX elements. So what I would like to do, let me just zoom out of here just a tad. What I would like to do is I'm going to cut this out here. And then I'm going to say, like we've done a million times before, recipe.map. And then for each recipe, what we're going to do is we're going to render this JSX element like so. And then over here now what we can start doing is we can start, utilizing the actual values within the item that we're on. So I'm going to say recipe.image here. Here we're going to say recipe.name. Here we're going to say recipe dot, and we'll say this one's tag. And lastly here we're going to say recipe dot, and then over here we'll say number of minutes. And also, of course, let's provide it with a key. So we'll say recipe.id for the key. So now if I were to save this, this should not be a surprise to you. If we were to go back to our application, which is this one, you can see here that we have now 3 different recipes. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And over here, we'll just say minutes because I think I lost that. Okay, so this is expected. However, obviously the problem that lies here is now we're not utilizing the component, which is this one over here. And obviously that's what we want to utilize. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and, let's go ahead and just remove this completely. And I'm just going to say card, like so. Let's just see what happens. Actually, before I show you what happens, what do you think is going to happen? So go ahead, give your best guess. And if you guess that it's all going to be the Pokeballs, then you're correct. Now, why is it only the Pokeballs? Well, that's because, as you can see, the card component, its JSX structure, is hard-coded for the Pokeballs data. So what we're going to need to do is somehow communicate this recipe information
to the card component. So right now what we're doing is we're rendering 4 different card components, and all 4 of these components share this data. But what we need to do is instead, for each card component, we need to give it its specific recipe information. So this one should be the Pokeballs, like information about the Pokeballs, which is this one. This one should be the chocolate cake. This one should be the shawarma, and then the last one should be the knafe. So shawarma, and then this one should be knafe or whatever, however that's spelled. So overall, the JSX structure should be the same across all of these 3 or 4 card components. It's just the data should be different. So how are we going to communicate that data from the parent component? Because this right here, the card list, is the parent component because it is rendering the child component, which is the card. And luckily, we can do this extremely easily with something known as props. And we've actually been working with props all along. Let me go ahead and prove to you that we've been working with props that we didn't even know it. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go ahead and inspect. And I'm going to go take a look at the console here. And you can see we're getting an error. And we've seen this warning or error multiple different times. And it said that each child in a list should contain a unique key prop. So I was saying, hey, we need to provide it with a key, but this is actually a prop. So what we can do here to alleviate this is just say key is equal to recipe.id. That's what we've done. But right there, what we've done is we've defined a prop. And what we can do is we can define props inside of a parent and then extract them inside of the child. So for example, here I can define any prop that I want. For example, am I cool? Am I cool? And then we can give this a value, and this could be any value that we want, whether it's a Boolean, whether it's a string, whatever. I'm going to say false. I'm not very cool. Okay? And then over here within this function-based component, okay, this is the child component of this parent. What we can do is we can utilize and extract those props from the parameters. So over here, I can grab the props from the parameter. And let me go ahead and just console.log that prop. So I'm going to say props like so. And now you can see here, it's getting rendered a few times because we have multiple different cards. But you can see now, as you can see, we can extract this information. And I can pass whatever it is that I want in here. So I can pass, just some random gibberish, and it could be a string. And then it's going to be accessible inside of the card component. So hopefully, you have a light bulb on top of your head and you realize, hey, why can't I just pass the recipe as a whole? So I can just say recipe is equal to recipe. And then in here, you can see now we have knafe. And then it gets rendered multiple times. Don't worry about that. You can see here, this one is shawarma. This one here is chocolate banana. And then this one here is a poke bowl. So take a look at that. How incredible is that? So now what we can do is within the card component, you can just destructure out the recipe. And then over here, we can say const. And we'll say image, name, and we'll also say tag, and we'll say number of minutes. We'll destructure that out of the recipe. And now what we can do is we can just utilize that like so. So we can say image. Here we can say the name. Here we can say the tag. And then here we can say the number of minutes. And voila, look at that. How terrific is that? So we can still utilize components and pass data onto them with props.
We built out the very first page of our application, but if you were to go to the final version, of course, our application has multiple pages. So for one, we have this nav bar and we can toggle between the about as well as the home. And then what we can also do is we can click on a specific recipe and then that is going to take us to a brand new page. So in this course section, we're going to learn all about how we can add multiple different pages within our React application. But to do this, we need to understand a very, very important concept, and that is routing. So in order to understand routing, we're not going to dive into the code right away. What we're going to do is we're going to look at a very popular website that handles multiple pages very, very well, and we're going to look at their URLs. Now, the website that we are going to be looking into is Airbnb. Now, I live in Canada, so I go to airbnb.ca, and I highly suggest that you do the exact same thing, just so you see the exact same UI elements. Now, we're not going to be doing any coding, so honestly, maybe you don't even have to go there. You can kind of just look and follow along. Okay, so with that being said, let's begin. So right now I went to airbnb.ca and this is what I'm seeing. This is the page that I'm on. We get this nice little, categories that I can filter by. We have a bunch of different cards that I can see here. And, if I wanted to book something, I can go ahead and book it. But what I want to focus in on is right here. What's on the URL? Now it's a little bit small, so let's just take a look at a slide. This is what I am seeing right now. Airbnb.ca. Now, what is this? I know this it makes sense to you. This is just, some sort of signature to a website, but really, what is it? Well, it is known as a base URL, and this is going to be consistent across all of the pages throughout Airbnb. So this is the base URL of our application. This is where we go ahead and host it. We buy some sort of domain and then we host it on some cloud server, and then people can access it utilizing this base URL. So this is going to be consistent across all of the pages within our application. Now, what is going to change across multiple different pages? Well, that is going to be the path. Now, when we are on the root of the application, so there's no path, then the path is just known as a slash. And this is known as the root path of our application. So what we would do within our React application is we would say, when we are on the root path, this is what we want to render. This is the UI we want to render. We want to render, these categories. We want to render these cards over here. So we would specify that within our React application. Now, let's say I go to a brand new page. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on Airbnb, your home. And it takes me to a brand new page with completely different UI elements. Now, what happened to our path here? Well, again, this is a little bit too small, so let's just go ahead over here, and this is what I'm seeing. So the base URL stayed the same, but now the path is /host/homes. So again, what ends up happening is React looks at our path, and it understands that it now needs to render these UI elements. And of course, that is something that we are going to specify within our application. And this is the concept of routing. Whenever we change the path of our application, we are rendering different UI elements. So I hope this is making sense to you. Now, right now, we have only looked at static paths. So static paths are paths that are always going to be the same. So if I ever want to go to host your home, it's always going to be /host/homes. But paths can be pretty complicated. We can also have dynamic paths. So let's go back over here to the Airbnb website. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on two of these cards right here. So I'm going to go ahead and, oops, something's going wrong with my mouse here. I'm going to go ahead and click on what is going on. I'm going to click on this card right here. And that's going to open up this page. And also, I'm going to click on this card, and that's going to open up this page. Now, let's just take a look. I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the two. And I want you to, just take a look at
the similarities. It's incredibly similar. We have, some sort of title here, as you can see. Then we have some reviews here. The information is a little bit different, but the overall structure is the same. We got the share button, the save button. We have the image carousels, as you can see here, the image gallery. And if I were to scroll down here, you can see that this is looking exactly the same. So in essence, the page is exactly the same. All it is that the data is different. And it's kind of like that prop example. The overall components, the overall JSS structure of that component that we have created was the same, but the data was different, so we were just passing it different props. Now, how would an entire page know what data it needs to fetch and eventually render? Well, we're going to figure that out with the paths. So if I were to look at the paths that I'm seeing right now across both of these pages, they look something like this. So it's airbnb.ca/rooms and then / this number. Now, this number, I don't work for Airbnb, but I suspect this number is the room ID. So what they end up doing is, okay, they know that /rooms/ any sort of number here should render this page. So the overall JSX structure is going to be this page, but then they extract this number and then they make some sort of HTTP call to a server with that number. Then the server uses that ID to fetch the room and sends back the data. But what I'm trying to get at is if I were to go to the other room or other page here, you can see that the ID is going to be different, but the overall structure of the path is the same. So it's /room/ room ID, and this portion right here is dynamic. And what ends up happening is it's configured in a way to always render these UI elements. It's just that the data that it fetches is different depending on this ID. So paths can be dynamic. Very, very important to understand. Now, the last concept that I want to look into when it comes to routing, and this is also a very important concept, is query parameters. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to take a look at, I want to filter by specific categories, for example. And maybe I want to filter by iconic cities. So if I were to go and do that, and I highly suggest maybe you kind of do it yourself. This is incredibly tiny. You probably don't see it. But this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing something like this right here. So I'm seeing Airbnb, then /, and then I'm seeing this question mark, and then category is equal to iconic. So what's going on here? Well, the base URL is still the same, but the path is also just that home page. And that makes sense to me. So it makes sense because look, the UI is exactly the same. All it is that the data is different. So what we can also do if you don't want to specify dynamic paths and we just want to have something like a nice little filter, we can add key value pairs to the end of our path. This is known as query parameters. So we can say here question mark category is equal iconic, and then we can extract this to utilize within our server queries in order to get the data that it is that we want. And we can add as many query parameters as we want. In fact, if I were to go ahead and just copy the ones that I'm seeing here in Airbnb, you can see here that there's a ton of query parameters. So you can see the tab IDs equal to home tab. And then here's another query parameter, refinements is equal to whatever this means. Now, I don't really understand how they're using this. This is just an internal use, but that is what query parameters are. The devs probably have the actual engineers at Airbnb have an understanding of, how they're using these. I just know they're using them to filter out the data that we see. Okay, so with that being said, that's pretty much it. That's routing in a nutshell. And we're going to be implementing all of those examples that we saw within Airbnb within our application. So I hope you are excited for that. In the last video, we explored the world of routing, and now we understand that different routes within our application render different content.
but we still don't know exactly how our content is rendered. And that's a very, very important thing to understand when you are developing your application. So that is what we are going to look into in this video. Now, what do I mean by rendering? Well, let's say you go to your browser, whether it's Google Chrome, Safari, or Firefox, whatever it is, you open up your browser and then you go to a specific website, airbnb.ca. Well, once you go to airbnb.ca, I expect content to arise within my browser. And the content in the Airbnb's case is just going to be a bunch of cards that are going to show rooms that are available. Now let's quickly explore exactly what this content is. At the end of the day, this content is just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So somehow, some way, once we go to airbnb.ca, our browser needs to get that HTML, that CSS, and that JavaScript in order to render it onto the screen. Now, how does it do that? Well, this is how it does it. Airbnb has some sort of web server hosted in the cloud. Now, you don't need to be an infrastructure engineer, no worries whatsoever, but what I want you to understand is that there's three main cloud providers. There's AWS, Google Cloud Platform, as well as Microsoft Azure, and what they do is they host servers up. Now, Airbnb specifically utilizes AWS. So their web server is hosted on AWS. And then whenever somebody goes to the airbnb.ca domain, well, what ends up happening is the browser makes a request to their web server, and then their web server gives them the content. So it sends back the content that it needs. And that is going to be, of course, the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript files. And only once that request is done, then we can start making, start actually going ahead and interacting with our web page. Now, what happens when I go to a different page? So I go to airbnb.ca/host/home. Well, what ends up happening is the exact same thing. Our browser is going to make a request to the web server that Airbnb is hosting on AWS, and then we're going to get a new set of HTML, CSS, as well as JavaScript. It's going to go ahead and render that onto the screen, and then we are going to go ahead and start interacting with it. Now, this form of rendering is known as server-side rendering. And this form of application that takes part of server-side rendering is known as a multi-page application. So why is that? Well, let's just take a look at the two scenarios that we just looked into. So whenever I went to airbnb.ca, what I did is I made a request to the web server that is hosted on AWS, and I got the content back. And the content was in full form. We just got the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript. The server is the one that did all of the heavy lifting in generating those files, and then the client just got them, and okay, no worries, I'm just going to go ahead and render them. But it didn't have to generate the HTML. It didn't have to generate the CSS. It didn't have to generate the JavaScript. That was the server's responsibility. And that's why we call it server-side rendering, because the server's doing all the work here. The client's just getting the data and just displaying it. And why we call server-side rendered applications multi-page applications is because whenever we go to a different URL, as you can see here, or a different path, we have to make the exact same request and get a brand new HTML file, brand new CSS files, and brand new JavaScript files. So for each page, we have a new HTML file, and that's why we have multiple pages within our application. Now, you might be thinking, well, what in the world, what is an alternative? Like this seems to make sense, for each page, we have a new HTML file. Well, there is an alternative, and React actually doesn't render our content in this way. Instead, React is known as a client-side rendered application and is also known as a single page application. So React is client-side rendering by default, and it is also single page application. So what does this mean, and how does this even work? Well, let's take a look here. So I go to airbnb.ca. Let's say, assume this time that it is a client-side rendered application. So what ends up happening is when I go to this domain, I expect content to be rendered, of course. So just like the server-side application, what's going to happen is we're going to make a request to the web server that is hosted on AWS, and then the web server this time is only going to return an HTML file as well as the CSS. And here's the thing, the HTML file that it returns is completely boilerplate and empty. In fact, if we were to go back to our application here, let's go right about here, we can see the HTML file that it's going to return. So if I were to go to source, index.html, this is the HTML file that it returns. Obviously, this doesn't contain the content that we need. This is just a completely empty div, as you can see here. So how are we getting this content? Well, this is what's happening. So it gives us the HTML and the CSS, and the client renders that. And because it's empty, there's literally nothing, but it does render that indeed. And then afterwards, it sends us the JavaScript file. And this JavaScript is the JavaScript for the whole application, every single page within our application. And it also contains instructions on how to build out the HTML structure. So the browser takes this JavaScript and it starts to parse it. And within this JavaScript, there's going to be logic. It's going to say, hey, if you are on the root page, then what I want you to do is I want you to construct these HTML elements and render them onto the screen. And so the browser is going to go ahead and start parsing through the JavaScript and start generating the content. And that's what I mean by client-side rendering. So the server in this case is not really doing a lot of work. It's just returning a bunch of kind of raw data, and then the client is the one that's responsible for parsing it and generating the HTML. Now here's the magic when it comes to client-side rendered applications. Let's say I decide to go to /host, for example here. Well, what's going to end up happening? I'm not going to make a request to the AWS server. So if I go to /host in a client-side rendered application, I already have all of the logic I need within the client itself in order to render the correct HTML. So what ends up happening is it removes all of the components from the Airbnb.ca page, and then it starts to generate all of the components and UI elements that it needs for the Airbnb.ca/host page. And that is client-side rendering, and now we can completely forget about the web server. If the web server is down and we already have all of the JavaScript within our client, then we can just start rendering and rematching without even the need of that web server. Now, there must be positives and negatives to both approaches, and there is. This is what it looks like here. So it really depends on the application that you are going with in order to decide whether you want to go with the server-side render route or the client-side render route. Now, by default, React is a client-side rendered application. However, you can configure it to be a server-side rendered application, as well as you can use higher-level frameworks like Next.js to really just utilize the powers of server-side applications. Now, nonetheless, let's just take a look at some of the advantages and disadvantages of both approaches. So the first thing is initial load. Which one's faster to initially load? And what I mean by initial load is I just opened up my browser and I went to airbnb.ca. I clicked on it, and how long is it going to take? Which one's going to be faster to load all of the different content? A server-side rendered application or a client-side rendered application? Well, a server-side rendered application is going to be faster on initial load because we make a request to the server in both cases. But in the server-side render application, we just get all of the content right away and we just go ahead and render it. But with a client-side rendered application, we have to make a request to the server, get the content, and then parse through the JavaScript to render the content. So as you can see, it is going to be faster with server-side rendered on initial load. However, on navigation, if I start once I have loaded my application and I start navigating from page to page, client-side rendered applications are faster because now we don't have to make an HTTP request to our server. All we have to do is just go ahead and parse new JavaScript within our client, and that's extremely fast. So we just take a hit on the initial load, but navigating across pages is super, super fast, and it kind of feels like an app feel. Now let's talk about cost. So client-side rendered applications are much cheaper to run than server-side rendered applications. Why is that? Well, because with server-side rendered applications, we have to continuously make HTTP requests to our server for each page, and that is going to cost us money. Whereas with client-side rendered applications, we only make one request and then we start navigating internally. And the last thing that's very important to look at, and this is really dependent on your application, is SEO. So SEO is a search engine optimization, and what ends up happening is web crawlers, they take a look at the HTML within your page, and then depending on that content, they might serve, more traffic to you. You get higher rankings. Now, with client-side rendered applications, that is a problem because the HTML that we initially get is completely empty. And that's not good. That's not going to contain content. If I'm selling, maybe, let's say I'm selling a design course or something, and the HTML content that I'm initially getting is empty, well, my design course is not going to rank very high because the web crawlers within Google are not really going to understand exactly what's going on. Whereas with server-side rendered applications, well, we get the HTML in whole, and thus the web crawlers are going to understand, oh, okay, this is relevant content, and it's going to serve it a lot higher. So I hope this is making sense. We are going to be primarily working with client-side rendered applications because, well, React is by default a client-side applications. But if you want to level up your skills, I do have a Next.js course where it's all about server-side rendered. But now that we understand that, we can really start diving deeper into coding out our routing. Now that we understand the basics of routing as well as rendering, let's go ahead and create our very first page component and render it on the root path. So the only page that we have built thus far is this page right here, the home page, and is composed of these JSX elements as well as these two components. So what I suggest doing is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this command right over here. And then what I'm going to do is within the source directory, I'm going to create a brand new folder. I'm going to call this pages like so. And then in here, I'm going to create a homepage.jsx file. Homepage.jsx. Now let's just do a very simple export default of a function. I'm going to call this homepage like so. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and return those JSX elements as well as those components. Now, of course, we have to import the components in. So one thing we can do, one way of doing that is just to literally just say import header and then move into the components directory and then move into the header directory. That's one way of doing that. Another neat trick is having the React or having VS Code auto import for us. So for example, over here you can see we have a card list component. And if we were to go over here, you can see the function is also called card list. So what I like to do here is I like to go ahead and remove the last letter and then type it right back in. And you can see that we get this really neat, IntelliSense telling us, hey, do you mean the card list component that's coming from /component/card list? Well, yes, it is. So I can go ahead and click on it, and now we get this really neat auto importation. Just go ahead and give that a quick little save, get that nice auto formatting done. And now what I would like to do is render this onto the home screen. So you might be thinking, well, yes, of course, I can just go over here. I'm going to go ahead and remove all of this code, and I'm just going to say home page, and I'm going to auto import it in this time, as you can see. I'm going to go ahead and remove those other components, and bingo bango, as you can see, it is on the home page. However, it is also on every other page. So if I were to go to /banana, well, as you can see here, we end up seeing the home page as well. So that's obviously not great. Now, in order to implement routing within our React application, what we're going to need to do is install a library. So React by default is very, very lightweight, and it doesn't come with everything right off the bat. Instead, what we need to do is, if we want to perform some sort of functionality, we need to install a library to do it. Now, what is the library that we're going to be installing? Well, we're going to be installing something called React Router DOM. So I'm going to go ahead over here. We're going to click on this React Router DOM version 6. And this is going to allow us, and there's a lot of documentation here, there's a lot of things we can do. This is going to allow us to add routing and multiple pages within our application. So let's just go over here to npm, because this is where it's hosted. Let's just take a look at how popular it is. Okay, very, very popular, 10 million weekly downloads. And I think this is a very good indicator of whether you should download a library or not. If a lot of people are downloading it weekly, that means it's maintained. That means, you know, people are liking it, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and install this. Let's just look at the installation instructions. Well, I guess there is none, but the way to install it is to just get the package command, which is react-router-dom, and install it onto our app here. So I'm going to go right about here. I'm going to say, make sure you're in the recipes folder here. So I'm going to say cd04. I will say recipes. And then in here, we're going to do an npm install, and we'll say React Router, and then DOM. Bingo. Give that a quick little installation, and now if you were to go to our package.json right about here, you can see that we have added in React Router DOM within our application. Okay, so this is looking pretty good to me. Now that we have that library installed, let's go ahead and utilize it. Now that we have installed React Router DOM, let's go ahead and utilize it to add routing within our application. Now, in order to do this, we're going to need to do a little bit of setup, and that setup is going to live inside of the main.jsx file. Now, I told you we're not going to be working on this file very much, but in order to get the setup up and running, we're just going to do a little bit of changes here, and then we're going to probably forget it forever. So just as a quick reminder, what this file is doing is it's going ahead and it's finding the HTML element that has the ID of root, and then it's rendering these components onto it. And you can forget about this react.strict-mode component. This is just a very simple component for our development environment. Now, if I were to go ahead and just completely remove that and save it, our application should still work exactly the same. So ultimately, what we're doing here is we're finding the div element that has the ID of root, and then we're rendering onto it our app component. But now that we want to add routing, we're going to have to change that up a little bit. Instead of rendering the app component, we're going to render a brand new component, and this component is going to be called the router provider. And we're going to get that component from React Router DOM. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM, we're going to import in a brand new component. So I'm going to say React or router provider. So router provider like so. And instead of rendering the app component, let's go ahead and render the router provider. Let's give that a quick little save. And as soon as I do that, you can see we get an empty screen. And that's not because the router provider is completely empty. It's because we are triggering a bunch of errors here. So something is going wrong within our application. Now, the reason why this is going wrong is that this is going to take in, or needs to take in, a prop. And this is going to be known as the router prop. Now, what is the router prop? Well, the router prop is going to define the paths, the routes within our application, as well as the components it wants to render. So let's go ahead and just create this right now, and I think it will make sense once we start working with it. So over here, we're going to import two different things. I'm going to import create browser router, and then I'm going to import another thing called create routes from elements. And then over here,
I'm going to define our router. So I'm going to say router, and then that's going to be equal to create browser router. So that's what this is doing. This is just going to create our browser router. But now what we need to do is we need to start specifying the rules. For example, when I go to the /route, I expect to render the app component, for example. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go ahead and just open this up like this, and then within it I'm going to specify the rules, and to specify the rules I'm going to create the routes from element. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a nice invocation, and then in here we're going to specify our rules, and we're going to specify our rules with JSX elements. Now in order to do this, we're going to have to import another component, and this is going to be known as the route component. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to import in the route component. And this component is going to work like this. So we're going to have a route. And then we're going to have a path. Let me just go ahead and close this off. I'm going to say route. And then we're going to have a path. We're going to go ahead and specify a specific path. So let's just work on the home path for now, which is just the /. And then what I would like to do is when we hit this /path, what I would like to do is I want to render the app component. So I'm going to say app like so, and that's pretty much it. So now what we can do is we can get this router and we can provide it as a prop. So I can just say router is equal to router, give that a quick little save, and if I were to go back to my application, voila, you can see that everything is rendering just fine. So what did we just do here? Well, we created this router provider and we provided it with this router prop that is specifying the rules for our application. And then within our router, we're just saying that, hey, whenever we go to the /path, what I want to do is I want to render the app component. Now you might be thinking, oh, wow, great, all this code and we got to exactly where we were before? Well, not really. If I were to go now to /banana, for example, which is something that we have not specified within our path, take a look at what happens. We get an error. As you can see, we get an error page saying that, hey, this is not a component or not a page that we have expected. So now whenever we go to pages, we have to specify them over here. Right now, our application only supports one page, and obviously that's not great. We want to have multiple pages within our app. So in this video, we're going to do that. Specifically, I'm going to go ahead and create an about page. And this about page is something I expect to see when I go to the /about route. So when I go to /about like so, I should see the about page. So let's go over here and let's just work with what we know thus far. I'm going to go into this pages directory and I'm going to create a brand new page called page.jsx. I'm going to go ahead and just copy all of this code here. I'm going to go ahead and paste that in there. And we're just going to have a very simple about page. So I'm going to go over here. Let's call this about page. About page like so. And then right about here, let's define an H1 saying, you know, about page. Then over here, maybe add a p tag to describe what this application is about. This app gives you recipes. Wow, what an amazing about page. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to render this component whenever we go to the /about route. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we need to define the rules right over here within our router. So now, in order to do this, we're going to have to add another route component. And obviously, we can't do something like this. The reason why we can't do something like that is because with React, we always need one root component. So to do this, we can use a fragment. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to cut this out for now. So Control Cut. I'm going to utilize a fragment. And then within this fragment, I'm going to paste this in twice. And now the first path is going to be to the /path. and that's going to render the app component. And then the second route is going to be having a path of /about, and that's going to go ahead and render the about page component that we are going to import right now. So I'm going to say about, oh my goodness. Why is my capitalization? There we go. I thought it wasn't working for a second. So I'm going to say from, and then I'm going to say move into the components, or not the components, the pages directory. And then we're going to say about page. And then over here, we're going to render that about page. There we go. So now we're going to give that a quick little save. And if I were to go over here, voila, you can see that we get our about page. So we can kind of toggle back and forth across all of these different pages. So now we have, really in reality, it's a single page application, remember that, but we have multiple different pages, or the appearance of multiple different pages within our app. So when we go to a different route now, as you can see, we get rendered a brand new component. I think we are in a very good spot. We added routing and different paths within our application. However, there is one thing that is bothering me, and that is something to do with the about page as well as the home page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a few lines of indentation so that the function are on the same lines across both of these different files, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of flip back and forth between them. And I want you to tell me what is the glaring similarities between these two components. So if I were to go ahead and do that, as you can see right away, I think you probably noticed that each one of these page components has this div element with a class name of app, and also has this main tag that has a class name of main container. And then it's only the content that is inside of that main tag that is different. Now this is going to be consistent across all of our pages. All of our pages is going to have a div that has a class name of app and a main tag that has a class name of main container. Now this might seem okay with two pages. However, it could get definitely problematic when we have multiple pages within our application. Why is that? Well, for one, our code is not dry. Dry means don't repeat yourself, and we're consistently repeating ourselves throughout all of these different pages. And why do we want to keep our code dry? Is, let's say in the future we have to add another class to this main tag over here. So I'm going to go ahead and define another class. So like other class, like so. Well, in order for this class to apply to every single page of our application, we would have to flip to the other page over here, this about page, and then add that same exact class. And then I would have to flip to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And you can see that that is very time consuming and error prone and can lead to bugs. So obviously that is not a good approach, and we have to think of a better way of doing things. And luckily we can within our routing configuration. So I'm going to go over here to our main.jsx file, and instead of rendering the app component, I'm going to go ahead and just render that home page component. So I'm going to say import home page, and I'm going to say from, we'll say pages slash home page, and I'm going to go over here, go ahead and render that home page, and now you can see everything is working just the way that we used to, just the way that it used to work. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. Let's go to the about page here. And within this about page, let's just render an empty div, because we're not rendering the home page anymore. So I'm just going to render an sorry, this is not the about page, it's the app page. I'm just going to have just app like so. All right. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. So in order to kind of alleviate this issue of having this div and main across all of our page components, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be working with nested routes. So as you can see here, you can see this fragment that we have defined here. Instead of defining a fragment, let's go ahead and define a route. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say route. And then over here, we're going to close off the route. So far we have been working with, this should be, let's move that tag here. So far we have been working with routes that are self-closing, but we can also work with routes that have two tags, and other routes can be encapsulated within it. Now this right here is known as a parent route, and my mouse is spazzing out here. There we go. So this is the parent route. Let's go ahead and maybe, I'm trying to write a comment. I guess I can't. So this is a parent route, and then these are the children route. And typically the uppermost parent route, it is going to render the app component. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to render the app, give that a quick little save, and let's just see what happens here. So as soon as I do that, you can see that we're getting this app component when I go to /about, and also when I go to the home page, I get this /app. However, when I go to a page that is not defined, I get this error. All right, so what's going on here? Well, this is what's happening. These are still the rules that we are following. So when we have the slash, that is going to be a page that exists. The /about, that is a page that also exists. However, the component that is always being rendered is this one over here. And that is, it's because this is the parent. And the parent is going to control ultimately where these children components are eventually going to be rendered within this component itself. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm going to go to the app.jsx here, and you can see that we have this, this app component here. And what I'm going to do within this app component is I'm just going to add an h1. We'll just say app, like so, and then I'm going to import another component from React Router DOM. So I'm going to say from React Router DOM, I'm going to import something known as outlet, and then over here I'm going to go ahead and render outlet. So let's just take a look at what happens here. So I'm going to go to the home page, and right away, look at that. Right away, you can see we have our application back, except now we have this app h1. So we have this h1 over here, and then we have this outlet component that appears to be rendering the home page. And then if I were to go over here to the /about page, we have this app here, and then we have this outlet that appears to be rendering the about page. And I hope you can kind of see what's going on here. So what we can do now is we can define all of the HTML structure that we want, and then the outlet is going to go ahead and render whatever component that is nested underneath it, depending on the path. So that is how we can alleviate that issue of having, the same code across multiple different pages. And that is with nested routes. So just as a quick little illustration, now if I were to kind of remove this and put it at the bottom, let's just see what happens here. So now you can see it's all the way at the bottom, right below the about page. And similarly over here, if I were to go here, you can see now it's at the bottom. So I hope this is making sense to you. Now what we can do is I'm just going to go ahead and just grab these two things, and I'm going to go right about here. Let's go ahead and paste that in there, and I'm going to get rid of the main tag, get rid of this div, give that a quick little save, and then here, instead of utilizing this, we can just not define it altogether and just utilize a fragment like so. So control cut, save that in there. And then over here, let's define a fragment like so. And now, voila, you can see our application still has the same exact structure. However, our code is significantly cleaner. If we go to /about, as you can see, everything is working just fine. And now if I need to add, some styles to this div, for example, like for some reason I have to add style and then background color is blue. Now you can see that this is going to apply right away to the about page as well as all of our other pages because we have defined it only once in the outlet. Let's go ahead and give that a save. I hope this is making sense. Currently, the only way to move across pages is to directly change the path within our URL.
Now, the issue is that our users are not going to enjoy this experience whatsoever. Plus, they're probably not even going to know what the paths are supposed to be. How are they going to know that, slash about is a page that exists? And then, of course, that's going to take them to the slash about page. So what we need to do instead is to add some sort of way where users can navigate across pages. And if we were to go to the final page of our application here, you can see that the way that we navigate across the home and the about page is with this neat little nav bar that allows us to do so. So let's go ahead and implement this within our app. So I'm going to go right over here. Let's go to the components directory, and then in the components, I am going to create a nav bar. So I'm going to go and then we'll say nav bar.jsx. Let's go ahead and create that, and I'm going to say export default, and I'll say function navbar. And then over here, let's go ahead and return a nav JSX element. And then in here, I'm going to add an anchor tag. So I'm going to say anchor tag. And then over here, I'm going to say slash. And then this is going to be the home page. And then over here, we're going to say slash about. And then I'm going to say that this is going to be the about page like so. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now I want this this nav bar to exist across all of my pages. So I am going to add it inside of the app.jsx. And I'm going to add it right above the main tag. So I'm going to just say here, I'm going to auto import it in. I'm just going to say nav bar. And it does not auto import in. So for some reason, let's just see why that is. Okay, sometimes it happens. Sometimes auto importation doesn't work, so we'll have to import it in manually. So we're going to say import navbar, and I'm going to move into the components slash navbar like so. All right, and then over here, let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. And as soon as I do that, now we have this navbar component, and we can start navigating across these two different pages. However, there is an issue with the way that we have done things right now. So what's the problem here? I want you to kind of flip back and forth between this, and I want you to look at the tabs exactly here. So look at the tabs and just see what's happening. So what's happening is we are completely refreshing our application when we move to a different path. So when I go over here, we're refreshing our application. When I go over here, we're refreshing our application. And that is not a good approach. Why? Well, because now we're not using the fancy router logic that we have specified here that just removes a component and renders another one, which allows us for having a much more smoother navigation feel. And also any state that exists within a nested component like the app component is going to be completely gone because we refreshed our app. Let me go ahead and just illustrate that. So I'm going to say from React, we're going to import the use state hook. So I'll say use state, and I'm going to import that in from React. And then right about here, I'm going to say const, and I'll say count. And I'll say set count, and that is going to be equal to, let's just say, use state of 1. And then over here, let's just render out that state, first of all, in an H1, for example. We're going to say count. And then over here, we're going to add a button, just say add, something like that. So it's something very simple, just so we can have state that we are rendering onto the screen. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say set count to count plus 1. All right, very simple stuff. All right, so we have our count here. Maybe we can put it below the nav bar, just so we can maybe have it aesthetically look a little bit nicer. It doesn't really matter where we add it, but we have added it. So over here, as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and just start clicking this button here, and our count is incrementing, as you can see. And now if I were to go to the home page, our whole application is going to refresh. And now you can see that this count also, because we refreshed our application, is going back to its default form, which is 1. So this isn't good. We're not persisting our state. We're refreshing everything. This is not a very good plan. Now, luckily, React Router DOM knows this, and it gives us a component that we can utilize. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to import from React Router DOM the link component. And the link component is going to work exactly the same way as the anchor tag. In fact, it's going to be an anchor tag at the end of the day. So over here, we specify link instead of anchor tag. And instead of href, we provide the toProf. So 2, and then also over here, 2. And that's it. That's all we have to do. But now, when we want to navigate, instead of refreshing the page, what the link component does is it says, okay, all we have to do is just change the components that we want to render. So it just takes a look at the rules and it figures out exactly what component to remove and what component to add. And it doesn't refresh our app. So I'm going to go over here. Let's do a little refresh, just the initial first refresh. I'm going to go ahead and add things here. So just go ahead and add whatever. And then I'm going to go to about. Ta-da! You can see that the state has persisted. Why? Well, the state has persisted because we are not refreshing our application. And you can see that this is even a much, much smoother feel, in my opinion. We're not getting kind of that reloading within the tabs. So with that being said, I'm going to go right about here. Let's just clean out our application now. Now that we understand that, we don't need to demo this anymore. And I'll see you guys in the next video. In this video, what I would like to do is work on adding a new page. And this is going to be the recipe page. So whenever I click on any one of these cards over here, I'm going to expect to be redirected to a recipe page that shows more information specifically on the card that I selected. So if I click on the Poke Bowl, then I expect to be redirected to a recipe page that shows me information about the Poke Bowl. If I click on Knafe, I should go to a page that shows me information about Knafe. So the page that I redirect to needs to have information, some sort of information about the recipe that I clicked on. Now, if you were to go to the final version of the application, let's go over here. I'm going to go ahead and click on this for now. Let's just take a look at the URL. So the URL, it looks something like this. And let's specifically just look at the path. And I'm going to remove instructions for now. So as you can see here, this is how the path looks like. /recipe/ this number. And this number is the ID of the recipe. So I'm going to go back over here. And if I were to click on now blueberry muffins, you can see that the page is exactly the same. The structure is exactly the same. It's just the data is different. And over here, if I were to go, and let's just remove this for now, and remove this for now, you can see the path is also the same, like exactly the same, except for this portion right here, the ID, it's different. And what ends up happening is the page extracts this ID in order to figure out exactly what it needs to render. So we need to have something exactly the same as this. So /recipe/ whatever that recipe's ID is. So let's go ahead and just define the recipe page. So I'm going to go right about here. I'm going to say recipe page.jsx. So .jsx like so. We're going to say export default. And we're going to say function recipe. Oopsie daisy. Recipe page. Let's go about here. Let's go ahead and return. And just for now, we'll just return a div with the name of the recipe, which is, let's just say Poke Bowl for now. But later on, we're going to want to make this dynamic. So I'm going to go over here to the main tag or the main component. And then in here, we need to specify that /recipe/ ID path. So of course, we're going to need another route. So I'm going to say route like so. We're going to specify a path that we'll talk about later.
And then over here, we're going to specify an element, and that is going to be the recipe page. Now we get this nice auto importation. However, I do want to cut it out and just paste it at the very top here, and also remove this JSX. All right. So let's go ahead and save that. And now we need to specify the path. So we know the path is going to be /recipe. And I know we haven't looked at this before, but we can have multiple different paths. We can say /recipe, /whatever, /hello. This is very, very valid. And if I were to go ahead and just kind of copy this like that, go to our final application and paste that in there, we get Pokeball. So we get that recipe page. However, that's not what we want. What we want here is /recipe and then / that particular recipe ID. So this portion is going to be dynamic. Now, luckily, in order to specify something as dynamic within React Router DOM, it's very, very easy. All we have to do is add a colon, and then we have to give that dynamic portion a variable name. Now, we can call this whatever it is that we want, but we should call it something meaningful, because later on, we're going to use that variable name to extract that information from the params. So again, we can call this whatever it is that we want. We can call it cat if we wanted to. But then whenever we wanted to extract that ID, we would have to refer to it as cat. And that's just not a very nice thing to do. So instead, I'm just going to call this /ID. So again, this is going to be /recipe and then /anything. And then in order to extract that portion here, we refer to it as the ID. And I think if this doesn't make much sense to you, don't worry. You'll understand it once we get to that point. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now let's go back to our application. And now within our application, if I were to go to /recipe /123, voila, you can see that we get the Poke page or Pokeball page or the recipe page. And then if I were to just add any number here, oops, what happened there? I added some gibberish. Let me just add any number. You can still see we get redirected over here. All right, now with that being said, what I would like to do is within the recipe page, I want to extract this ID in order to figure out exactly what I need to render. So let's go ahead and do that in the next one. In order to extract the ID from the params, we need to utilize a hook. Now this hook is not going to come from React, but rather from React Router DOM. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to import in from React Router DOM. I'm going to import in the use params hook. Use params hook. And this is so easy to utilize. I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to say const params. I'm going to say use params. I'm going to go ahead and invoke it. And then what we're going to do is we are going to console.log the params, just so we can see exactly what's going on here. So let's go ahead and give this a quick little inspect here. And as you can see, we get this object that has an ID, and it gives us the ID that we're currently at. And if I were to change this, if I were to change this to 123, for example, now we get ID of 123. And that's why it's so important to call this something meaningful. If we went over here and we called this gorilla, for example, and we went here, this would be gorilla123. And that's completely fine. I mean, it does work, but then we would have this weird code within our app. So it's very important to call this something important and meaningful. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go to the recipe page. And now what we can do is we can destructure out the ID. And with that ID, we can figure out exactly what elements it is or what header it is that we need to render. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a save. Let's go back to the card list component. I believe that's the thing that's housing all of the different cards here. And I'm just going to go ahead and just export this for now. So I'm going to export it. And then I am going to go to the recipe page and I'm going to import it. Now, again, let's just rely on that auto importation. So I'm going to say recipe and there we go. So now we have recipes. So now what we can do is we can just find the recipe on initial render. So I'm going to say recipe is equal to, and we'll say recipes dot
find, and then over here, we're just going to say R. We could call it recipe, but we already named this recipe. So I'm going to say R, and then over here, we're just going to say R.ID is equal to the ID that was specified here. Now, if I were to go ahead and do this, and then just say this recipe is equal to the recipe.name. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. As you can see here, we are getting some errors. So the first error that we're getting is, well, we get something like saying, oh, we're trying to read name of undefined. That's what we're trying to do here. So the reason why this is happening is because recipe, if I were to go over here and console.log recipe, okay, let's remove this logic for now, just because it's polluting our thing here. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this. You can see recipe is undefined, and this actually makes sense because right now we are on the path of /123, and if I were to go to the recipes, we have no recipe that has an ID of 1, 2, 3. So this makes sense to me. So now let's go ahead and let's change this to recipe of ID of 1, because a recipe of ID of 1, or let's change it to recipe of ID of 2 so we can get chocolate banana cake. So if I were to go ahead and do this and enter, wait, what? I'm still getting undefined? What's going on here? Well, let me tell you what's going on here. So I'm going to go over to our recipe page here. I'm going to go ahead and just console.log the ID again. So I'm going to console.log the ID, and you can see that the ID is 2. Okay, so the ID is 2, and we're trying to find the recipe with the ID of 2, and we know that exists, but we're still getting undefined. Well, let me go ahead and console log right next to it, literally the integer 2. All right? So I'm going to go ahead and console.log that, and now you can see here that we get 2. We get 2 2s. However, they're different colors, all right? And if you're unfamiliar with the Chrome console, it changes the color depending on the type of the thing that we're printing. You can see here that this is black and this is blue. So what is the types between the two? It seems as though there's a mismatch of types here. So I'm just going to say here, print type of, and then here, console.log type of. And you can see that this is a string. The ID that we get from the params, even though it is a number, like an actual number, it comes back to us as a string that looks like this. However, the type of, well, the actual IDs are numbers. And that's the issue that we are facing here. So what we do here is we have strict equality, meaning that we also check for the types. So over here we have the string 2 is equal to the ID, or sorry, over here this is the number 2 is equal to the string 2. And as you can see here that we're getting this kind of mix match, and because of this inequality, we're not returning anything. So what we have to do here is we either have to have not strict equality, so we can remove that type and just say double check so that the string 2 can be equal to the integer 2, or what we would have to do is we would have to parse this portion right over here into an integer. Now, the issue with parsing this with an integer is we could possibly have here something that's not an integer, and that just returns not a number, which is not really an issue because at the end of the day, that's going to go ahead and resolve as unequal, and then thus what that's going to end up doing is return null here, which is eventually what we want. So let's go ahead and just parse this into an integer. So I'm going to say parse int, and I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to go ahead and parse this into an integer. And now, if I were to save this, now we get our actual object. So that's just a very important thing to understand. This whole tangent was to specifically say that anything that we extract from the params, so whether we define it as a number, whether we define it as whatever it is that we want, it comes back to us as a string. All right, and then if we want to utilize it as a number, we have to, well, parse it. So let's go over here. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. Let's remove this, remove that. Quick little save. And now you can see we have chocolate banana cake. And if I were to click on this, we get, or actually, well, we can't click on it for now because we don't have that logic. We'll work on that in the next video. If I were to go now over here, you can see we get knafe. And you can see that it is nice and dynamic. Now, there is obviously this part right here where we specify an ID that doesn't exist, and we get this just weird, ugly error. And we're going to have to handle that, but we'll handle that a little bit later. For now, we'll just assume that all of the recipes exist. In this video, what I would like to do is make these buttons clickable so that when I click on them, it's going to redirect us to that recipe page that we just created and have it plop the ID of that specific recipe. So how are we going to do that? Well, you might be thinking that what we can do is let's go to the home page over here. So the home page is the one that's rendering everything. So you might be thinking, let's go into the card list. So I'm going to control and then click into the card list component. And then you can see here that we have the card component that is rendering all of these different recipes. So you might be thinking, hey, let's go into the card component. And then in here, what we are going to do is we're going to import in that link. So I'm going to say import link. I'm going to say from React Router DOM. And what we can do now is we can just wrap all of this inside of a link like so. Give that a quick little save. And then over here we can just say to and then slash recipe. We can grab the ID from the recipe prop. And then over here we're going to say $recipe. And this is completely valid and it will work. However, when I go back to my application here, you can see that the styles are a little bit different. So as a quick reminder, this link eventually is going to be an anchor tag, and any default styles that come along with an anchor tag are going to be applied, as you can see here. Now, this isn't the prettiest thing in the world. However, it does indeed work. So you might be thinking, okay, maybe I can go ahead and remove these styles. However, there are some times when we really don't want to use an anchor tag. Maybe we want to use a button, or we want to use a div, or we want to use something, and then eventually we want to cause navigation with those elements. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do in this video. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to make this a div again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say whenever we click on this root div, and actually let's just go ahead and remove this div altogether. So whenever we click on this root div, what I want to do is I want to redirect to that recipe page. Now, in all seriousness, we should probably change this to something like button rather than div, just for accessibility purposes. But for now, let's just keep it as a div. And whenever I click on it, I want to redirect to the page. So obviously we can't use the link component anymore. So that's just not an option because that's a component that we have to render. Now what we want to do is we want to utilize the div. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say on click. And then whenever I click on this, so I'm going to say on click like so, I'm going to say navigate to recipe page like so. All right. And over here, I'm going to go ahead and define that function. So I'm going to say const. I'll say navigate to recipe page. And then what we are going to do is we are going to somehow navigate now. Now, in order to do this, we're going to have to utilize another hook. So we've used the use params hook, but luckily there's also another hook that we can utilize called the use navigate hook. We can go over here and we can extract that from React Router DOM. So the use navigate hook. And what we can do here is we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate. And then here now we get access to this function, this navigate function. We can just go ahead and call it with template literals, and then we can just specify the path. So I'm going to say slash recipe and then $ID. And that is it. So now when I click on this, voila, you can see that we get redirected to the page that we want. So I just want to quickly illustrate the difference between this form of navigation as well as the other form of navigation that we saw with the nav bar. So this form of navigation is known as just component element-based navigation, where we use an anchor tag in order to navigate across two different pages. This form, however, is known as programmatic navigation. So whenever we need to programmatically navigate from a different element that's not an anchor tag, we use programmatic navigation. Whenever we need to add logic to our navigation, so maybe we click on this element and then we have maybe a few different places we need to navigate to depending on some sort of state within our application, we use programmatic navigation because now we can add logic into our function. I'll just say if something, I'll just say if something, then navigate here, else somewhere else, navigate somewhere else. Maybe you can over here just add just another thing. So whenever we need to have some sort of logic within our navigation, we also want to use programmatic navigation. So I hope this is making sense. Also the two forms of navigation. And with that being said, we have concluded our routing section. So hopefully at this point you have a very, very good and deep understanding of how we can implement routing within our React app. In this video, what we're going to do is take a step back from navigation and we're going to introduce a brand new concept. And that concept is known as data fetching. Now, if you were to go to the final version of our application, you can see that we have multiple cards, and each card has an image, it has a name, it has the time it takes to prepare, as well as some tags. Now, all this over here that I just mentioned is data, and this data has to come from somewhere. Now, in our very simple application, that data came from a hard-coded array that we have defined. However, in the final version, that data is not hard-coded. It is coming from a database that is hosted somewhere in the cloud. And to kind of prove it to you, it seems as though we have an infinite supply of data. We can go ahead and we can search for anything it is that we want, and then we're going to fetch that data from the database. And as you can see, now we have a bunch of data that pertain to lobster, which is the keyword that I just typed in. So the question is, okay, we know that data lives in a database, but how are we going to access it within our client? Well, we're going to access it within our client. And when I say client, I mean our React application. We're going to access it within our React application by utilizing something known as an application programming interface, or an API. So I'm going to go ahead over here. I'm going to we'll show you exactly what an API is. So if I were to search API, you can say here that API stands for Application Programming Interface. And in the context of APIs, the word application refers to any software with a distinct function. Interface can be thought of as a contract of service between two applications. I mean, I struggle just to read that, much less understand it. So instead, I'm going to take a look at this diagram right over here. This diagram really illustrates exactly what an API is. So I'm going to go over here just to really zoom into this diagram. And you can see here that we have two components. So we have this client. This client is going to be our web application that is built in React. And then there's this API server. So the way that it works typically when we want to get data is a client doesn't interact with the database directly. Instead, it interacts with a server that is hosted on the cloud. And then that server is going to interact with the database, get the database, and send it back to the client. Now, what is the API? Well, the API is the application programming interface that the client is going to use to communicate to the server. So the server is going to have a bunch of different endpoints, and an endpoint can look something like this. You can see here /recipe/ID, and it has an HTTP verb known as a GET, and this is something that the API has specified. And then the client, what they can do is they can go ahead and make a request, an API request,
to that server, and then the server is going to go ahead and give that data back. And that's exactly what an API is. And if you were to kind of look at it in a more real life analogy, you can kind of think of the client as a customer that is in a restaurant. As you can see, they're waiting within a restaurant, and then the server is the chef that is going to prepare the food. But the customer is not going to directly communicate to the chef telling them, hey, I want spaghetti. Instead, they're going to communicate with the API, which in this case is going to be the server. So the server is going to come to the client, and the client is going to make a request to the server saying, hey, I want spaghetti. And then the API is going to go to the chef telling them, hey, this person wants spaghetti. The server is the chef is going, or server/chef is going to go ahead and make that spaghetti, send it back to the server, and then the server is going to respond to the client. All right. So again, the API is just the way we communicate with the HTTP server. That's really what I'm trying to get at. Now, there's a bunch of APIs out there. There's a ton. I'm over here at Rapid API. You can see here, if we want to get baseball data, there's a baseball API. If you want to get translation data, there's a translation API, there's a movie API, there's a weather API, and you guessed it, there's also a recipe API. So go to rapidapi.com/hub, and then over here, what I want you to do is I want you to go and search for Tasty. So Tasty is a API that we're going to utilize in order to get a bunch of different recipe information. And you can see that these are the endpoints that we're going to hit in order to get the recipes that we want. So if you want to get a list of all recipes, we hit this endpoint. If you want to get one specific recipe, we hit this endpoint, recipe/get more info. Now, in order to utilize this, we have to subscribe to this API. So go ahead, create an account at rapidapi.com, and then subscribe to test. And luckily, you don't have to put in any credit card information. You don't have to put in whatever it is that you want. All you have to do is just right here, subscribe to the free plan, which is 5 requests per second, as well as 500 per month, which should be more than enough for this project. So I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to this. Now we are subscribed. Let's go back to our application here. And in here, now what we can do is we can start making HTTP requests to get data. So over here, I'm going to use this API to, let's say, get a list of all recipes. So I'm going to click on this. And as you can see here, there's, we'll talk about all this stuff a little bit later. But at the end of the day, this is the request that we are making right over here. Let me just zoom in. This is the request that we are making, and we're passing in some params as well as some headers. This right here is the authentication key. But what I want to focus in on is when I test this endpoint and make this request, you can see now we get an array, so an array of 20 items. And you can see each item has a bunch of data that we can utilize within our app. Now, with that being said, now that we got that portion out of the way, let's go ahead and start hitting this API within our React application and getting that data. What I would like to do in this video is make an HTTP request to the /recipes/list endpoint and then fetch the data within our client. So not over here, but within our React application. Now, luckily, if you were to go to Rapid AI, click on the endpoint itself, and then go to the code snippets, you can see that right over here at the very bottom, it tells us exactly what we have to do to programmatically do this within our React app. Just make sure you're on the Node.js Axios version. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this code. And I'm going to plop it into the home page because it is in the home page where we want to fetch all of the different recipes so we can pass them into the card list like so. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go ahead and just paste that in. And before we just execute it, let's take a look at exactly what's going on here. So the first thing that we're doing is we're importing in Axios. So this require statement is just an old way of importing in a library. Because we're using React, we don't have to do that. So we can just say const import, and then we'll say from Axios. So we're importing in this library called Axios.
But that begs the question, what is Axios? Now, anytime that you want to explore exactly what a library is, highly suggest just go to Axios and then npm like so. And then over here, you can go ahead and just take a look at exactly what it does. You can see incredibly popular, around 26 million weekly downloads. And really, all it is just a way of interacting with an API. So we can just go ahead and start making API requests. Like, let's see here. Yeah, like this. API.get, we specify the endpoint, and then we get our data back. Now, if we wanted to, we could use the internal fetch method that we can utilize within JavaScript, but Axios is just significantly cleaner, and that's why a lot of people utilize it. So in order to utilize it within our app, we have to install it. So I'm going to go and move into the O4 recipe. I'm going to do an npm install of that, not client. Oops. We're going to do an npm install of Axios. So let's go ahead and install Axios. So that handles this portion right over here. Now let's take a look at this. So these are going to be the configurations whenever we want to make our request. So first of all, we're telling Axios that this is going to be a GET request. Now remember, if we were to go over to the API, you can see here that this is a GET request. Now, there's other HTTP verbs that these endpoints could be. They could be POST requests if we're creating data. They can be patch or put requests if we're updating data, or they can be delete requests if we're, of course, deleting data. But over here, we're specifying that it is a GET request. We're specifying the base URL, as you can see here. So this is the base URL, and then this is the endpoint that we're trying to hit. So again, this is going to be consistent. It's very similar to the routing. This portion right here is going to be consistent. And then this portion is going to redirect to a brand new endpoint that is going to do different functionalities. And then over here, we're going to specify some params. So maybe we want, just 20 cards. Maybe we want tags that are under 30 minutes. Maybe we don't. In this case, actually, we don't. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And then over here, we have the headers. So here's a very, very important concept. APIs are most likely going to be authenticated. They're not going to just allow you to just make requests without the API knowing exactly who you are. So it is going to be authenticated. And what you're going to need to do is you need to provide some sort of key value pair inside of your request header. And this right here is the key, and this right here is the host that we need to specify. So once we have configured all of these options, what we can do here is we can make that Axios request. So we can say axios.request, and then we specify the options. Now this is going to be asynchronous, so we have to await it. It's very, very important, and that means that the function itself is going to be an async function, wherever that lives. As you can see, actually this function doesn't live anywhere, so we're gonna have to do it inside of here, but we'll do that a little bit later. So we're gonna have to go ahead and await it, and then we can console.log the data, and if we get an error, we can console.log the error. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to create a brand new function. I'm going to just say call fetch recipes like so. And I'm going to make this an async function. And I'm going to go ahead and just cut this logic and just paste it in there. All right. And that's it. That's all we're going to do. Now I want to call this just once as soon as the home page is rendered. So to do this, we're going to use the use effect hook. So I'm going to say use effect from React. Now, so far we have been utilizing the use effect with a dependency array. So we would say use effect. We would have a dependency array over here, and we would specify what we want to listen to. But if we leave our array empty, what ends up happening is it gets called once. This function gets called once, and whatever is in it gets called once and once only. And then that's it, just upon render. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to say fetch recipe. Go ahead and give that a quick little call. And now if I were to save this, let's go back to our React application. Right about here. And I'm going to inspect. And I'm going to go ahead and console. And we're getting an object back. And you can see here within our object, we have this property called results. And we have all of this data. Let me just zoom out of here. All of this data. And this is the data that we can utilize in order to start dynamically rendering what we need. With that being said, let's go ahead and traverse it and render whatever it is that we need. In this video, what I would like to start doing is traversing this array and then rendering these cards out from the data that we get from the API. Now, in order to do this, this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to store this data as a piece of state. So I'm going to go right about here. I'm going to define a new piece of state, and I'm going to call this recipes. And over here, I'm going to say set recipes. I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to use state. And notice the neat and amazing auto importation. We just imported use state, but we also imported it in another React statement. So actually, it wasn't that good. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to go ahead and just say use state like so. And then over here, initially, I'm just going to give this the initial value of an empty array. And then once we get our data back, you can see we get our data back in an object structure where we have the count and then the results. So what I'm going to do is once we get our data, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say set recipes, and that is going to be equal to response dot data and then results like so. All right. So let's go ahead and save that. And now we should have our recipes in here as soon as we have fetched our data. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this now, and I'm going to pass it to the card list component just like so. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that, pass it to the card list component, and then within the card list component, I'm going to accept the recipes prop. And instead of utilizing this hard-coded array, go ahead and just comment this out. And now we're going to utilize the recipes that we're getting from the recipe homepage, which we are eventually getting from the external API call. Now, if I were to save this, you can see here, we're getting kind of close, but we're rendering our data. We're going to have multiple different cards here, but the only real thing that we're seeing is the name. So like blueberry cream muffin, blah, 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 etc., etc. So what we're going to need to do here is learn exactly how the data is structured within the API, because this is not something that we control. The data is getting back to us in a different format than we have specified within our card component. Because our card component is expecting something called an image, it's expecting something called a name, it's expecting something called a tag, and that might not be properties that exist inside of the object that we have got from our API. So this is what we have to do. Let's go ahead and just open it up a little bit. And let's just take a look at exactly all of the different properties that we can utilize here. So let's go over here. Let's see if we can find something for the ID. Okay, so it seems as though the ID is exactly the same. That's pretty good. Let's take a look at something for the image maybe. So for the image, I'm going to look for, I think this will work, the thumbnail URL. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little copy. And instead of destructuring out the image, I'm going to destructure out the thumbnail URL, like so. And then over here, we're going to utilize the thumbnail URL, like so. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. If we were to go back to our application, there we go. Now we have images within our app. So we got some nice little images. And some of these images just make me want to go out and just buy a big jack potato. What is it? Is this a potato? A potato with, oh my goodness, I don't know what this is. I do not want to eat it, but I am intrigued. This is a weird, I don't think that would work. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and try to find the other thing. So the other thing is the total time in minutes. Now sometimes this is null. So sometimes it is null, that means we don't have it, and sometimes we do have it. So we need to figure out how we can start conditionally rendering things here. So we only really want to render this only if we have the total minutes. So we'll just say something like, if we have the total minutes, then let's go ahead and render this. Else, I'm going to go ahead and just render null, like so. All right. So, and of course we have to go ahead and destructure this out like so. So let's go ahead and destructure that out. Seems as though every single time I copy something, it also copies like a space as well. So I have to fix that. And there we go. Okay, so now we should have, at least in some cases, apparently not in all Apparently all these cases don't have it actually, which is a little bit surprising. But in some, let's open up something else here. Maybe we'll see if we have the total number of minutes, prep time in minutes. I guess we can also use that. Prep time, total number of minutes. I guess this one's 0. Oh, this one. As you can see here, this one has 65 minutes. So that's pretty good. I guess the other ones don't have it. So, hey, what can we do? This is the data that we're getting back. So we're kind of stuck with that. Now, the last thing that I want to do is I want to get the tag. Now, the tag is going to live inside of the topic. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the very first element. And I'm just going to grab the name. And that is going to be the tag. So over here, let us go here. Instead of the tag, we're just going to accept the topics, because it's with an S. And then here, we're going to say topics of 0, and then we're going to grab the name, like so. Go ahead and give that a quick little save, and now you can see we have these nice little tags here. Now, it could be 100% possible that the topics that we get back are empty. So we should do a check here. So we should say, hey, if this is empty, so we're going to say if this dot length triple equals 0, then what we want to do, or is maybe we'll say greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, then we want to render this. Else, then what we want to do is we want to render null, nothing basically, as well. Oops, null. There we go. And that should do it for our application, except for the tags are not really working now. So if the topics dot length are greater than 0, then what we want to do is we want to render this, else null. That makes sense to me. I'm not sure why that's not. Oh, topics. Oh, should be topics like that without the 0. Okay, so that should do it. And now you can see here we're getting our data that we're getting back from our API. So the module requested, now we're getting an error as soon as I refreshed here. So source does not export name. Okay, not a problem. So I think what's happening here is we're exporting the recipes somewhere, and now we're not exporting them anymore because we commented them out. So let's go over here to /recipes, see where we're utilizing it. So here we're commenting this out. We got recipes here. We got the home page. Here, the recipes page. There we go. That's what's causing the problem. So I'm just going to go ahead and just comment this out for now. So let's go ahead and comment this out, as well as comment this out. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. If I were to do a refresh here, there we go. Now you can see we are rendering everything the way that we should. Right now, our API call lives within the home page component. However, I think that this could be potentially problematic. One of the main problems that I see is that maybe we need this data in other pages, in other components. Another problem is that it's making our homepage component more complex, a lot more bulky, and just overall not very maintainable. So what I would like to do is encapsulate this fetch logic somewhere else. And specifically, I want to encapsulate it in a hook that we are going to create. So far we have been utilizing hooks that libraries have been creating. So for example, we have been utilizing the use effect hook, as well as the use state hook, as well as the use params, the use navigate from React Router DOM. But this time, what we're going to do is we're going to create our own hook that we can utilize in order to fetch all of the different recipes. So to do this, what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new directory called hooks over here, and then I'm going to create a JavaScript file in this, not a JSX file, but a JavaScript file. I'm going to call this use and then fetch recipes.js. So it's just going to be a very simple JavaScript file, and then in here I'm just going to define an arrow function. So I'm going to say use fetch recipes. And then in here, we're going to define an arrow function like so. And then at the very bottom of the function, I'm going to go ahead and do an export default of use fetch recipes. So simple stuff there. But now what we can do is we can encapsulate all of this logic within that hook. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to grab these options. I'm going to paste them. I'll paste them right above the hook, actually, the options themselves. I'll also import Axios from Axios. So we're going to import that in here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically just grab all of this here, cut this out. So we can go ahead and just paste that, this time inside of the hook. So inside of this function, we are defining this piece of state. Now, we have to actually import in the use state hook as well as the use effect hook. So notice the auto importation there, except it just does it in 2 different lines. I thought it would be smarter than that, but I guess not. So let's go ahead and remove this. And now what we're doing is, in effect, the exact same thing. But now what we can do here is at the very bottom of the function, we can go ahead and just return back the data. Now, typically in hooks, we get back data in this array form. So let's just go, I don't know, let's go here. Let's find an example where we have a use state hook. Let's just use state. So as you can see here, we get data back in this array form. So we have, the count here and then the function here, and it's in this array format. So I think we should have a very similar format for our hook. So I'm going to return back an array, and then the element, the first element that we're going to return here is the actual data. So I'm going to say recipes, and I'm going to go ahead and just return that recipes like so. So this is going to be the actual array, but it's within this array as well. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now what we can do is we can import in that hook within our home page. I'm going to delete this. Let's go to our home page. And I don't want the recipe page either. I want the home page. So within our home page, I'm going to go ahead and remove all this. And I'm going to import in the use fetch recipes hook from the hooks/useRecipe.js. And then in here, I'm going to say const an array. I'm going to say use fetch recipes. And I'm going to go ahead and just grab the recipes. So recipes like so. And you can see now our logic is significantly more simple. And we can reuse this hook in any component in any page that we want. Now, theoretically, everything should be working the exact same way. So if I were to go to our application here, let's go over here. Ta-da! You can see that it is indeed working the exact same way. How cool is that? But now what we ended up doing, well, actually it's not working. What's going on here? So when I did a refresh, it seems as though something went wrong. Oh, no. There's just like, okay, this is also a thing that we have to talk about, is the loading state. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But after some time, our data should appear here. But as you can see here, if I were to refresh this one, it takes some time. You see we have a loading state, and it takes some time for our data to come back, as you can see. Anyways, let's talk about that in the next video. In the last video, I got a little bit concerned when I refreshed the page, and that's because it took some time for the data to come. And sometimes it could take a while. And if I were to refresh the page and it would take so long, maybe the users just think something is wrong with the application and they would just turn away and leave. So what we need to do is we need to add some sort of loading state to indicate to the user that, hey, we're doing something in the background, we're trying to fetch the data, rather than show absolutely nothing. And that loading state looks like this. So if I were to go over here, refresh the application, you can see we get this nice little loading state, and then our cards render. So that is what I would like to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build out that loading state, and then we're going to figure out exactly when to render it. So in order to build out the loading state, we're going to create a brand new component. So let's go over to our Let's go back to VS Code, and then within VS Code, let's create a brand new loading component right about here. So I'm going to go to the components, and I'm going to create a loading.jsx file, just like that. All right, so that's looking pretty good to me. And now what we're going to do is we're going to very simply define a functional based component. So we'll say export default function loading, and then here we're going to go ahead and we're going to return a div with a class name of loading dash container, and then in here we're going to have an image. Now this image is going to be this GIF right over here. So I'm going to go ahead and attach this to this lecture. Go ahead and download it and plop it into your assets directory. All right, so we're going to go right about here, and we're going to go and import that loading GIF. So I'm going to say that loading GIF. We're going to import that from, and we'll say /assets/loading.gif. Just like that. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to plop that in there. So let's go ahead and give that a quick save. And now what I want to do is I want to move to the home page. So let's go over here to the home page. And I want to just render it in for now instead of the card list, just so we can see how it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. And then in here, I'm just going to say loading. I'm going to auto import it. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. And it should eventually look something like this. Okay, so this is awesome. This is really, really good. But now what we want to do is we want to only render this when we are fetching our data. All right, so let's go over here. I'm going to just comment this out for now. Let's go back over here. And let's just look at our code inside of our hook for when we are fetching the data. So what we're doing here is within this function, this is where all the magic is happening. We have a try catch block, and then what we have is this request to fetch the data. And notice that this request is asynchronous. So this is a JavaScript concept where if our request is going to take some time, what we can do is we can await it before moving on to the next line of code. So we can wait for the response. Now the thing is the response is going to take some time in order for it to be resolved. So our application is going to be in a state where we have this empty array for a brief period of time. It could be, a few milliseconds, or it could be a second or two. And then once we get our data back, then that's when we go ahead and actually render it out. So what we need to do here is we need to also store a loading state, so we know that we are loading our application. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say const. I'm going to say define a new state called loading set loading. I'm going to say that that is going to be equal to false initially. So initially we are not loading, and as soon as we try to make this API call, what I would like to do is I'm going to say set loading to true. Because now we're making an API request, I'm going to go ahead and set it to true. And then only once we resolve our API, we get our data back and we set it to our state, am I going to go ahead and set this to false. And then also if we get any sort of error, that means we have resolved and we figured out that we got an error, I'm also going to set the loading to false. Now with that being said, what I would like to do is instead of setting our recipes to an empty array, because that could be deceiving, we could make it an HTTP request to our data and get back an empty array. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it to null, so that now we know for sure we don't have any data. And if we go ahead and make an API request and we get back an empty array, we know that that is exactly what we got back from our API. So I'm going to go ahead and set this to null initially. And then over here, we're going to set this to true, the loading to true. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set it to that array. We're going to set loading to false, and we're going to set loading to false here. All right. And now what we can do is we can also return loading within this structure here. So this array. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now if we were to go back to the home page, what we can do is instead of calling this recipes, let's just call it data. I think that makes a little bit more sense. We're going to call this loading like so. And then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to have a check. So I'm going to say, hey, if we are loading, then what we want to do
is we want to go ahead and render the loading component like so. And then we can have a very similar check right here. If we have data, so our data is not null, then what we want to do is we want to render the card list with that data, like so. All right, give that a quick little save here. And now, voila, you can see we have this wonderful loading state. Look at that. So again, what's happening as soon as I refresh? As soon as I refresh, we are calling this function, and we're setting the loading to true. Then what we're doing is we're making an API call. Then we're setting the recipes to that array. We're setting the loading to false, which means that over here within our home page, this is going to be false, and we're not going to render this, and instead we are going to render this. And that's why we get this awesome loading state that indicates to our users that, hey, we are doing something. Right now, our use fetch recipes hook is returning back to us two states that our application can be in. It could be in a loading state where we are fetching our data, or we could be in a state where we got our data, and then in this case, loading will be false. However, there is one more state that we have missed, and that is the error state. We can just as easily make a request to an API, and the API can respond to us with an error rather than the data. So we need to handle that case as well. So we're going to go over here, and as you can see, the error state is going to be caught inside of this catch block. So I'm going to go ahead and console.log the error, maybe just console.log it instead of console.erroring it. Now, an error state is kind of tough to recreate. So what I'm going to do to recreate an error is I'm just going to go ahead and hit an endpoint that doesn't really exist. So instead of just saying /list, I'm going to just say /lis. Go ahead and give that a save here. Let's go right about to our application. I'm going to do an inspect. Look at the console. You can see we're bombarded with errors. We have like 21 different errors. And you can see that, hey, something is going on here. We have this Axios error, and we have this message saying that request failed with status 404. So what I would like to do here is, let's go back to our recipes. So what I would like to do is I'm going to go ahead and house that error inside of a piece of state. So I'm going to say const, and I'll say error, like so. I'll say set error. And initially, this is going to be equal to null. And then what we're going to do is as soon as we make this API call and we go into this catch block, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to say set error, and I'm going to call this error like so, just so we don't have any more conflicts. I'm going to set error to error.message, just like that. All right. So that should do that. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and save this and then return that error state. And now if we ever are in an error state, we can render some error JSX. Just to keep things simple for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if we got an error, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to render a p tag that is going to show the error itself. So I'm going to go ahead and just save that. Now you can see here, we are responding with, we're just telling them, hey, something went wrong. Just to tell the user, hey, some sort of error happened within our server, and this is this is the error message. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh, and we could get other errors. Like this is just kind of a weird error, but we could get an error where we're unauthenticated, and so we want to respond with the user that you're unauthenticated, and then we can run some logic there. Now, one last thing that I would like to do is I want to fix this fetch function real quick. So right now you can see here, whenever we make a call, the very first thing that we're doing is we're setting the loading to true. But we should also reset the recipes and the errors to null, because what we want to do eventually is just get different data from our Axios call here. So I'm going to say set recipes to null, and then also set error to null, like so. So we're going to set these back to their original forms. We're going to set loading to true. And then only once we have responded and got a response back, do we either, set the error message to an error message and then set this to false, or do we set the recipes or the data to this data over here and set this also to false.
All right, so I hope this is making sense, and this is how we can start handling API calls within our client. We can encapsulate all of this logic as well as all of the state in a hook, and we can just utilize it right over here. Now let's go over back to our API call. Let's just fix up the endpoint, and now let's just wait a little bit, and bingo bango, we got our data. In this video, what I would like to do is make the search bar functional. So what I expect to happen is when I type in something like for example, cookie, and then I click on search, I expect to recall that API, but this time only get data that are related to cookies. So cookies like this. And let's go ahead and take a look at how the final version of our application looks when we do this. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to say cookie. Go ahead and click on search. You can see we're refetching the data, and thus we have this loading state. And now we have a bunch of cookies. We got how to make the best sugar cookies. We got red velvet cookies. For some reason, we also get data about cinnamon rolls. We also get cookies here. We got some peppermint brownie cookies. Oh my goodness, this one looks really good. Peanut butter cup cookies. We got, sorry, we should be coding now, but now I'm taking a look at these amazing looking cookies. If you wanted to search for something like cheesecake, go ahead and give that a quick little search. You can see here now we get everything related to cheesecake. So you can see here we get these nice, wow, look at that. I really want that. Now, nonetheless, how are we going to do this? Well, the first thing is we have to figure out if the API that we're hitting supports this, because it's the API that's doing all the work. And if it does not support us kind of specifically asking for the data that we want, then we cannot do it. But luckily, the API does support it, or at least the tasty API, it does. So if we were to go over here to recipe/list, and then we were to go to the parameters, you can see that we have some required parameters like from and size, but there's also some optional parameters like the tag, the queue, as well as the sort. Now the queue is what we need to look at here. So the queue, what that is just the name of a food or an ingredient to search by. And so if we want to query for a bunch of different recipes that have a specific keyword, we would just add the queue parameter, and then we would say cookie like so. So if I were to go ahead and test this endpoint out, and I were to come here, now let's take a look at the data that we get back. So we're getting back, let's go here. I'm just going to click on a random one here. You can see now it has cookie, dessert. This one is just some random cookie. We got 3 peanut butter ingredient cookies, etc., etc. So I hope this makes sense. So what we need to do here is if we have a search parameter, if we're searching by some sort of search parameter, we need to add the queue here and then the string of that search parameter. Okay? So I hope this is making sense. Now, where is this options being used? Because this is eventually what we need to modify. Well, this options is being used inside of the fetch recipes function. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a parameter to this called search term. And this could be undefined if we don't define anything, or it could be defined with a string. Okay. So what we're going to do here is before we make the Axios request, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to say request params. So request params, and I'm going to say that that's going to be equal to, I'm going to go say options like so. Options. So I'm going to go ahead and destructure out the options. And actually, let's call this request options altogether. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the options. And then I'm going to say if we have a search parameter, so if a search parameter does exist, then I want to add that queue. So I'm going to say request options dot params dot queue is equal to the search term. And thus, we're going to go ahead and add that queue into the params here. So I hope this is making sense. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and utilize those request options instead of the regular option. So we either are going to conditionally add the queue or not. All right, let's go ahead and give that a quick little save here. But now this kind of presents a problem, because what we're doing is we're fetching the data within the hook itself. And now what I would like to do instead is fetch the data within the page that wants the data. And then if we want to pass in some sort of parameter, we can go ahead and do that. So this is what we're going to do instead. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to get this function here. So this function, and I'm going to pass it as the first element in this array. And now our array is getting a little bit big. I kind of like to have 3 elements maximum, or 2 or whatever, 3 elements maximum at least. So over here, what I would like to do in order to kind of combine all of this data together, I'm just going to return it as an object. And I'm going to return this as data, like so. So data is recipes. So now what we're going to do in order to get this data, so this all is going to be an object, and then we're also going to have the fetch recipes function. And this is a very common way that hooks work. We have a function that allows us to fetch, and then over here we have our data loading as well as error. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save here as well as here. And then now what we're going to do is this use effect, we're not going to call it inside of the hook anymore, because now it is the responsibility of the component to fetch the data. So we're going to just add that use effect in here, and let's go ahead and just auto import it. Bingo. So give that a quick little save. We can remove this use effect from here, and we should just call it like so. Now we're not calling it with any parameters, and this is because we're calling it on initial load, which means that we shouldn't add a queue. So at the end of the day, our application should work exactly the same. So let's go back over here and do a quick little refresh. And there we go. So it does work exactly the same way, which is terrific. Obviously, this is what we want. But now let's just take a look at where the magic happens. So now what we can do is I'm going to go to the header. I'm going to just move into the header, because the header is where we house all of that logic. So I'm going to move into the header. So the header is where we got this input. Let's just add a 2-way binding here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to call this search term. I'll say set search. So you got search term, set search term, and that's going to be equal to use state. And initially we're going to make this just an empty string. And then over here, let's go ahead and add a on change. We're going to say set search term. That's going to be equal to e dot target dot value. And then over here, we're going to say the value is going to be equal to, and then I'm going to say the search term. All right, so now we got that nice little 2-way binding going on here. And then I'm just going to say on click, we're going to call a function called handle search. All right, let's go ahead and define that function right about here. So I'm going to say const handle search. And now what we want to do in this function is we want to call that fetch recipes function, but this time we want to pass it into the search terms. Now, how are we going to get access to that fetch recipes function? Well, we can utilize the hook again. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say const, you get an array here. I'm going to say use fetch recipes. And I'm going to go ahead and just grab the fetch recipes. So over here, we're going to grab that fetch recipes function. And we don't have to grab the other things because we don't care about the data, the loading, the error state. We just want to refetch here. You can see how cool this is, how reusable that is. Now we can start fetching the data wherever we want, in any component it is that we want. And we can utilize that data wherever it is that we want. This is why it's important to kind of move things into hooks. So over here now, what I can do is I can say, let's just do a little check. I'm going to say if there is a search term, then let's go ahead and fetch the recipes again. And then this time we're going to provide it with the search terms. So provide it with the search term. And so what's going to happen here is, because we're calling this fetch recipes within this function, it's going to recall this whole function. It's going to start setting the loading to true, set this back to null, and then it's going to go through this process again, and it's going to update the state that can be that's utilized over here. All right, with that being said, let's just go ahead and give it a quick little test. So I'm going to do a refresh here. I'm going to click on recipe. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to, let's pick something different. Let's pick cinnamon. Cinnamon. Go ahead and give it a search. And if I were to click on this, nothing appears to be happening. So let's go back over to the header and let's just take a look at exactly what's going on here. So I'm going to console.log called, and let's go here. Let's inspect. Let's just see if it was indeed called or not. So it was called, and let's take a look at what the search term was. So the search term was cinnamon. All right. So what we do here is we go ahead and we call this. Let's just take a look at what's happening over here. I'm going to go ahead and console.log, and we're going to go right about, we're going to say console.log. Let's just console.log search term in the recipes or whatever. And as you can see here, it's undefined. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess that's what's happening here. So I am going to fetch recipes. It's an asynchronous function. All right, so let's go about here. So we got this fetch recipes, but for some reason we're calling it with undefined. That's a little bit strange to me. Let me go ahead and debug this, and I'll come back in the next video. After quite a bit of debugging, I figured out that it is indeed updating the state. However, the home page is not re-rendering. Now, in order to fix this, what we're going to have to do is define this search function, this handle search, right over here inside of the home page itself. And then what we're going to need to do is accept the search term as a parameter. So we'll just say search term like so, and then pass it down to the header as a prop. And that's because the state lives in here, so the function that updates it should also live in there as well. All right, with that being said, let's go over here, and I'm going to accept this as a prop. I'm going to call this, what was it called? Handle search. And then over here, instead of having a handle search function, I'm just going to call this a handle click function. And then over here, we'll just say const handle click, and that's just going to be a regular arrow function, and this function is going to call the handle search function then with the search term, and that's it. So now we don't even need to utilize the hook here. We can go ahead and remove that altogether. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little save now. And let's just type in, what do we want to type in? We wanted to type in cinnamon. So let's go over here. I'm going to type in cinnamon, like so. Search it, and there we go. Now we get all the data that pertains to cinnamon. I mean, just look at that cinnamon pancake. Look at that cinnamon sugar cheesecake. This looks incredible. If I were to type in pie, for example, now we can get pie. Now, one thing that I also want to quickly do is whenever we click on this search, I want to clear the search bar. So let's go ahead and do that. So this one should be very simple. I'm going to say set search term, and we're going to say empty like so. So now when I search for, I don't know, let's pumpkin and search, now we get wow, look at all these desserts. Like everything is just pumpkin related desserts. But now you can see here that the search bar is empty. At this point, we are completely done with the home page. And now what I would like to do is to start working on the recipe page. So right now, if I click on this, it redirects me to /recipe/that specific recipe's ID. But of course, what I want eventually is to go ahead and render the information for that specific recipe. Now, in order to do this, we're going to have to fetch the data for that specific recipe. And to do that, it's going to be incredibly similar to the way that we have done things with the useFetchRecipes hook. Instead, this time we're going to hit the API that is going to allow us to just fetch one recipe and get more information about that. If I were to go to the documentation, the API or the endpoint itself is going to be recipes/getMoreInfo. And as you can see here, within the query params, we have to provide it with the ID of the recipe we want to get more information from. So let's go ahead and create a hook for this, another hook that is going to allow us to fetch the data for that recipe. So I'm going to go over here, copy that code, copy this code right here. And I am going to create a brand new hook. Now I'm going to call this very similar to the useFetchRecipes. I'm going to call this useFetch. I'm going to say recipe.js. So just it's singular, not plural. Then in here, let's go ahead and define a function. So I'm going to say const useFetch. I'm going to call this useFetchRecipe. Like so. And then here, let's go ahead and do a very quick export default of useFetchRecipe. All right. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and just define the options as well as the actual call itself. So I'm going to go here. Let's just change this to an import. So we're going to say import Axios from, and I'm going to say Axios like so. And in here, we're going to have very, very similar logic to what we've had in the useFetchRecipes page. So I'm going to go and pretty much just grab all of this, actually. Let's go ahead and grab this, and we're going to configure it and change it later. So we're going to go here. Let's go ahead and paste that in there. And what I would like to do, so we've got the recipe this time. And we'll say set recipe. And then over here, we'll say set recipe. Over here, we got the rec options. So this time, we need the ID of the recipe. And I'm going to go ahead and say params. So we're not going to do a check here because we absolutely require the ID. So I'm going to say ID like so is equal to the ID. And that pretty much should do it. That's pretty much it. So let's just do a quick little refresher of what's happening here. We can get rid of all this. We do not need that no more. So what we're doing here is we have this new fetch call that is going to be /recipe/ID. And you can see that the params, we have an ID, and this is the ID that is hard-coded at this point. Now, over here, you can see that when we call this, we go ahead and we set loading to true, set recipe to false, set error to null, or set recipe to null as well as set error to null. And then we grab the ID that was passed in, and this should be called fetch recipe, and we change the params from this hard-coded string. And then we go ahead and make this call. And then lastly, we go ahead and we return the data. All right. So that's pretty easy, I think. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and we are going to go over to the recipes page, or sorry, yeah, the recipe page. Let's go ahead and find that right about here. And what we're going to do is we're going to utilize that hook. All right. So I'm going to say const, and I'm just going to grab, so use fetch recipe. Go ahead and invoke that. I'm going to grab the fetch recipe function, and also let's grab the data, the loading, as well as the error. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a use effect that I'm going to auto import in. And I'm going to call it as soon as this page is rendered. So I'm going to go over here, and as soon as this page is rendered, I'm going to call the useFetch with the ID that I extracted from the params. All right, let's make this a lowercase. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me. And what I'm going to do now is just very simply console.log the loading data as well as the error, just to see exactly what we got here. All right, so let's see. So I'm going to go about here. Let's go, where are we? Okay, so we have an error saying use state is not defined. Not a problem. Use state is not defined. So I'm going to go over here, and we're going to go ahead and import in use state. We're going to import that in from React. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. Now I'm going to inspect the console. And it appears as though the console has quite a bit of errors, and maybe these errors are not, so reference error, use state is not, that's fine. Yeah, that's an old error. If you refresh, everything should be gone. So you can see that initially, data is null, loading is false, and then error is null. So this is like the absolute splits, not even second, like split millisecond that we render it. And then we call the function, so loading becomes true now. And then what ends up happening is over here, it appears though we get an error. So it says set recipes is not defined. All right, not a problem. So over here, that's the issue. We have to set the recipes. So now we have an error. So now let's go ahead and log this again. Okay, so it appears as though we don't have an error, but we also have the data being undefined. So it might be just that the structure of the data is a little bit different. So what I highly suggest doing in order to figure this out is just go ahead and just console.log the response itself, just to see how the data structure should look like. So over here we have data. And then as you can see, we don't have a results, it's just the actual object itself. So it should be response.data. All right, with that being said, go ahead and do a little refresh here just to clear the console. We get null, we get loading is true, and now we have our data. And this data is the data that pertains to the ID of 2885. And that is, of course, I believe, the brown sugar, what is it? What is it called? Something. I can't find it. But now it's the pumpkin cheesecake bar. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now if I were to go here and maybe click on like brown cookies or whatever, now I should get the brown cookies, as you can see here. So we get the brown cookies. Now with that being said, let's go ahead and utilize this data now in order to render out the stuff that we need. So there's two main components to this page. There's going to be this header right over here that gives us the name of the recipe as well as the nutritional information. And then we have this portion right here that shows us the image as well as the instructions and the ingredients. So let's go ahead and just work on the header first. So I'm going to go right over here and we're going to create a brand new component. So I'm going to close this off here. And let's create a brand new component. And I'm going to call this component, let's call it recipe header.jsx. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Export default. And we're going to say function recipe header. And let's go ahead and define that function. And that's pretty much it. So now we got our wonderful little component here. So what I would like to do now is, of course, build this thing out. So I'm going to go right about here. And then I'm going to say div. And then over here, we're going to give this a class name of recipe-header. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to give it an H1. And just for now, let's just go ahead and hard code a name. So I'm going to hard code this name right here. Go ahead and give that a quick little save. And then over here, you can see that we have a bunch of nutritional facts. Now, I would like to store each one of these blobs here into its own component, just so we can get into the habit of components. Because really, in reality, we're kind of duplicating our code throughout, and maybe we need to utilize that blob somewhere else in our page. So I'm going to go right about here, and we're going to create another component. And that component is going to be the recipe recipe facts component. So let's go over here. We'll just say recipe, or maybe we'll call it, maybe not. Let's call it let's call it recipe nutritional fact dot JSX. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and, well, define the component it is that we need. So I'm going to say export default, and I'll call this recipe nutritional fact. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and we have to define it as a function, of course. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll say function. And then here, we're going to go ahead and just invoke that. And then in here, let's just go ahead and return. And I'm going to return a div with the recipe fact container as a class. Recipe fact container as a class. In here, we're going to have some sort of image. So we'll just leave it as an empty thing for now. Then in here, we're also going to have an H3 that's going to say, you know, the amount. So maybe it's like 1,200. And then over here, we're going to say calories, something like that. Calories. All right, let's go ahead and give that a quick little save. And now what I would like to do is render it. So let's go ahead back to the recipe header, and we're going to render it inside of the recipe header itself. So I'm going to say over here, I'm going to say nutritional. I'll say nutritional recipe nutritional fact, like so. All right, let's go ahead and give that a quick little save just to see how it looks. And if I were to refresh the application, we see nothing, which is kind of weird. Oh yeah, because of course we are not rendering the recipe header in the recipe page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Go to the recipe page. In here, let's just get rid of this. And what I would like to do here is I'm going to say recipe header, just like that. Give that a quick little save. Now let's see how that looks. All right. Again, we don't see anything, which is odd. I find that kind of odd, to be honest. Why is it that we don't see anything? Okay, so we have this, we got that, we got the recipe header. Okay, yeah. I think take a look at this component right here and tell me exactly why it's failing for us. I think this might be a good exercise. Well, we're not returning anything. That's the thing. We're not returning the JSX. We just have this function. We have just like random JSX just staying in there. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut this out. I'm going to say return parentheses and go ahead and just pass that in like so. So now, there we go. That looks a lot better. So what I would like to do now is I'm going to go ahead and extract all of the nutritional information and pass it to the recipe nutritional fact through the header. So that's going to be right over here. And let's go back to our application. And let's find where we can grab this nutritional facts here. So I'm going to go to data. And we are going to scroll all the way down. And there we go. You can see here that we got the nutrition. So we can see here we got the calories, the carbohydrates, the fat, the protein. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just pass all that into the recipe header. So I'm going to say, let's call this nutrition. Nutritional facts. This is kind of a hard word to spell. I don't know why I used that. Nutritional facts. Go ahead and just pass that in as the data dot, and I believe it's called nutrition. Now, as soon as I do this, this is going to give us an error, and I hope you know why, and that's because initially, for that period where we are fetching the data, our data is going to be null. So obviously, we can't read nutrition of null. So what we have to do is we have to check if we're loading. So if we are loading, so let's just say if we are loading, then what we want to do is we want to return that loading component that we have just created. Where is that? How come it's not auto importing? You know what? It's fine. Let's go over here and let's import it ourselves. So we'll just say import loading from, and we're going to go to the components and then /loading. There we go. Go ahead and render that. And if we have an error, I'm going to go ahead and just return error. Maybe we can even return the error message itself. Bingo. All right, so now let's give that a quick little save. And if I were to refresh at this point, let's refresh. We're getting another error. So it says here, router cannot read nutrition of undefined. Okay, that's a little surprising because we are, at this point, we should be having the data. And one thing that we can do to just 100% double check that the data does exist is we'll just say data and then and. So data and, wherever the and sign is, right here. We're going to say data and then we'll say recipe header. So we're going to go ahead and put this in a fragment because we're going to have multiple different things in here. And now we have a recipe header. And there we go. So now we got this loading state, tick-tock, a few years later. There we go. Takes a long time. You know, if you have an API that takes that long to return data, you got to fix your API. Okay. So there we go. So now we have this data here and we have passed it the nutritional information, which is pretty good. So now what I would like to do is within the header itself, I want to go ahead and start rendering out, you know, a list of the nutritional facts. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, I'm going to just first of all, let's go to the recipe page, grab the nutritional facts prop, curly braces. Then here I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a nutritional, we'll just say nutritional facts array. And this is going to contain all of the data that we need. So I'm going to say this one has an ID of 1. And then the amount of this is going to be, we'll call it nutritional facts. And then we'll just say dot calories, because remember this is an object here. And then over here we'll call this the category of calories. And then we also need to give it an image, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but for now we'll just leave it as is. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this a few more times. Let's copy this a few more times here, 4 more times in fact. So we'll say 2, 3, 4. And then here what we're going to do is this one's going to be carbohydrates. Carbohydrates. So make sure you get the spelling right here. And this time we can call this one just carbs, like so. And then over here we can call this, we'll call it fat. We'll call it just fats, like so. And lastly over here we'll call it protein. And then over here we'll say proteins. Proteins. All right, so that looks pretty good to me. So now what we can do is we can iterate over this and render the nutritional facts. So I'm going to put this in curly braces. And I'm going to say dot map. I'm going to say fact. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and render this component like so. All right. And I'm going to say fact is equal to fact. There we go. Let's go ahead and give that a quick little save here. And now what we should have is just a bunch of these hard-coded strings. Okay, that makes sense to me. But now what we can do is we can go to the nutritional fact here and we can accept it. So we can just say fact like so. And then over here I'm going to say fact dot amount. And here I'm going to say fact dot category. Give that a quick little save. Voila, now we get 400 and whatever calories. We get, just go ahead and just quickly remove that. So we get 400 calories, this much carbs, this much fat, this much protein. All right, so that looks pretty incredible to me. Let's go ahead and just quickly fix the styling. So the styling should have some sort of display of flex. So I'm going to go about here, and I'm just going to wrap this inside of a div. We're going to give this a div, and then go ahead and just quickly save that. We're going to give that a class of nutritional facts. Nutritional facts container. Give that a quick little save, and I'm going to quickly just define something for this in the side of the CSS. Let's go ahead and do that together because we haven't done some CSS in a while. So this one should be pretty easy. At the very bottom, I'm just going to define a new class, give it a display of flex so it can be all horizontal, and then I'm going to give it a justify content of space between, and there we go. You can see how cool that is. Now I'm going to go ahead and just give it a little bit of margin and maybe give it like a nice 10 pixels of margin. There we go. That looks pretty good. So now all that is missing is the images themselves. Just because this kind of looks a little bit ugly over here, this one looked way cooler because we had these nice, neat images. So let's go ahead and include these images. In fact, also when I go here, I noticed that we missed the sugar. So let's just quickly add that as well. Then we'll move on to the images. So I'm going to go over here. Let's just add another property. We'll just give it an ID of 5. We'll call this sugar. And then here we'll call this sugar. And also let's give it a key because we developed the right way. We'll give it a key of ID. There we go. So now that looks pretty good. Let's handle the images a little bit later. What I would like to do in this video is start showcasing the icons. Now, typically when we have been dealing with assets, we go ahead and download some sort of file and we plop it inside of our assets directory. Now for this one, I kind of don't want to do that. Instead, I want to install a library. And this is going to be the React icons library. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to type in React. And then I'm going to say dash icons. And when I go ahead and type that in, I can go over here and you can see that we get this wonderful page that shows us all of these icons that we can utilize if we install this library. So there's flat icons, there's game icons, there's hero icons, there's just a bunch of different icons that we can utilize. So I'm going to go ahead and install this library. So I'm going to go right about here, control tilde, and I'm going to say npm install, and I'll say react dash icons like so. And then over here, what we're going to start doing is importing all of the different icons within this recipe header and just plopping the icons inside of this array. So the first icon for calories is going to be a fire icon. And the one that I decided to utilize is, well, one thing you can do is just literally search fire and it shows you fire. I'm going to pick this one right over here, AI outline fire. So in order to get that, what we're going to have to do is say import and then from React icons, so React icons, and then slash specifically AI because that's where we're getting it from. So I'm going to say here, I want outline fire icon. Now this is a component. So I want to add it as though it's a component within this array. So I'm going to capitalize it. I'm just going to say icon and then is equal to this icon right over here. Now let's do the same thing for the carbs. For this one, I want to use wheat. So I'm going to just search for wheat here. You can see here we get CI wheat. That's the one that I want. I'm going to go ahead and just copy that, paste that. This time I'm going to get it from CI, and I want CI wheat. So let's go ahead over here, copy that. Let's paste that in here. CI wheat like so. Now for the fat, I'm going to grab BI cheese. So I'm going to say from BI, we're going to grab cheese because cheese is just basically just a bunch of fat as well as protein, but mostly fat. So over here, I'm going to say icon. We're going to say BI cheese. For the protein, I'm going to get some fish. So I'm going to say this is going to be from IO. So import. We're going to go over here from React icons. And then what we're going to do is we are going to import from IO. And specifically, it's going to be IO5. IO5. We're going to import IO fish outline.
And also let's import bi cake for the sugar. There we go. All right, so let's go here. Let's paste that in there. We'll just say icon. We'll say IO fish outline. And then lastly here, we're going to say icon. And then we're going to say over here, what we're going to do is we're going to say that this is going to be the BI cake. All right. So now we have these properties in here. So I'm going to go ahead and go in here now. We have the fact. So from the fact, what we can do now is we can destructure out the icon like so from the fact. And then over here, what we can do is we can just render that icon as though it is a regular component. So if I were to go back to my application, you can see, voila, we have our fire, our wheat, our cheese, our protein. So this looks pretty good to me. Now that is one way of doing things. Another way that we can do this is by using the children prop. So let me go ahead and just explain exactly what that is. So instead of passing the icon to the prop itself, or as a prop to like the fact prop itself, what we can do is we can make this, instead of a self-closing component, we can make it a component that has two tags. And then in here, what we can do is we can extract out everything it is that we need, like the icon, the I believe the ID, the amount, and then the category. So we can pass these two into the facts. So those are the real things that we are utilizing within the fact. We can just utilize the ID here. And then right in here, what we can do is we can just render the icon like so. And now what we can do is we can just remove this icon altogether like that. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove that like so. Now this is not going to work. As you can see, we don't have the icons, and that's because we have to specifically say where we want to render the icon. Like, do we want to render it here? Do we want to render it here? Do we want to render it here? Well, what we want to do is we want to render it right here. So what we want is we want to accept something known as the children prop. And this is just going to be a bunch of React nodes. And what we can do now is we can just say children like so. So what this children is eventually going to resolve to is whatever is inside of this parent component. So right here, this icon is going to be resolved as this children. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a quick little save. And voila, you can see we get the exact same effect. How cool is that? In this video, what we're going to do is wrap up the recipe page by displaying the information, the instruction information, as well as the ingredient information right below the calorie counts. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go right over here and let's just create a brand new component. I'm going to call this recipe info because it's going to contain either the recipe instructions or the recipe ingredients. So I'm going to say recipe info.jsx. And as per usual, let's go ahead and define a function. So I'm going to say export default. And I'm going to say here, we'll define a function. We'll say recipe info, just like that, just like that. And then we'll have a nice little return here. And in here, let's just return just a tad bit of JSX. So I'm going to return a div with a recipe-info class. And then over here, we're going to return a little bit more JSX. So we're going to have a recipe div with a recipe-info-container div. And then in here, we're going to have a h3. Or actually, let's have another div, rather, with a recipe-info-header. And then in here, let's have an h3 that is just instructions, like so, all capitalized. All right. And then over here, we're going to have an anchor tag. Let's use a link, actually. We're going to say link. Or you know what? We'll deal with that a little bit later, just for now. So we'll go ahead and save this. And then right below,
So we have our header, and then right below, what we want to do is we want to map through the instructions and then render out each particular row, as you can see here. But that begs the question, where do the instructions live within the code that we got back? So I'm going to go ahead and do a little refresh here. And then let's go over here. Let's go here. And I am going to just scroll all the way down. You can see here the instructions. We have this wonderful array. And this array contains a position. So like, at what point do you want to perform this instruction? And then it also has a display text. So that's like what you want to do. So over here, let's just go ahead and accept those instructions. So I'm going to say instructions like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over those instructions. So I'm going to say instructions dot map instruction. I'm going to go ahead and iterate over that. And we're going to go ahead and render a recipe dash info dash content dash container. All right, we're going to go ahead and render that. And we're going to render a p tag in here. And this is going to be recipe dash step. And that's going to contain, let's go ahead and maybe even destructure out the content of this instruction right here. So I'm going to do it like that. And then we're going to destructure out the display text. Display text. And then also we're going to destructure out the, what's it called? The position. And we also should give this a key. So we're going to give it the position as the key. Now this is something that we're not really going to update. We're just going to show one. So it's really not that important to provide a key. But let's just do that just because we want to appear with best practices. So the first thing here is we're going to go ahead and display a position. And then over here what we want to do is we want to create a class with a display text. And then here we're going to say display text. And that should do it. So over back in the recipe page, let's go ahead and let's go here back to our wonderful recipe page. And what we're going to do now is render that recipe info. And we're going to pass it the instructions as a prop. So we're going to say instructions is equal to data, you guessed it, dot instructions. So now if I were to save that, voila, how beautiful is that? That is looking pretty good to me. Now there is one thing that we are missing, and that is the image itself. So the image, let's go back over here. So over here, this is where the instructions live. Just right below that div, let's just create an image. I'm going to give it a quick class name, and this class name is going to be, what is it called again? Recipe image. And we're going to need to pass in the image as well. So let's just go here. We'll just say image like so. And then image. All right. Give that a quick little save here. And there we go. So now we got ourselves a nice little image, except of course we're not passing that image in. So let's go to the recipe header. And we're going to have to pass that image in. Let's just see where exactly that lives again, or how that looks like from a data structure perspective. Let's go here. Let's go to the data. And let's scroll all the way down until we find something. Yeah, okay. So thumbnail, alt text, thumbnail URL. That's what I want to pass in. So I'm going to go here. Let's go over to the recipe header. And then to the, to the recipe, not to the recipe header, to the recipe page. To the recipe info, I'm just going to pass in image. We're going to say data.thumbnail URL. Give it a quick little save. Voila. Now, of course, it's not responsive. It doesn't look very good, to be quite honest, but this is not a responsiveness course. But there we go. How about that? Now we are pretty much done, at least from the data fetching perspective. Now we have a fully pledged application. If I ever want to make this food, I can go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and just click over here to the home page. And then I'm going to click on the cinnamon. I get this cinnamon. And over here we get this chai spice cheesecake muffin. And that's, I think, mainly because we hard-coded it. So let's go ahead and fix that. Oops, let's go here. See where we hard-coded that. So one thing you can do in VS Code, save this, and just like search for the word. And as you can see, we did indeed hard-code it. So we're going to need to grab the name as well as the nutritional information here. So we'll just say name. And then here, let's render out the name. Now, of course, we're going to have to pass that name in. And I'm just going to take an educated guess that it's going to be called data.name. All right. And if it's not that, then we'll have to go ahead and search this out. So we'll say data.name. And if I were to go back here, there we go. We get cinnamon roll cheesecake. So now we know how to do that. It's nice, beautiful cinnamon roll cheesecake. So if I were to go back home now, do a little fetch there, TikTok. Man, this API is very slow. If it usually takes this long for us to get data, it's just not a good API. This is not our fault. This is just the API's fault itself. Nut-free macaroons. You can go ahead and click on that. We get some nice nutritional information and how to cook it up. All right, with that being said, there is one little thing that I want to do in this section, and then we'll wrap it up and move back to navigation. In terms of data fetching, we are completely done with our implementation. However, there is one thing I would like to look at and potentially optimize within our app. So let's take a look at the use fetch hook, and specifically, let's take a look at the states that we have defined here. So we have one state over here that is going to be the data, which is either going to be null or it's going to be an object. Let's go ahead and write that down. I'm going to say, let's just write a proper comment. I'll say either null or an object, like so, that's going to contain all of our data. Over here, we have a loading state that is either going to be false or true. All right, and then lastly, we have a error state that's either going to be null or a string if we have some errors. And what we did was we defined each state separately. However, they are indeed linked together. So what do I mean by that? Well, for example, we can't have a loading state be equal to true and also have the recipe, the data, equal to some object. If loading is equal to true, then the data and the error should always be null. We also can't have data inside of our, recipe state and also have data inside of our error state. We can't have this be defined as a string. So they are indeed linked together, and they're linked together in this way over here. So if loading is true, then data as well as error should be null. If loading or if data is an object, so like is a truthy value, then loading should be false, meaning we fetched our data, so we're done at this point, and also error should be null. And lastly, if error is a string, a truthy value, then data as well as loading should be falsy values. And that's how this should be linked together. Now, the issue with the way that we have done things is we have defined all of our states separately. And we can just as easily go ahead and make a mistake and maybe forget to clear out the null when the loading is equal to true. And that's going to cause us displaying an error even though we are loading. So what I would like to do is somehow link these states together and only update them once some sort of action has occurred, whether the action is fetching data, or the data has been successfully fetched, or the action has been the data has not been successfully fetched and we got an error. I only want to update them once we get an action, and I want to update them in this format right over here. So in order to ensure that we can do this, we can utilize another hook, and that is going to be the use reducer hook. So this one's going to be a little bit more complicated. However, hopefully I can explain it pretty well in the next video. Let's go ahead and do that. In this video, what I would like to do is refactor our use fetch recipe hook in order to utilize the use reducer hook rather than the use state hook. So the use reducer hook is another way we can manage state within our application. And we can import in that hook from React. So I'm going to say use reducer, just like that. And the way that we use it is a little bit more cumbersome and a little bit more complicated than the use state hook. But what's nice about it is it's going to ensure that related data are linked together. So I'm going to go over here at the very bottom. I'm going to go ahead and define a const array. I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to the use reducer hook. And this is going to take in two parameters. The first parameter is going to be a reducer function, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But for now, let's just pass in an arrow function, an empty arrow function. And then the second parameter is going to be the initial state of our reducer. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to define the initial state as an object. And we're going to say that initially the data is null, the loading is false. And then lastly, we're going to say the error is null. And as you can see here, this initial state is exactly the same as the initial state that we defined here. So over here, we have the data is null initially, same over here. The loading is false initially, same over here. And the error is null initially, same over here. Again, this is going to work the exact same way. It's just the way that we code it out is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to go over here, copy that initial state. I'm going to pass it in there like so. And now what we can do is within this use reducer hook, we can access the state that we have just defined, as well as a function known as the dispatch function, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But hopefully, I think so far this is making sense. We go ahead, just like the use state hook, we use the use reducer hook, and we pass it into it, the initial state, and we can access that state over here. All that might be confusing is what in the world is this reducer function, and what in the world is this dispatch. But let's worry about those a little bit later. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just console.log the state. So I'm going to say state like so. I'm going to say in the, or maybe from the use reducer, just so we can really see what's going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. We're going to go ahead and do a little refresh here. And you can see here that this is the state that we're getting from the reducer, which makes sense. This is the initial state of our application. But now what we would like to do is update these states. And we want to update them in a way that 100% conforms to this. So whenever we are loading, then we want this to be true, this to be null, this to be null. Whenever we have fetched our data, this is false, this is going to be an object, and then this is going to be null. Or if we got an error, this is going to be false, null, and then this is going to be a string. So when do we want this specific row right over here? Well, we want this specific row when the action, some sort of action is occurring within our application, and that action is fetching data. And then over here, we want this row to occur whenever the action that is occurring within our application is going to be data has been successfully fetched. And over here, the action would be some sort of error occurred, so fetching error. So let's go ahead and define all of these actions inside of an object. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to say actions. I'm going to say that's going to be equal to. And then over here, I'm going to do in all capital. So typically actions are all in capitalized. I'm going to say the first action is fetching data. That's the very first action. Go ahead and just give that the exact same value as the string. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to define fetch success full as a second action. And then lastly, we're going to say fetch error as the third action. And bingo bango. There we go. So now we have these three actions. And now what we can do is we can define a function that is going to change this state depending on the action that we get back. And that right there is the responsibility of the reducer function. So the reducer function, we pass it an action, and then what it does is it updates our state. Okay? So let's go over here. I'm going to define a reducer function. So I'm going to say const. I'll say recipe reducer, just like that. Or you know what? Let's just call it reducer. We'll say reducer. And this reducer is going to take in two parameters. The first parameter is something that the use reducer hook is going to pass in, and we don't really care about that. But the second parameter is going to be the action itself. So the action like so. And so over here, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to check what the action is. So is it fetching data? Is it fetch success? Is it fetch error? And then we're going to have to update our state. All right, so I hope this is making sense to you. Now the action that we get back is going to be an object. So it's going to look something like this. So an object, and it's going to have a type, and then the type is going to be whatever we define over here. We defined right above. So we're going to say action dot fetching data, and then it's going to have an optional payload. Because in order to update our state, for example, if you want to update our data, we're going to need to have access to that object, that data object. So the payload is going to house that. But sometimes we don't need a payload. For example, if we want to change our state so that it's like this, then we don't need a payload, so we just provide nothing in. But we're also always providing an action type, whether it's fetching data, fetching success, or fetching error. All right? So typically, instead of having if statements that traverse through each different action type, typically in reducers we use switch statements. So I'm going to say switch, and I want to switch on every action type. And I'm going to say here, in the case where the action type is actions dot, and I'll say fetching data, then what I would like to do is I'm going to go ahead and return this state over here. So we're fetching data, then I'm going to say the data is equal to null, the error is equal to null, and then over here we're going to say loading is equal to true. And that absolutely 100% ensures that we hit this row over here. So all this data is going to conform to this row. Data is null, error is null, loading is true. All right. So that looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and hit another case here. So I'm going to say case of actions dot, and I'm going to say success this time. Then over here, we're going to say return. And then this time, we're going to say, let's copy this too. We're going to say that the error is null, the loading is false, but this time the data is going to be that object. And we're going to pass in that object through the action dot payload. So I'm going to say here, action dot payload, just like that. All right, so that's going to be the success state. Let's go over here. We're going to say actions dot error. And honestly, let's just call it action, not actions. Let's remove the pluralness of it. That looks a lot better to me. So over here, we're going to say error. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say error is going to be the action.payload. And the payload in this case is just going to be a string. So payload. The data is going to be null. And lastly, the loading is going to be false. And again, now this absolutely ensures that our state will always look like this. Now for each switch statement, we also need to add a default just in case that none of these cases have been met. So we provide a default, and then the default is just going to be the initial state. So I'm just going to say here, return initial state, just like that. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now we have our reducer. So we have our reducer that defines exactly how we're going to update our state depending on an action type. So what we can do here now is we can just pass that reducer into this use reducer function. And now what we need to do is very simply, whenever some sort of action occurs, what we need to do is dispatch that action. So what do I mean by that? Well, right over here, as you can see, as soon as we call this function, as soon as we call it, then what we are doing is we get to this action right over here where we are fetching our data. So what I can do here is I can grab this dispatch function right over here, and then as soon as I do that, as soon as I start fetching data, I'm going to call the dispatch, and I'm going to provide it with the action. Now remember, the action has both an action type as well as the payload, but in this case we don't really need a payload, so I'm just going to give it a type, and I'm going to say that the type is going to be action of fetching data. All right, so let's go ahead and give that a quick little save, and we're still console.logging the state. So let's just take a look at how this looks now. So I'm going to do a little refresh here, and you can see that our data is indeed updating. So initially it's null, false, null, and then you can see because we fetched our data, now it's null, null, and then loading is true. How cool is that? You can see that this is way simpler than just utilizing these three states like that. Now all we have to do is just one line, and it's much less error prone. Now similarly over here, this is the success state. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to say type, and then this time I'm going to say fetch success, and we're going to provide it with a payload, and the payload is going to be the response.data right here. So we're going to say response data, and then lastly we can dispatch an error state. So here now we have a error, and then over here we're going to say the payload is just going to be an error.message, and there we go, bingo bango, we're pretty much done. So now you can see here, you can kind of see the life cycle. So initially it's null, false, error, and now we have loading is true, loading is true, loading is true. It does render it a few times, which is pretty annoying. But then you can see now we're in a state where we have null, false, as well as data. And again, the whole point of this is this works exactly the same way. But the whole point of this is it just makes it developer proof from making mistakes. Because I can just as easily just make this another value. But now, because we're just dispatching a function and we're passing that payload, all of the state management lives inside of the reducer. And if we ever wanted to change that, we would have to explicitly go to the reducer and do it intentionally rather than not intentionally. So with that being said, let's go ahead and just remove all of this use state stuff over here. And instead, I'm going to go ahead and just extract out the data, the loading, as well as the error from the use reducer state. Let's go ahead and remove this. We don't need this anymore. We do not need this anymore. So you can remove any of this stuff. And then over here, you can just return back the data, the loading, and the error. And our application should work exactly the same way. But I think that this is a significantly better approach to take. So as you can see here, we have two hooks now. One is utilizing just regular state, and one is utilizing the use reducer. So I highly suggest kind of flipping back and forth and seeing, which approach you like better. And maybe you'll realize that this one over here is just a lot less error prone, even though it might be a little bit more complicated and it requires a little bit more setup. But just to prove to you that it still works just the same, I'm going to go ahead and do a little refresh here, and voila, we still get our data. So let's go back to home just to again prove it to you. Let's just pick something else now. Let's pick this jack potato, whatever this is. Looks disgusting, to be quite honest. Like, what is that? Do people honestly eat this? But yeah, there we go. It works just the same.